Cashing out, cashing in, let it ride, then close the wind. Taking profit, taking L's with Tarpinian.
Crashing out, cashing in,
Let it ride, then close the wind.
taking profit.
Taking L's with Tarpinian.
Look at that. Is that better? Is that better? That's better. The audio levels are good. Great. Okay, let me see what's going on in the world before market opens. How about that? How about that? What's today? It is Wednesday, the 10th. And okay, CPI is here. We got big news about inflation. Oh man, they're saying not to turn paper cuts into gash wounds. That's probably talking about buying more options that suck, and too late for that. Let's see what the people are looking at. Okay. Nvidia's trading around 205 pre-market, and it looks like a lot of people are looking at that right now. QQQ is at 702, and it kind of lets you know the overall market trajectory. IWM is at 284. I never mess with IWM.
But long story short, the core CPI did not come up as much. Headline is the problem there at 4, but the month-over-month rate was actually still came in lower, a.k.a. first month of the war, you came in at like 0.9, next month was at like 0.7, and then this time came in at 0.5. So at least that's declining, but for the most part, I think you got a little bit of a 50-50, a.k.a. inflation above 4 is not good. The market, again, minus it from the unemployment rate, you're like right at the cusp where people are going to be talking about rate cut odds, but the fact that it didn't rocket up and create one of these higher tension problems is giving the market a little bit of relief. So I think we still need all day to see how this is going to materialize, and what you got to look for is where the bonds and the dollar ultimately settle. But other than that, we're looking ahead. You got a couple of individual news. You had news from Amazon, FedEx Freight. You're going to hear from a couple of banks. You got a couple of earnings today and tomorrow, and then it did go up, but it's still kind of a little bit more drama, which is also now bringing up discussions of demand destruction. I think even the CPI, and that is something we're going to talk about today. But before we get into any of that, before we try to chase the dollar and enrich ourselves, my friends, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out. Active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation, God bless you and thank you. I hope the long term, anything else we do here helps, but at the very least, man, we love and appreciate you. And I want y'all to know, and I hope none of y'all ever take your freedom for granted. I don't know if you support a war or not. That's up to you. That's your personal opinion. That's fine. But I will remind you, you can never take away the honor from those who have decided to serve their country and give up so much for the people they have never even met. So veterans, the families, God bless every single one of you, and thank you for your support and commitment. God bless every single one, man. You have no idea. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senators! Oh, it's game time, Catadonia! Oh my goodness. Catadonia. Happy Wednesday, brethren. Happy Wednesday. Oh, are you ready? We got 143. Woo! We have a great time. If you're not hyped, just go back to bed. You know, we got some data now. We get a little opportunity. Oh, my goodness. So I hope you're ready. But as far as plays, I'm going to be watching FedEx, FDXF, both of them really. But again, anything related to freight and shipping, they're getting clapped by that Amazon news. We've heard something like that a couple weeks ago, and that did have some follow-through, so watch out for that. Watch out XLP, XLF, XLV. Keep an eye on rotations. Again, even with the CPI, I mean, with how today's playing out, I do think an early indication of rotations will kind of tell you where things are going. Watch Clover. They got an update on their stars. Again, that's even part of the healthcare rotation. Then Apollo and KKR. They're coming out with headlines right now, and they are going to be showing up at one of these little events that's going on here today. It's like the banking conference, and then Upstart as well. That will also be on the list. And then Palantir, Zillow, any other laggers that could potentially be in play. If we could get a signal here after the CPI, maybe we could make some new moves. So, Catadonia, we got 37 seconds. Let's have a good day. Post any plays, post any info. Don't pump on the homies. Let's have a good time. And it should be a great time. Fun for the whole family. Fun for everybody. And get a long term. Oh, Catadonia. Good morning. Less than 15 seconds. He wants to fight you, mad.
I think he's so sad. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go.
Buku.
They
Round
hate AI.
one.
good. Just climbed up.
Let's see how we start off here. So again, SPY down by
We're
0.4.
almost
I mean,
in
you
the
guys
green.
remember yesterday though, you opened up pretty good.
Nope. Got nothing. Oh, yeah, there it is.
A little baby gap here to form. And then again, oil off of those headlines. We did talk about CPI here in the morning. We'll talk about it a lot more here today too, and we even need to talk about demand destruction. But came in above 4, which was not good, but then it didn't go much higher than the expectations, which helped calm people down for a little bit. And then all the Mag 7 stocks are kind of whopped today, except for Apple. That one's holding up again after dropping 3 or 4. And then there's your Clover. Let's see if those actually popped. If you don't take profits, somebody will. Wow. Steep. I like it. I like it. Alright, let's see some of these. Again, you have earnings too with
Alright, I should cash this out.
We'll see how that plays out.
Oh, look at that. Good is
Good morning.
Okay, I'm gonna cash out the
The
12.
close, they don't have a bid yet.
At how much?
Surprisingly.
390. That's a good price
So
to
there's
cash
one
this
called
out at.
FedEx. There's FedEx, and then was it FD? Is it FDXF? I think that's the ticker. Again, this news came out not too long ago, and I think it had a similar reaction. Oh, I guess FDXF is new, so you can't see the full history. I think it was right before.
This way,
AIR.
I'll get some play money. Oh, just one more. There it is. Sold.
I don't know if you could trade the options on FDXF. It's at least not open. The FedEx chain is open.
Okay. Why did it sell?
Very interesting. My FDXF options won't load up, only FDX.
15?
Unfortunately, IBM, Vert. Again, everything's slightly red, or I guess the Russell's only down by 0.7. Everything else about 0.5%. NASDAQ below
Come on,
0.8.
go up again. Just a little bit more.
And then Oracle. Yeah, that sucks.
No. I need you to go up so I could buy something else.
Yeah, I don't
So
know if
close.
FDXF has options. I don't know if that chain's going to open or if it's just going to stay like that. And then SPY coming down a little bit again, oil right below 90.
I could go up again a little bit.
Yeah, the closed leaps just don't have a bid. And then where's XLV actually? So XLV is actually down. So keep in mind, UNH is going, and then see what Staples, Financials, any of those do. Iran missiles struck Ramat Air Base hangar.
Almost sold that.
Yeah, there's a couple other freight names, but I think the FedEx ones. Well, let me know if that chain opens up. Otherwise, Ford had a nice green in the morning, but that one flipped. There's even something on GM and like selling energy back to the grid. Or they're like allowing people to like with their EVs to sell their electricity in their car. Something like that.
What?
Yeah, CPI went out. Closed going. Now the premiums are good. Just a fat spread. So they put a bid on it, but the ask is literally double. But good for now. Just watch again any other healthcare, see if those start to pick up. And then financials, KKR and Apollo, they're both down. Trump City ranked number 1.
Come on. Oh,
Number
sweet.
1 in
A little
Q1
more.
advisory market.
Nice, beautiful.
Plant is down.
Sold.
A little bit of Zillow too. Where's China? China's actually up today. And then SPY's coming down. FDXF popped. Again, I don't think the options are open on that. I don't think there is options. Oh no, there is. What the fuck?
It's expensive.
I just don't think anybody trades these. Yeah, there's not. None of them will go through.
Just sold my hood. And I have another one
that sucks.
going. But I
Yeah,
think
there's
I'm gonna let that
literally,
ride.
they have a bid on them, but like you can't really trade them. And then the prices are a little crazy. Intuit 286? No way. Yeah, damn, 284. I'm shocked, bro. It's almost down $100 from that video. Just kind of crazy to think about. Mm-hmm. And then there's Robinhood. Yeah, they're going straight up. Robinhood's actually opened up pretty nice. Up 4.9 again. SPY at VWAP. Where are we? So literally, Russell's the only one in the green. SPY Dow down 0.5%. Nasdaq down 3/4 still.
So I feel like that means it's gonna go up. Like, cause it's
IG.
opposite land.
And then watch Apple too. Again, Apple's the one right at the cusp. They're actually down by 0.5 right now. And SPY, then again, your boy's going up. Your Zillow, you're at 52.50.
Okay.
Well, why didn't you listen, bro? I think I can't help you because Zillow, I think we said don't go past 50 if you're gonna go for that time frame. So be careful.
Okay, so
Be
Apple
careful.
could pop right now. It's popping.
Microsoft, Google, and SPY's now going up. I mean, where's the level we got to keep in mind? So yeah, keep in mind. I mean, anything above this pre-market CPI zone, both top and bottom. So it's like 73.67 on the futures. On McDonald's, we like McDonald's. McDonald's came up a little bit, but yeah, we were just talking about that one. That one was on the video. And there's Kimberly. XLP is still going up, so it's not clear rotation day, but that's what we want to look for. UNH on the low. I mean, there's Pepsi starting to wake up. And then there's this SPY. Yeah, Pepsi's the one lagging. That's just, again, if the staples actually really confirm what we have going on here. But yeah, XLF's right there in the middle. Staples are already up by 0.6, and then healthcare is up at 0.1. Again, these have been the stronger rotations for now. I don't know why Trump is doing that. I don't know. I'm not understanding that comment. Sound like ads. Citi was ranked #1 on value. Congratulations, Jane F. Take it though. LPTH. All right, Zivra, Now, AI. A couple of software plays are coming up. I mean, see if this holds. Who was it yesterday? Net? No, they're still in that range from Investor Day. Well, SPY, I mean, hit it high again. You got like 1.2, one more point, and you'll get out of this. Yeah, Meta's at least in the green. Where's NVIDIA? So NVIDIA's still down by 0.7. Chips are down by 0.69. So this is like another setup of yesterday. The rotations aren't as strong, but you got both of your little high flyers more or less doing the same downside. Yeah, UNH now and CVS and Merck, a couple of biotechs, and CNC. Healthcare is starting to get pummeled right now. So see, watch if this opens up tech. So just see if anybody starts to move. Again, remember, healthcare has been on fire. So if healthcare kind of starts dumping, I mean, see if that money goes into any other rotation.
Apple's just dumping more. Right, should go up.
Yeah, Walmart's not getting it.
It's crazy. Can't go past this level.
Hood could be the underwriting news. I think Hood said they get to be an underwriter on IPOs, or they got like approval for it. That could be it. Tem is on the high. And then Light Path, again, what was the other one? OPTX, that one moved too. But yeah, you got Tem on the high, which is interesting, all things considered. I think biotech, XBI is going up. So like healthcare drugs or healthcare companies, they're the ones giving up right now, but then drugs are going up on the high. And then a couple of software, China's still leading, Oracle, they're going up on the high, and I think CRM. And then Apple into the low. Yeah, Oracle went up, Baba, ServiceNow. So software is going up. Software might go green. Still 0.5. It's matched up there with chips. Yeah, Netflix actually went up.
I should sell this Hood. It's up 200. Crazy.
Well, that's what I was saying. We'll see after CPI. If Netflix starts going back to reacting like a lagger, that would be a very, very good sign. But yeah, that is already starting off. All things, again, most Mag 7 is down. No clear rotation, and then your boy is actually doing his thing.
Oh, what, Apple's going up?
Palantir double dip. I like the idea, but it's up to you. So I don't know if you were paying attention yesterday, but yeah, I'm not too against that idea. YGV, Futu, all these China plays are coming up. Yeah, Clove, like I said yesterday, though, I mean, I think you either take, remember, Clove was a very shitty one, and we bought Clove later. So the play's up now. I would either make it free or speak now or forever hold your peace on that one. Either make it free or take it, but yeah, that one held. But you got, like, I think on the furthest out, like 30-40%, depending on where you get filled. But the bid actually went up on that, too.
Nice, Apple's crushing. Appel is crushing. Nice, $1,000 up since the morning. Beautiful. I need to start taking profits. Hood is up $263.
Who else is the other one?
I feel like it's gonna keep going. How much did I
Where's
buy?
Financial's starting to go right now. So again, Apollo, KKR, they're going to be at these events here today. And then SPY going up. And then a couple of other things. Again, IGV. IGV's about to go green. I mean, chips are in the red, but see where this leads us.
They want to buy a SPY call for today. Where?
You know, I would want one of the freight stocks, but they're really hard to
$80.
play. I mean, FedEx already bounced, though. That was already, what, 6%, I think? FDXF, that, dude, I think that was a 6% move right there to start off. And then there's IGV now into the green. Again, a couple of plays are responding to it. You got even like Micron and a few others, but a lot of other smaller sympathies. And then you got China. They are moving as well, too. All right, well, some things are starting to pick up. Again, a lot of software. You got a couple of the Mag 7 starting to play along. Yeah, even small caps like Sweet Greens. And then remember, I mean, yesterday you had a lot of random small cappers just start to go off out of nowhere. So be mindful of that.
Okay, today seems promising. Just got SPY and it's already up $6, $7, $10, 12, 13, put is up 250 in the
Was
profit.
I talking about Palantir in a long-term context? No, I was not. Not at all. That's what we've been saying here. A lot of the stuff you've been hearing, I mean, long-term will make it very clear, like Kimberly, but anything else is all short-term. All this short-term. Intel, yeah. K-Web, again, China was one of the ones that started off good. China and Staples are the, those are the laggers that are leading the hardest so far today. But see, I mean, you never know, dude. Chips might come back. Chips and software, they're getting their thing. They're getting it up there. Or chips and Staples, or excuse me, Staples, not software. But yeah, if software and chips come up, that's more risk on. But you did get a little bit of rotation elsewhere. Elf pop again. Micron and SanDisk, Sentinel-1, Intel. So Intel's even 2%. I'm surprised chips are about to go green. I mean, again, software already did it, but some of the risk on stuff is coming back to life. Microsoft still red, Apple still red, Meta, Starbucks moving up. They've had a couple of headlines here and there. And then again, Nvidia hasn't moved. Damn, Dizzle, more financials, Bank of America, and then BB. Weren't they down earlier? Netflix from the dead. It's again, it's moving. It's moving as the lagger it should be. But then again, it seems like a couple of things that opened up lagging are catching some bids right now. Yeah, Intel is up too. Rigetti, a couple of those little smaller quantum plays. The healthcare plays are selling off, though. UNH, CNC. So it's interesting. Clove is staying up, but then again, like drugs, 3M with a pop. Actually, 3M with a decent stick and pizza. What's up with 3M? Didn't it do this the other day? I swear this thing outperformed, yeah. Well, 3M had a little drop in pop right there. And then IGV software, again, you do have what's it called today? You have the Oracle earnings. Yeah, 3M, those options are juiced. Silver. Staples are coming down a little bit, but yeah, those did good. Pepsi's coming down, or PG. Walmart got washed. I don't know. I think Robinhood is up on the underwriting news, to be honest. Otherwise, I have no idea. It started off like 6-7% right out of the gate.
260 in the profit. How much is enough?
EWY, even Korea? Korea! Well, SPY's near the high.
Korea.
And there's a firm, and then you got Upstart again. They're going to be at an event today. I love how Intel just moves 10% every day at this rate. Cerberus, I mean, high ticker is still fully gassed, so just like the reverse of yesterday, we'd watch the low ticker gas, you'd hit a low, but you actually have way more names moving now on the high ticker than it's probably being reflected by the index. But yeah, that's still going. Yeah, IGV, all the software is doing very, very good. Where's Dabe? Or again, software just looks like a bunch of straight up sticks right now. So again, you're about to go green. You are well above, I believe, the CPI. So yeah, right when we broke out of there, you took another what's it called? Another leg up. But where does this put us? So yeah, you're just literally into yesterday's highs right now, or like that level after that little recovery. And then this is pretty much near Friday's low. So after the CPI, this little sell off, and then by the dip, you are trading literally at Friday's low. That's exactly where you are right now. 3M still going up. Now there's Microsoft, so that's going to even help out IGV a little bit more. Microsoft's going green. I think that's the only Mag 7 in the green, besides Meta. And then I guess Netflix, if you count it. But even Netflix came down a little bit. More banks, Micron and SanDisk as well. Those are starting to go up, and then Intel. Both silver and gold, they closed below one of those key technical levels and overall momentum. And then also, too, you woke up with the war headlines being negative. Just keep in mind, as the war has raged on more, that has not been good for metals. Well. Cracker Barrel had surprisingly good earnings. Yeah, that one went up a decent amount. Yeah, is the dollar still down? Not bad. Not bad. So that's what we're saying. We're not out of this. Like, if we could really fall off the range, I think it'll be bullish. But for now, that bought you a little bit of time as all of this stuff setting up. Campbell's. Yeah, dude, I think people are talking about Campbell's being shorted. I think 30%. And then UNG and Boyle, you got oil moving a little bit, but the natural gas moving is a little bit more concerning. But yeah, that's starting to move up right now. Eyes up, and then another set of banks on the high too. Wells Fargo, USB, even KRE is on the high. So financials are still going. Again, they started off a little slower. XLV is down, Staples are up, financials up, and then XBI, the drugs. Those are killing it. And Tesla, NC. Does it go higher during inflation because they can't increase money supply? No, it's a weird phenomenon. It's mainly the other countries. That's why it's always been a phenomenon where we get inflation and stronger currencies, and then vice versa. But usually it's the impact of what the dollar is on the rest of the world, and that's what kind of affects the value. It's kind of like Japan. If you guys think, Japan has very high, their currency is very weak, but they didn't have inflation until recently, and even then their inflation isn't that high, but then like everything is expensive in Japan, where it's like, you take that Japanese currency out of Japan, the value is really, really different. So yeah, exactly. So think about what happened with our first round of inflation, post 2020. We had inflation, there's a lot of money supply, our dollar was very weak, but then what happened to everybody else? Our dollar was very weak, you had to pay more for stuff, but then you compared the dollar to anything around the world, the dollar was 10 times stronger. And so then that global inflation gave us all inflation, but it was different than, like you materialized it way differently than somebody else from another place would have. So it was bad for you, 10 times worse for everybody else. And that's kind of why you get, why sometimes we have inflation, the dollar gets stronger, even though it's technically getting weaker. No bond plays coming into war. I mean, again, today, let's see how today settles. Today was both good and bad at the same time. It's unfortunately kind of getting to my worst case scenario where we get rid of the event risk and then nothing really changes too much, and then now we keep punting into next week. So we'll see how it settles from there. But for the most part, dollar down, bonds not freaking out on somewhat of a higher CPI. It's a good sign. And then again, the core and other things not panicking it. But yeah, until we really know Warsh's attitude, I have no idea what bonds and dollar will do. Thune, Trump in process of finding who will lead DNI long term. Mr. Hananalan, blessing the chat in the morning. Good morning, brother. Oh, good morning, Chadado. What a nice Wednesday. Let's see. Could be worse, Chad. Well, could have been worse Wednesday. I think that's what Wall Street's calling it. That's kind of how we're interpreting the CPI. But again, you're holding this little, cash open rip. But then again, you guys saw what happened last time. Yeah, you saw yesterday's cash open. Remember yesterday, cash open rip? It was like, woo! So fun! It's all dying! It's all dead! It died! How did it do that? Why did it even go up? Why did you go up to go down? It doesn't make sense. So yeah, we'll see. Again, KRE, regional banks, dude. And then XLF, so those financials are moving now. Fune, Wells Fargo, big banks, small banks, those are the ones on the highs. Banks and drugs, those are your first, like, obvious leaders for now. Question is if they hold up or not. I mean, Staples want to get in the game too, but not as a clear cut, you know? GIS did get a nice pop. Where else? Like DG, Conagra. I think Intuit's the only one, bro. Bro, 280. Zers, Microsoft's still going. Again, Xerox. Let's see, IGV. IGV is impressive. Again, Oracle, Adobe, CRM, Microsoft, even Palantir. All of the software names are getting a bid. So this is kind of like yesterday. Or kind of like that day before where just software was blindly just getting bid up. Because that's a really strong software move to start off. That's what I'm saying. They just keep going. Let's see. Broadcom dropping. Well, watch software. That'll be this. Unless the chips come. But then you had SanDisk and Micron. But for now, software looks very strong. I just don't know if it's going to last all day. That's the problem. Anything right now. Anything looking strong, rotation, lagging. The problem is we don't know if it's going to last all day. If it lasts all day, awesome. That's what I'm saying. If you could really like even spot an easy staple rotation, fucking beautiful. But for now, again, it's banks, drugs, and then software seems to be coming into pole position. But yeah, it's only been 30 minutes. Anything could happen. And then it's also on a CPI day. So again, that's why too, these CPI days, you might go back and forth quite a bit. Clove. What's the high on Clove? That's what I was saying. Either take them or push them. But yeah, this should be all-time high. 480, 490. CME, KK or KRE. Again, more regionals, financials, those keep going. Again, CBP is another one of these like kind of beaten down value names. Those are also catching a bid too. FCX. Oh, where's Apple? Apple tried to go a little. IGV, buddy. Is this where did we buy Palantir yesterday? We got in here. Okay, so it is up. So volatility. Yeah, Oracle earnings is today after the bell. Oracle is Trump's boy. You got a good feeling about earnings. He never said buy Oracle though, like Dell. But then the problem with Oracle, Mosby asked me about this, and like I do think it is a problem. It's just like even in this last year, we're up 50% on Oracle. Nice, all fun. But that 1 year credit default swap has not gone down. Or the 5 year. The 1 year came down a little bit. But yeah, the 5 year is still up. So like this whole like issue that got them struggling, the credit default swaps, what to expect and all that, that's still down essentially, which is kind of crazy. Oh, CBOE, we need it above 300. I think that'll start waking up JP Morgan and banks again, and KKR and Apollo, and then app. So see what IGV does. I mean, again, IGV is barely green, but software's still red, so they're kind of leading. Yeah, bro, Cracker Barrel. Well, remember, bro, they got mad at Cracker Barrel because of the rebrand. But yeah, Cracker Barrel just came out of left field with like a crazy good earnings. And everyone is like, you know what? We like Cracker Barrel. You know, maybe we were a little over dramatic about the logo. But that being said, Dow Jones 17 in the red, 13 in the green. Dow down by 0.4. NASDAQ 50-50. 50 green, 50 red. NASDAQ down by 0.39. And then SPY down by 0.3. 285 green, 215 in the red. Trump live. Oh, wait, you guys did say that. Let's see with Trump. It's a good CPI. It's good. Bad jobs, good jobs, they sell it off. Then you have a CPI, not that bad. They overreact. I tell you, these people.
Apple's doing great. Still in the red here, but in green from the option we bought this morning.
You want me to cuss today? Your niece is listening? Honestly, that's very irresponsible of you. Okay. Don't go somewhere where it says, because it says viewer discretion, I believe. So that'd be very irresponsible for you to take your niece into a place where you know there's going to be cussing. So I would leave, brother. I would leave. I do the hand movements when I do Trump, yes. I even like pucker up my face. I haven't heard Path in a minute. I liked Path up until AI agents came around. And then we did good on it up until then the Reddit people, they kind of took it over. Remember, we had actually a really nice play on it. Trump, I thought Trump was already at one of the games. But yeah, he says Trump is going to be live at 7, which is right now, but I don't see him. Oh, signs the Secure America Act? That's an old one. All right, well, we'll see whenever it comes on live. Yeah, he should have been up. Elijah Lilly. Alright, now even Apple's gone green. And then we got Meta, so SPY new high. Again, you're above the CPI. SPY's about to go green. So again, so far, CPI has caused the rip. You're higher than the pre-market levels. Again, an interesting set of broadening out right now. It's actually really 50-50, almost across the board, but now you're starting to tilt positively. Small caps and Russell, they are doing a lot better.
Okay.
Not bad. Elijah, or see any other XLV? XLV's trying to come back up again. UNHCNC, they got washed there to start, but some of them are holding up. There's a couple live videos, but yeah, I don't see them. The premiums on CBOE keep going up, but like I'm saying, I think you need like a real, you need a real ripper above 300. I think that'll get some people hyped. I think I'd get hyped at it. And then where's software? Software again, that one kind of surprised me here to start. Kimberly quality. Oh wait, those old Kimberlys? If you have them, they're up. I have some free ones. I forgot about those. I'm gonna sell them. Yeah, if you have any free Kimberlys, those actually still are up. We played that a couple weeks ago. I made them free on the first pop, but I just had some free ones. Yeah, I mean, oil is, remember, oil, even this morning, yesterday, there's been some wicked oil moves, but it's not, the market has not been tied to it as much. Again, even saying we're going to restart the war, defensive attacks, I mean, that's oil is still sub 90. And then you guys saw, that's why I'm telling you, I mean, I think we need to talk about demand destruction, both in oil and energy, but like even in chips. You know, they say high prices, you know, the cure to high prices is high prices. And I don't know why we haven't even thought about that with AI. I mean, just think about what's happening here with some of this momentum. You know, we only started slowing down as prices kept going higher and higher. And what you've seen this last like week and a half, 2 weeks of oil, something is very different. Are you guys aware of that? So in the last 2 weeks, something is very different with oil. With how it's moving, what it's moving in response to, how it's affecting things, the correlation between oil and bond yields. It's literally kind of out of whack. And that's why we don't know the answer yet, but one potential answer you might have to seriously consider is demand destruction. This could be the first sign of that kind of showing up in different ways. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. DSY and HIMS? Well, DSY is one of those cheap stocks up a couple 100%. We saw a lot of those yesterday. Yeah, DSY, we're CBOE. I want to hit a new high, so it needs to go a little bit more. Just made it free. Thank you for the teaching. Amen, baby. Make it free is a very good strategy, Habibi. So much peace of mind. Does that mean prices will crater or spike? If you get real demand destruction, prices are cratering now in certain areas, but yeah, it would mean prices will go lower. But the problem is, where does demand destruction end? You don't want to see it start, because then that actually means you slow down. But then yeah, once it starts, you don't really know. But that's why, just some of these weird movements, and then again, you know, prices get so high, eventually they stop going high. It's like, yeah, something might have changed. Again, people's behavior and reaction to the prices, it may have actually had an impact. But that's, again, this is just a theory. It's just something I think you need to consider, just if this, like, weird detached moves start to occur. So again, it's like, just like watch the AI narrative. Imagine CapEx, everything keeps ramping up. but then AI just stops moving. The momentum stops moving. Now that I think is too early to tell, but oil is pretty much what you're watching happen. Which again, demand destruction is it's an answer. It's a potential answer. All right, man. Well, SPY's slowly working its way up here. Again, you are back to green now. I guess SPX is red barely. SPY is green. Dow is down by 0.3. NASDAQ has just gone green. Net is on the low. Interesting. Who was it yesterday? Okta. And then Elf, that one keeps running. And then Hood is still up 9. Palant chilling right at open. Lulu, where's Nikes? Some of the big sevens names already came down, so be careful. That's how yesterday started, if you guys remember. You know, again, you started having some of these high flyers move, and then all of a sudden they flipped. And then before, it was after we hit a high. So yeah, it's been about, what, 45 minutes? Not too bad, but still very early. A couple weed names on the high, more China, and now Google. There you go. At least you got one Mag 7 playing along. And now Dollar Tree, 3M, bro, 3M. Dog, we saw that first candle. Oh, I should have played that one. Dude, what the fuck happened to 3M? Dude, we saw that negative on the day. That one went crazy. TLT climbing, that's the other good part about this. Yeah, bonds are up. And even again, the dollar is down. It's at least not getting an uptick. That's calming down to a certain degree. It didn't fill me on all of them? Well, never mind. Boo. INHD suspended? Oh, they're higher on growth guidance during Wells Fargo presentation. That's what's going on with 3M. But yeah, there was a 1 center on 3M, but there was only one of them. So yeah. Womp, womp, womp. Alrighty. And Smuckers, Intuit another low. Clove is starting to move. Yeah, Intuit might go down here. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless Chattadonia and the cult. I hope your Wednesday's good. So far, hot CPI. Yeah, it could have been worse, but here we are reacting, getting over one of the event risks of this month. I will BRB.
Every girl contract free. Oh yeah, take my profit, let it be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather play free. There's a blessing I see. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Like the game and let it free. I'ma make the contract free. Like the game and let it free. I'ma make the contract free. I used to play for one more. Now I play what I approve. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get by. 'Cause I'm already paid my fee. Turn my stress to peace when I make that contract free. I'ma make the contract free. Take my profit, let it be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather play free. There's a blessing I see. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it free. I'ma make the contract free. I'ma make the contract free.
Trump thing went live, but he's not live yet. So I think we are going to get him early. Make the contracts free, baby. Make them free. It's good for you. It's good for you, Habibi. It's good. J&J. All right, a couple of the staples are going up. Nothing happening there. IDF sirens, Russia to sell stake in gold miners. California court judge in youth social media case denies Google and Meta motion seeking new trial. Oh, no, that's different than the New Mexico one. But yeah, we're still going to get that this week. Make the contracts free. So on the bad side, not bad though. Again, I still think today it could look completely different by the end of the day. I mean, it's either we still kind of keep this up, but you're still hugging the red and green, or we get one of these little turnarounds like yesterday. But for now, just pay attention to what's actually leading, what's actually lagging. Again, I do think financials got to pick up a little bit, but staples, they are starting to go. Like I was saying, the MOs, the Pepsi, those were a little rough in the morning, but they are starting to actually continue. And then drugs are doing good. Healthcare is kind of, it's green, but then in the middle. And then chips, actually, chips are barely red. And then IGV are barely green. Wow. The Clarity Act not going to pass if that matters to anybody. I know there's been some drama there. I don't know, man. They've been talking Clarity Act. Crypto don't go. Maybe no clarity may help them, you know? You never know, brother. You never know. Cisco, Oracle, CBOE. So again, the short-term CBOEs didn't move as much. There's just a wide spread. But anything with time on there actually did pretty good. So with things a little easier, next event is SpaceX. Technically, you got SpaceX, then ECB, and then Bank of Japan. So those are like the little events, and then the real like big event is going to be the Fed next week. But yeah, now after, I'd say though SpaceX though does show up on the volatility calendar, because SpaceX, again, it's going to be a lot of supply. We're going to see how people react to that. And then again, if SpaceX though is good, has good demand, we absorb the supply, it gets people going back into the sympathies, or literally the SpaceX demand starts leading to other stocks getting bought, you know, that could help us out there. And then again, watch like dollar and bonds. So like that's the part of today. Again, CPI is above 4, which is a bad signal because now that means if at any point we start to decline, I mean, that would correlate very high with where the CPI is. But just notice today, you know, bonds went up even though the CPI came in a little higher. And then you also have the dollar not go up as much. So it's like any of these events, SpaceX, ECB, this is kind of what we want to watch for, where eventually one of these events, if they snap the dollar or bonds, you'll see the reaction. But if we're able to brush it off, you might be watching what you're seeing now. Well, yeah, the next big event will be SpaceX, and then the real like big macro event is going to be Kevin Warsh and the Fed. Japan. I'm not worried about. I wouldn't be worried about Japan until the rates go down. But what Japan is going to contribute this week will be alongside the ECB, just higher global rates as these central banks decide to raise rates. And again, that's kind of what the Americans are worried about, right? We're worried about rates going higher. If we get a rate hike, and then meanwhile, you're going to have these other countries that are going to be raising rates. The global rate regime will be higher by the end of this week, even if everything we do is fine. And that's because of those two events. Yeah, Bill Gates is testifying. We were talking about homeboy the other day. I don't know. That'll be an interesting one. Patent Holiday, Department of War is offering a no-fee evaluation license to evaluate federal technology before committing to full commercialization. Buy now, pay later, government. You could try now, pay later, brother. Come, try our robotic defense system. Have you ever tried laser discombobulation? Oh, yeah. Try before you buy, brother. Try before you buy. Make sure your enterprise war needs are right for your business. Thank you. SpaceX flops, it could rotate down. It could. So that's why I said on the video yesterday, I mean, that's kind of even today. That's what you're looking for right now, what you want to look for. And like we said yesterday, I mean, you guys realize the most amount of puts ever were bought on QQQ on Friday. So now you went from nobody buying puts at all to all of a sudden everybody just bought puts. So you have everybody buying puts, but that's why what I'm looking for by the end of now this event and then Mr. Kevin Warsh, we want to see if rotation is the new put. Because eventually people might stop buying puts, and they did for a little bit. Because again, if the market just bounces up like this and then the puts go to zero, you have a better risk to reward. Risk to reward. I love war. I do too. But risk to reward by just rotating the laggards rather than buying puts.
That have to be managed on-prem often, so you maintain the sovereignty of your own data. That is not valuable. That is excruciatingly valuable. Then you have, how do you manage that?
This is Alex Carp from the
other things. Those things are very valuable and durable. Then you have FDEs and large language models. Most FDEs are just throwing people at a problem that anyone else can solve. If you can manage, so those, some are valuable, some are worthless. Free code is essentially very easy. So you have very different, but in any case, what you see in crucial situations in Russia, in the Middle East, or in Ukraine, Middle East, where you have to bring home people safely and where your adversary has to be dismantled, and that adversary the Persians and the Russians and the CCP are exceedingly talented technical people in various different ways with very unique and historically viable ways of fighting. So you're not going up against an adversary that's just going to lay down. When you have to do that, you have to bring your unique way of doing something enhanced with things no one else has. Those things now are infrastructure, software, Foundry, Apollo, and large language models that we are producing managed by us. It is the combination that is legal. By the way, you see this in U.S. commercial. And the interesting thing about what's going on in the world right now, so domestically, is you have essentially a really important, uniquely American movement called Frontier Labs. the way we think about this actually is just philosophically and technically wrong. Philosophically, it's wrong because it's not doomer versus not doomer. It's a hyper-religion of hyper-optimism. They believe all problems, present, past, and future, including the ones they create but don't acknowledge they create, are going to be solved by them, including human nature, disparities, and then on the infrastructure side, enterprises are just fed up because they know this doesn't actually work this way and it's not working. And that basically drives our commercial business. On the government side, we are super pro-American, super pro-West.
You've always said that.
Yeah.
You've always done that. I do wonder, though, how you protect the company from getting politicized. I mean, you've worked with administrations in both parties before, but especially, when it comes to this war, which is unpopular, and the Democrats have been fighting it, how you avoid making Palantir a target in the midterm elections or the next presidential election.
I don't want to be positively overly naive. We are trying, I am trying, sometimes with success, sometimes without, to move people. The AI infrastructure revolution is a unique opportunity for America because we've developed almost all of it first. However, it cannot be discussed in blue-red terms. Like currently, the biggest danger to America is, it's like people are like, oh, this guy agrees with me politically, therefore he's right. This woman disagrees with me politically, there. Like, this is a massive, massive revolution, and there is
This is
an
Alex Karp,
I've been running
the
around
Lancer
telling
CEO.
people for the last 6 months in private and somewhat in public,
The
the
nationalization.
nationalization is coming.
Yeah.
And the reason why it's coming is you can't do a blue-red debate. This is a massive revolution, and it's going to, there's opportunities only America has, and there are dangers in this revolution. And for example, I got in trouble for not saying we would have a draft. I wasn't saying that. I was saying we're in a
Some people think you were advocating for
well,
draft.
what I was saying is we're in a massive time of dislocation. And in dislocation, we have to find ways to come together as a culture.
Rubric
And
coming up. That was
the
one
case
from
of Silicon
yesterday.
Valley that everyone thinks we're going to magically like each other because there's abundance and no one has a job. Unless we're ending history. In fact, it's actually very much the opposite. We're going to have massive resources, but they're going to disproportionately go to people who are already wealthy. Okay, that is a political problem. You can't just say, oh, we're all going to have more, therefore we're happy. Okay, well, we're not at the end.
What should the industry do about it?
We have to be frontal about there are issues that are real and getting worse. Like
Web 7's all starting to dump right now.
Even though
You got a couple names and Oracle and other software, but
You're still a card-carrying progressive?
No, the question is not whether I'm progressive. The question is whether some progressives are progressive. I am progressive. I want poor people to have better lifestyle, higher standard of living, all poor people. I got in trouble for mentioning that, 37% of our GDP is female. 50% of Americans, 52 roughly, are female. There's a dislocation there. 67% of people who have gone into graduate school are female. These parts of the market are going to be put under massive pressure. It doesn't help to pretend we're not going to have these problems. In fact, the progressive position is progressive because you speak about problems. Like, okay, so we can protect our workforce. Can we protect our workforce and have migration the way we used to? Can we protect our workforce by teaching people the same skills we used to in the past? We have a massive program at Palantir to help neurodivergent, not because I'm particularly a good person on that score. I mean, I am dyslexic, and some people think I'm neurodivergent, but because those people are particularly valuable for our economy. And what made someone come to America? From all over the world.
crude oil inventory is minus 7.2 million. Estimate was minus 3 million.
But in any case, yes. But the point is, we have to somehow get everybody around, people who totally get, it's like when Bernie Sanders says, I'm going to take 50%. Okay, you know
You
what?
think that's actually going to happen?
I'll give you, if we keep going, Bernie Sanders, you know how people don't think I'm progressive? In 2 years, they're not going to think Bernie Sanders is progressive. They're going to be like, Bernie Sanders, you only want 50%? What is this 50%?
That's where you think we're headed as a country?
We're absolutely headed in that direction, and we're headed in that direction simply because the most important, leaving the tech aside, which is also driving it, the most important political decisions in this country are going to be driven by, do you understand AI? Do you understand what it's doing? And as importantly, are we going to tell the American people, don't believe your lying eyes? Like politicians in the past have done this, it does not work. The American people are really wondering what is going to happen to them. And the answers aren't all good or bad. And then they can't also...
Do you see mass job losses?
It's not the job loss, the thing that is mass needing to retrain and retool and do things differently. By the way, this is an incredibly important American advantage, as I spent half my life in Europe. If you just said, what are the advantages they have, what are the advantages we have, the biggest advantage we have is our dynamism, our ability to change, our ability to rebuild. But we're going to have to use that advantage because the
By
jobs
going
of the
a
past
little
are going to be
lower,
very
a couple
different
things on the low
than the
ticker,
jobs of the
oil's even
future,
ticking
and we're
up,
all gonna
and
have to
LNG
change,
again.
and that's going to
Again, you
disproportionately
just
affect
had
people, and we
bad oil
and then we
numbers
need
come
a
out.
common purpose. What is our common purpose? And that's something that we're really struggling with. And when you have these struggles, people go to the far right and the far left, and they're very charismatic. We should not make the mistake Europe has made by not addressing these things. And then the only people who win politically are people who may not know what they're talking about, but are very charismatic because they're addressing a real issue. And in this case, the real issue is Americans are afraid. And by the way, the other real issue, and I'll just talk about somebody, I've spent 20 years in enterprise. We work with the most important governments. We are controversial, quite frankly, because we power every single Western power that's at war.
Yeah.
And by the way,
You're
we're
proud
also
of that.
you know why we're also controversial? They have capacities they didn't have in the past, and our adversaries hate that.
I know, you continue to make that point.
But the commercial thing, enterprises are also unhappy. You know, it's not just the man and woman on the street that is unhappy with the Frontier Labs. It's in private, every single enterprise we deal with. And we have this thing inside Palantir, it's somewhat controversial, but we keep debating, should we pay people to go to large language model companies before they come to us? Because people come out of there screaming, saying, this could never work for me. They don't understand the enterprise. They don't care about my enterprise. They want a token max.
Okay, so you're getting to the heart of it, because I think the biggest question around Palantir right now on Wall Street is whether the large language models, the Anthropics and the AIs, which are about to go public, can replicate what you're doing.
You know what? It's a real question that no one in enterprise factually is worried. Like, you know, the investors are really interested. Short term have no idea what they're talking about. Long term end up being right. But we will just debate this with the facts. You know, I've spent all my life, for better or worse, dealing with the most complicated, most interesting enterprises. I'm on the ground floor of that, probably like no one else.
And they don't, you're saying?
I mean, most of them are chillaxing over their latte, reading a report about something that they don't understand the technical capacity about.
But they're hiring the kind of engineers that you have.
And those kind of engineers are great engineers. And I'm telling you, they don't talk to the enterprises or don't understand the technical challenge. And also, by the way, the ability to be a great investor.
Long term always
and the kind of where those that's where large language models are more useful, because it's probabilistic, and you don't have to get better than really 51%. If you want to manufacture a car and you need a part, or you want to send a rocket to the moon, or you want to put a missile on your adversary's head and bring home Americans safely, that stuff doesn't ship. And by the way, and there's not a single high-end enterprise like that that would ever put. By the way, that's before you get to the cultural.
So that little dip there was like energy and a couple of others, but then you hit VWAP, Marvel, Micron, SanDisk, they're still going. Even IGV still on the high.
Because tomorrow you're going to go away and all of your problems
Tether,
are going to be
Amazon,
solved.
and NVIDIA invest in fundraising deal that values Neura at $7 billion Financial Times.
I mean, it's a complete farce. Like, the people who go there to solve the simplest, easiest problems that sell tokens. And the part they don't understand, honestly, and I told them this, I probably shouldn't, is they don't understand how unlikable they are. So the product doesn't actually work the way.
They don't understand how unlikable they are.
And you got to overcome the fact that you may not realize outside of Sam. Like, actually, I'm not even saying I find them unlikable, because actually some of the best and most interesting conversations I've had in business are like hanging out with some of them. Sam, Dario, others. I mean, these are high, you know, like you talk to Dario, it's a great time. And he does.
We were together at AIG.
Yeah,
I was going to ask: is Anthropic, are they friend or foe? Are they competitor?
Well, no. Again, I mean, most of the things they talk about in public are running on Palantir. So it's like, now, at this scale, we're a nation state. Basically, they are like we are. And he is the frontier person of the leading frontier model company currently, and he's gone from being way behind to being ahead. And he's a very, very important person. And I'll tell you, he believes what he's saying. I just would say that, put this way, he believes all problems I think, and I impute him, or believes all problems of the current, present, and future, are transitionary to a perfect future. I believe that we need heaven on earth, not heaven in 20 years. And we disagree on these things, but doesn't mean that, it's like, we don't agree on other things. It's like, they agree on certain national security, we disagree. It's not as simple as agree, disagree, bad, good. These are some of the more interesting, important people in the world. I'm
Oil's
betting
still
heavily,
climbing too.
and my customers
Again, Celsius off the bottom. That's up 4% now.
It is
I keep saying the high
not
ticker.
that large language models aren't crucial for the world. It's just the implementation is where the value is, certainly in the next 7 years. And if you want to ask me what's going to happen in 10 years, I don't know. But, the risk of a pathogen destroying us is probably as high as...
Is that why you guys are working so much on healthcare right now?
Well, the thing is, these low probability events that shape the world are often underestimated. And they are, again, these are not like, these are events that require software infrastructure, implementation, ontology, and large language models. As an example, if you have a deadly pathogen come into this country, the signs of this are going to be very similar to the signs of finding somebody moved a truck by 2 centimeters, and that means they're going to attack.
WCT up 115. This
is only possible. And then the security around it, which people often underestimate that we do, which is the bedrock of the reason why Palantir is indispensable. It's like, you can't just use data sets in this environment. Each single data set, you can think of as each single micro part of the data set has to be its own sovereign data set. So this whole move you get of what part of the data is sovereign, you can think of it, we do that at the millimeter level. Like, which part of the attribute is sovereign to the person? What can be shared? What can be imputed? What can't be imputed? What can't be generalized and shared? What has to be shared? Which experts can see what, under what conditions? Is the measurement accurate? How long is the measurement accurate? Under what conditions is it accurate? Who does the implementation? Do they have the clearance? All these things,
That's what you're working on.
all those things have to be modeled and done in a platform that's been doing this. By the way, the cyber threat, like, you can't just run large language models. You actually,
Spotify.
how do you patch what you find?
That one's still going. The candle's got a little bigger.
Is the software
That's
you
what
run?
the CrowdStrike in Palo Alto's are saying.
How do you, and if you could do all that, how do you have the accreditation to work on a secure network?
XLE is climbing, energy names.
You've never actually done that before, you
SMCI
have
on
no
the
idea
low
what's
still.
involved,
They
and
did an
you need the
offering this
accreditation
morning.
to do it.
So they're not a cure-all. Finally, Alex, I did want to ask you about SpaceX because it's going public this week as well. And I know you've partnered with them on proposals like the Golden Dome missile protection, and you are working on AI operating, I think, as it relates to space. So I'm just curious how you view that area.
I'm very optimistic for the future. I root for every entrepreneur. I'm rooting for Elon.
The food plays are doing great
we
today.
partner in some areas and probably don't compete in others. But it's, look, when a massive IPO, first of all, we're so blessed in this country. Like, okay, so, I spent half my life in Germany. If there was an IPO, DPO, or anything at like the $120 billion range, the whole country would be jumping up and down. Here we have a country where it's like, appears to be one of the largest, if not the largest, IPO ever. It's super cool technology, things that no one else have done. And I think most Americans, and certainly I hope all entrepreneurs, are rooting for success.
And space, are you bullish on space? Are you guys doing stuff there?
Well, again, it's very similar to these other debates. People underestimate, it's like bullish on space if the person doing it knows what they're doing. Bullish on Elon and space, yes. Bullish on space, no idea.
Okay. Alex Karp, thank you very much.
Thank
it was
you.
Really, always good to talk to you.
Yeah, you're
I
in
think we
great
covered a
demand.
lot. Thank you.
Great demand.
Alex
Great
Karp,
demand. I'm glad I
CEO
got
and
on here.
founder,
Bye.
Of Palantir. Really defending the company, Carl, against, I think, some of the narratives that we talk about and hear about on Wall Street, especially when it comes to the AI software, where there's been this rotation out of it, and names like Palantir into the infrastructure plays and potentially the LLMs here.
Great stuff, Sarah. Thank you.
Great stuff, Sarah. All right, well, that's Palantir. We're supposed to get the president, but yeah, I don't know. I've heard many times on this one so far. Other than that, we're still holding up slightly above CPI. Again, a couple of rotations in play. I mean, once again, staples, a little bit of healthcare, mainly drugs, and then financials. But yeah, all your Mag 7 is down, and we're kind of here in an awkward middle. I mean, you haven't gone lower, although it feels like you're going higher. I mean, you're just hugging Friday's low. So again, this little box we've been in since last week, I mean, it still remains here as we get to the middle. But yeah, we have a long time ahead of us still. But you haven't gotten any crazy headlines except for any of the data in the morning. A couple of plays started moving. Again, just I think it's more industry-based than not. So keep your eyes out for that one. Palant, bro. I don't know. That was I feel like we've had more entertaining ones from him, but that was kind of chill. Kind of chill. Besides the fact it's Palantir, and Palantir. That's I don't know. When did it start? I think people were chill with Palantir. Then I want to say like a couple months ago, people like my sister all of a sudden were like, "Fuck Palantir." But yeah, I feel like Palantir was under the radar for a really long time, and then it wasn't. Is China still up? It is. They actually held 1.8. Oh, it was the flock cameras? That would make sense, actually. I've been hearing a lot about that. How hype it is to hear "Let us get into the plays again." I think I don't we say that every day on the watch list? What's up, bro? Where you been at? Shark Ninja. High Ticker's doing good. Again, there's staples, a little bit of broadening out. I mean, let's get a checkup here. I'd assume it's either 50-50. You might even have a slight tilt to the upside. Dow Jones, 16 red, 14 in the green. NASDAQ, 52 green, 49 in the red. And then SPY 280 green, 215 in the red. So the numbers are actually still all the same. Tesla's on the low. Again, I've kept up Oracle. They have earnings today. Am I buying SpaceX? We're going to see. It all just depends on how the IPO comes out. So again, I think it's coming out Friday. I thought we were going to hear about it a little bit more tomorrow, but I think it prices tomorrow, and then by Friday we should be able to trade it. But yeah, it just depends on the premium, what it comes out at, how much the demand. I mean, we've been hearing a lot of people talk about 4 times oversubscribed, but yeah, you just need that to like actually show up when the IPO comes out. And then again, depending on the price, I mean, that will dictate how the demand shows up. Tesla. Was CPI 4.2 normal? No, I think it's negative. Like I'm saying, the CPI before it triggers a lot of things where, one, every time the market has been above 4, I mean, the market has done bad with a 4% CPI on headline. And then now, the unemployment rate's at 4.3. It came in at 4.2. So that's a 0.1% gap. But usually, when the rate inflation is higher than unemployment, that's usually an environment that the Fed tightens rates. That's the real negative part about it. So you still got a little bit of range. It hasn't gone negative, but all in all, it wasn't. I don't think the CPI at 4. It's not a good thing. The fact that the CPI didn't come in a lot higher. Again, some people were thinking it could have went 4.2 to 4.4. It could have even went as high as I think the highest estimate was 4.8. So just the fact that it didn't blow out kept people calm. I mean, it just kept us at the lows. That's why it may feel like it's a good reaction, but I mean, I don't think we've actually advanced too much. And then again, there was Core, it wasn't that bad, and the other stuff, but generally, I would take it as a soft negative today. And that's why we got to see, again, where does the dollar and the bond settle after all of this? Intuit, no. I mean, I might buy Intuit, but we're waiting. Yeah, we already have some growth, but I like Intuit a lot. I mean, it just keeps going lower. That's why it's very fascinating. But yeah, I haven't bought it yet, but I like it. Japan Taikaichi to declare 100% crude oil substitution in July, securing U.S. producers and others. And then SPY at VWAP. Again, Tesla just flushed. I mean, watch the rest of the Mag 7. Again, they were dumping a little bit. You got Meta near the low. Google came down. I don't think Amazon's at the low. Apple's at the low. Where's NVIDIA? NVIDIA hasn't moved. Again, chips are actually decent, even though Micron's in the low. But yeah, the chip index is, I guess, down still. And then Coca-Cola, Pepsi, those staples are starting to take off again. I mean, even Walmart came up a little bit. MO. Plant's starting to move. Yeah, I mean, oil I'm not too worried about. Again, oil's at 90 bucks. So oil's near the better part, if anything. And again, I think that's why the last 2 weeks, oil has just kind of ignored everything. Again, the correlation even between oil and rates is non-existent. But yeah, if anything, I think we got to deal with the war stuff in and of itself. But now, again, things like CPI, the actual policy, the Fed, these are the things that, you know, again, you're not going to get saved or destroyed by headlines or whatever True Social says. That's why I think the market's responding to it a little bit more individually and focused on it rather than, you know, again, like, think about it. Today's headlines, oil spiking up. This happened a couple weeks ago. You would have had a way different reaction. Again, vice versa too. Oil comes down to 88 bucks. You would have taken that way more positive in another week. Oil names are coming up: PBR, Chevron, EOG, KMI, a lot of others, and then staples too climbing. Finally catching them. Oh, well, welcome, my friend. Welcome. This week has been this week's been a little chill. Again, today's probably been our biggest day with the data. Last couple days we've kind of been going back and forth between these sell-off zones, but yeah, I mean, this is there's a lot of potential ways June can go, and these little catalysts and steps we're going through, they are going to determine them. Metals are down because of the war headlines. That's reacting to it. And then again, too, I mean, you still have some of the broader situation, but they both silver and gold closed below their 200-day. That hasn't happened since like 2022. And then you get the war headline mixed in with kind of, again, the macro situation, still relatively the same, but now you have a 4% CPI, which is not good. They put in any numbers on the CPI? Well, if they were, that's what I said, if they were going to rig it, it would have came in below 4. That could have happened. It could have just came in right at 4. So 4.2 is just, again, it could have been worse. That's how Wall Street's interpreting that reaction. But like I'm telling you guys, just like look at the market though. Like you're still like in this CPI range. It's not as if like I'm not quick to say it was a very, very good report. Like we're at the lows of Friday, which was a 4% sell-off. So I think it chilled people out for a little bit, but generally, I mean, now that environment is getting solidified where, you know, again, you have higher inflation. It's high enough now where it could actually start to threaten financial conditions, and we're going to see how people actually respond to that. But now, again, dollar and bonds, we still need more of a decisive move there. But yeah, I wouldn't get fooled by kind of some of this pre-market action. F1, yeah, no, it can be very, very good. Like if you get the FO, like if Mr. Warsh, if he comes in, is not super hawkish, and then he comes off very confident, and that like he's the man for the job, doesn't box himself in, if he could explain it very well, that would be great. I think that would be a lot of bullishness. But then, yeah, if he fucks it up or comes out too hawkish, that could be very negative. But yeah, and the thing I was saying yesterday is that just keep in mind June. So it's not unusual, like, you'll see when a month starts, man, like you will fluctuate around where the beginning of the month open. So the fact that we've already dropped like 6% to start off, I mean, you're going to fluctuate big in June. So we're going to have a lot of opportunity. It's just going to come in waves, and it's going to depend on some of these other things. So I would get ready for it. I think we're going to have a lot of back and forth, but it's going to happen again through events like today, the FOMC. That's what's going to start guiding us, really. Alrighty. Well, SPY, these are the futures. Iran missile charge strike Israeli airbase. You got oil moving a little bit. Again, we're right at VWAP here. Again, just kind of holding first move of the morning. It's not, so I'm saying you got a little bit of, could have been worse, but I don't even think any of these moves are crazy. Again, that rotation is very hard to ignore. Staples, financials, healthcare, some of these industries going up. I mean, that's what I would be paying attention to. Low ticker's picking up, though. Again, he just did the VWAP dance, and now low ticker just started to spike. Nearly 100 ships have used Jones Act waivers, Energy Secretary. He's testifying live. Where is a Donald, man? We're supposed to have a Donald. Who's the other one? Clove. Man, more food plays, dude. Habibi, yeah, XLV's actually break even, but you have Humana up, the rest down. And then Staples, that one's starting to get, like, clear. It just sucks. You had that back and forth on some of those plays. They didn't look as obvious in the morning. But yeah, I think Staples are leading 1.2. Financials came back down. So other than that, I mean, you have IGV up, and then you have chips down, and then Staples are the leader. I gave you the checkup. And then energy's another part. That's another couple hundred names contributing to that. Yeah, energy, communications, and then healthcare. And then consumers. Consumer non-durables. Japan, no. Japan's not, again, just the fact they're raising rates, again, you're going to get, by the end of this week, global rates will be higher because of ECB in Japan. But Japan itself and them raising rates is not an issue. As long as they do it slowly. If you haven't been following Japan, and I don't know if you guys are aware of this, Japan does not raise and lower rates in quarter percentage points anymore. So instead of going by a quarter point, they go 0.1. That's how they've gotten this. That's how the rates have gotten so high in Japan without triggering anything. They're going at pretty much half the pace. So as long as they raise the rates gradually, they wait, they're not doing anything. Again, it's the whole volatility concept. It's like I'm telling you guys with bonds. Like if the bonds climb up slowly, that's not really that bad. Although a new nominal high would be bad, as long as bonds aren't volatile, as long as it's not going quickly, fast. Because again, when things go fast, you move fast, you're going to break things fast. And then, hard time to adjust. So essentially, that's kind of what happened with Japan. is that they're not doing it volatile. The rates are going up, but it's not volatile. So that's what's allowing, pretty much them to get away with raising rates and changing their policy. It's so gradual. It's so slow. It's not able to cause the panic that we've seen out of Japan at other times. So that's why I keep telling you guys, I would be more worried about, I'd be more worried when Japan cuts the rates. When Japan starts panicking and lowering rates, that's where you're going to have a problem. But this gradual move up is very, very negligible. That's how they're getting away with high rates without massive volatility. SPY coming down. Trump declared he'll deliver an emergency speech at 5:30 p.m. Is that different than the first one we're getting? After close. Marvel. I'm not good at buying stocks at all-time highs. So usually I'm not the guy to ask for that. All right, well, SPY, you're getting back into open, which I believe we are back into the CPI range. Correct. And then again, staples are still going. Yeah, you're right now pretty much after the first candle and even where we took off from open. This is where we were at CPI. It does kind of look a little like yesterday. Yesterday was quicker, though. That's the thing. Yesterday was extremely fast. So, yeah, 750. We were already breaking through the lows by 750. But, yeah, it's moving, but just doing it probably like an hour delayed from yesterday. That's like a frog in a boiling pot. Yeah, that's why I'm telling you when the frog dies. So when the rates come down in Japan, that's how you know the frog is dead. But until then, I'm telling you, this piece of advice would have saved you at least a year and a lot of stress. Because ever since last year, everyone keeps like, Japan rates, the yen carry trade. Oh my gosh, Japan. And people have spent a lot of time on it, but like I've been saying this whole time, I would ignore it until the rates come down. That way you don't have to get caught up with false signals. You don't have to overreact or even underreact. But yeah, it's the frog dies once the rates come down in Japan. But till then, it'll just be this gradual move up. Don't be fooled. SPY's coming down a little harder. Oil even at the high. That's the irony. So when we were moving earlier, this was all pre-market. We were a little lower. But yeah, oil was still actually down ahead of the CPI. So now you're literally correlating with low intraday low with high intraday high here on oil. I like Pfizer for the long term. It sucks that it's kind of up. We're down on it on one position, and I don't really like it in near the 26s. But, I mean, I have a position on it. I could build around it. And, I mean, push came to shove. If that was one of the only ones remaining, I would buy it. Yeah, but even Brent crude's coming up right now. Again, a lot of oil, energy, and staples, though, too, and communications. AT&T, Verizon, again, there's MO, XLP, the Pepsi. All the staples are starting to go now. Yeah, gold. I think gold's down like 4. Yeah, gold's down 3.3. Silver even took that one, too. They're not down as much, but they're still both washed. And then TLT, it stopped going up. I mean, TLT might go negative. Had a little bit of gains, and then see if the dollar is climbing on. Dollar's about to go green. That's what I was saying earlier. As long as the dollar wasn't moving, that was kind of, it helped support this little relief we got. But yeah, all it took was 3 minutes, and then it starts climbing up again. You grab some into it for the long term. Good work. Hey man, I'm glad you're buying something down. You know, I really do. It's better to hear that than, you know, asking to buy something at the all-time highs. So just make sure you plan around it. Again, remember, even Oracle was a good play, but we went down on Oracle shortly after. So, you know, as long as you plan around it, give yourself that 10-year time. I think it's I don't think that's a bad company. I really, really do not. TRV. BLS nominee Masimoto. Some issue leading to large jobs revisions could be issue with statistical models. Or? All right, SPY still going down. Low ticker is almost fully maxed out. I mean, that was the signal yesterday. You still got value plays going up. That's the crazy part. In Kimberly, bro. Yeah, dude, like, so if this thing goes above 102, it hasn't been above 102 all quarter. Aye. Bitcoin inversing. Cardinal Health, another one of those. Clove. It's weird. Some of them are up, some of them are down. Netflix pop. CRM. Yeah, Netflix is coming up, man. Especially as the market went down. This is what we want to see. His lagging might come back. His inverse ability. That'd be nice. But yeah, because they were down earlier while we were going up, but then market takes reds. Netflix starts climbing. It's good to see. CRM and now. I think CRM's lower. Now is just, it's still up like 20-30% from the last time. I like ServiceNow. I just don't like that the prices moved a lot in the short run. And then even as ServiceNow is at the bottom, we talked about it. ServiceNow is a lot like Oracle. It's just overvalued. Even at $80, ServiceNow is trading at a heavy premium. But so yeah, but now, I mean, at this point, I don't care if I miss it. Because I don't want to buy a play that's up 30-40% off the bottom. CRM came back down, but CRM, you just need a good earnings. But CRM has been like a multiple. That's been a year-to-date loser 2 times in a row, 2 years in a row. But yeah, it's tied to software, big company. I don't think CRM's disappearing, but price-wise, that's a better one. It's just going to be a little slower. Tesla. Again, Microsoft's actually holding up good. And then Palantir, is that still climbing? That chart looks so choppy. Got a nice dividend on the way. I love it. Make sure you reinvest all your dividends. Dividend reinvestment plan. It's one of the best things. NVO. It is. Again, there was something on semaglutide, and then we've heard from Eli Lilly. And they got clapped. Again, Netflix on the high. So it's actually, yeah, Netflix is starting to do it, bro. Let me see the premiums. Let's see, it had a little bit more. If Netflix gets really bad, it hits 78, but it could bounce from here. That's good. Let's see if this holds up. But that's exactly what you want to see. We want to see Netflix kind of go into its own little world. Netflix still going. A couple LNG names. So again, that kind of preceded some of the oil moves. Should you get locked in? If you don't know how to trade, I would not. Then CBOE. Yeah, well, CRM's just a recovery story. That's what we talked about. That's why it was so surprising when it moved that one time, even though there wasn't really earnings. But yeah, that is kind of what you need. Yeah, Netflix still going. KWeb's already been up, and then Staples, XLP. A lot of those are going up. Do you need a margin to buy spreads? You do. Because a spread requires shorting an option. So yeah, you will need that. If you get a dividend, you want to put it into a lagger. Oh, I think you misinterpreted. This is not a discussion. This is not a conversation. These are rules. So your bad advice to everybody else is not. This is not what we were not saying. Hey, anybody have an idea to? So no, brother, no. Dividend reinvestment all the time. That is part of your 10-year plan. Google Gemini expanding in Chrome to users in Latin America. Remember they were going to spin off that shit? What happened to Opera? XE, isn't that? Oh, that was the IPO from the other day. That one's energy. I guess where's Quantinium? Amazon AWS is now ready for customized performance on agentic AI period. That's the other thing we talked about last night. Just keep in mind, I mean, you know, one part of this whole like AI trade is if we get a new AI vertical, a new layer of AI. I don't know if you guys, you know, think about it. We talked about it this year. I told you guys that the whole agents thing, and remember agents, Claudebot, we were talking about that being the bubble. And think about it, that caused a bunch of AIs. You keep hearing about agentic AI now, the bots. That's been the whole wave this year. That's been the new like product layer. So that's what I'm saying. Keep that. That's something we haven't really thought about too much, even though we just got one. But whether it's the next 6 months or not, we are going to hear about we may hear about a new layer, a new edition of what they're doing now with AI, because that's what gave us a tailwind this year. You know, just, I mean, imagine what this year would look like if there wasn't agentic AI, if people weren't hyping up these bots and all that other stuff. It would be a little different, but now, you know, that gave it a decent amount of tailwinds, increased some spending, and got people excited about a lot of different things. You want to buy into it, but deep in software. Well, that's good awareness on your part, bro. You have no idea. I respect it. Because, like, a lot of people don't really observe that. Where it's like, if you already have a lot of software, then yeah, you're right. I would hesitate towards buying more software, even if it's a really good price. Again, if it gets good enough, it's hard to ignore. But yeah, if you already have a lot of growth in software, the wise move down the line, and even right now, would be to position for some of those value names. Trump, just on board of funding. Radical left Democrats are trying to take our national security. I've named William Pulte to be acting D&I chair. Take over June 19th and execute the immediate and needed downsizing of the office. FISA 702, very important. America 250, if nothing is done, this important law will expire this week. Now you got a Trump True Social. Dividend reinvestment. It's in the original video, but the whole idea, and like we've done this with every single account, but the whole idea is that, you know, for all the dividend stocks, you want to turn on automatic dividend reinvestment. So then that way, every time you get paid a dividend, you immediately buy the stock. It does it automatically. So yeah, you can, sometimes there's slippage. You may not get the best deal, but for sake of consistency and growing it, I believe all of you should reinvest your dividends for the first 10 years. Because then that way, every time you get paid in a stock, it goes right back into it. And then that way, over time, you're able to, it's literally increasing your dividend amount, and then it helps you compound. And if the stock does good, you have a bigger position. So that's what we've done. Again, it's been amazing. Like MO. And remember, too, this has been like part of it. Because like I was showing you guys yesterday, like Intel is down 30% from the high. So you would think our portfolio would have suffered a little more. But just remember, this thing's pretty diversified. That's what I was looking at it the other day. I'm like, you still got MO, Abivai, Spotify, IRM, JP Morgan. So, you know, a couple positions will be the same size as Intel. It balances out, but like every single one of these, yeah, that's why we have certain plays with like, they have decimals, because these are all dividend reinvestments. So like MO is a great example. You could see it. We bought 2 shares, and then you see 0.03, 0.04, that's the dividend. And then I buy 5, my dividend goes up to 1.3. So yeah, here's the crazy part is that like over the years, you could see it now, like after we build the position, I'm getting back about like almost 1 share a quarter. Again, if the stock price doubles, That's what happened here. Same dividend. I didn't increase the position, but the stock price went up 50%. But the whole idea is that you're adding to your position. So in this like 2 years, I haven't added to MO, but based on the dividend, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 dividends. How many shares is that? 1.5, 3, 4, 4, 2, 4, 8, 5, 2, about six shares extra that we've gotten. So then again, you're getting your return. We're making our 5 or 9% yield, and then we're putting it right back into the stock. SPY is going lower on this explanation. And then again, Staples still going up. Low ticker kind of fully maxed out. Yeah, NVIDIA, that was a good call out. NVIDIA started to slip, and then AMD, and then the rest of the chip makers. Dividends are 50 every 3 months. It's a joke unless you have millions in the stock. I mean, you could say the same thing about working out. You go to the gym, you can't bench press 250. The gym is only for strong people. You should never work out. So that's, I do not despise the days of small beginnings. These dividends are nothing. They're very, very small, but what we've shown over the last couple of years, so that portfolio I was showing you, remember, we started with $200 a month, and then we raised our income. Now it's at $330 a month. But that portfolio in dividends, even though it's nothing, it's not, I mean, again, $30, $50 a month, it's not, doesn't seem like much, but the crazy part is that this portfolio brings in $700 a year. Now, again, I mean, you could make way more on an option, you could lose more. Doesn't seem like a lot of money. But considering what we are saving, $300 a month, we now have 2 months of deposits coming back into the portfolio doing nothing. So that's just off of buying dividends and holding them and reinvesting. So now, even though I save 12 months a year, after the dividends, I actually get 14. So again, it's small, but then again, what do you think is going to happen in 5 years, in 10 years, 15 years? 20 years. That's why if you're young and you start your dividends now and reinvest, oh, you're gonna, it's all small, but oh man, compounding is a insane thing. Slow motion's better than no motion. Woo! Well, there's been no news for that. We just kind of, again, slipping this rotation low-key. And then kind of getting back to the CPI level. I was just telling you, I was like, unfortunately, the CPI, it was good that it didn't go much higher than 4.2. But it wasn't like, wow, we've dodged every bullet. No, it's still kind of putting us in this awkward situation. Well, yeah, and enough time to divvy. That's like, so even MO, that's the crazy part. Because, like, that position, it's up a lot, but we've held it for a while. Like, we've gotten, I think, so we're up 60% on the stock, but with how long we've held it and reinvested the dividend, we've already gotten, like, 30, 40% of our initial investment back. So, again, after enough time, I mean, worst case, dividends will just give you your money back. But, oh, man, if you ever get a good one, I mean, IRM, Abivi, JP Morgan, those are dividend names where they're giving us monthly income or quarterly income, but then they've also doubled. So yeah, but I'm telling you, the love of dividends has died down lately, but it's one of the biggest things that I love. I think we need to focus on it more, because that's the thing. 5, 10, 15 years from now, I mean, you could actually build something pretty silly. You'd be surprised what some passive income could do for you. Google now selling off. Remember, Google was actually up. So yeah, Google was kind of it's all Mag 7 is in the gutter right now. Meta, Amazon, Google, I mean, even Apple. It's XLP straight up. So again, watch if any of those names start to kick up, but I see a lot on the high ticker. I mean, again, literally stocks down, Kimberly straight up. Oil stopped moving, but yeah, you're just kind of unwinding. You're unwinding some of the earlier gains of this morning, and then it's just going right back to those top rotation candidates. Again, actually less healthcare, but they're holding up. It's really staples. Again, McDonald's, Home Depot not as much. Even Estee Lauder not as much. It's like consumer. You're 100% cash right now. Any advice? I'd buy something. I don't like 100% cash. My max cash rule is 20%. So anything above that, I think, is greed, which sounds ironic. I think dividend stocks in a Roth is a great idea. Because again, it forces you to hold it, and then if you reinvest, you lower your tax liability on all that. It's one of the best. Or again, if you guys like make a portfolio for your kids, throw some dividend stocks in there so that you could reinvest the dividends for 18 years until they become adults. PBR, Verizon, so energy names on the high, communications, and then a couple staples. And then again, watch if Kimberly hasn't been above 102 since literally end of May, but then all quarter. So it's kind of a crazy move on that one. I like Verizon. It's just up a lot. That's the only thing I don't like with how it's moved. And communications were very underloved. We have AT&T. But yeah, just they've moved up a lot in the short term. And 5% cash. That's what I'm talking about. You sold everything a month ago. What did you buy? So I don't do that either. I don't sell anything without knowing what I'm going to buy. These are just some of our broad rules. They help. They help a lot in the long run. But, you know, if you don't believe me, you could do it. It's up to you. Anthropic CEO doesn't know if Claude used an Iran school strike. Oh my gosh, Dario. Why are you getting involved, Dario? Dario. I know they already banned you, Dario, but man, Dario. You're going to sell the long term to buy in the SpaceX IPO? That's a good idea. What you should do before you do that, if you could send me like 20% of your money as like a tithe and offering, that would just, you know, because you're going to make so much money on the IPO anyways, you might as well. Just give me a quarter real quick. Oh, Trump is live. He looks a little puffy today.
Are you ready?
They're ready.
It's an honor to have these very distinguished people alongside of me, not behind me, alongside of me. I would never say behind me because they're not behind anybody. They're great. This morning I'm thrilled to sign the Secure America Act to immediately and fully fund the Department of Homeland Security through the end of my term. So we won't have that to be talking about anymore, Lisa.
No, we will not, sir.
We'll give the heroes of ICE and Border Patrol, and that's what they are, they're heroes, what they have to go through to keep us safe, the support and resources they need to defend our borders, protect our homeland, and to keep America safe. I want to thank Speaker Mike Johnson. He's incredible. Where is Mike Johnson?
Right here.
Mike, you're doing an incredible job. Not a big majority.
Just
Rather have 40 or 50. I don't think you'd know what to do. We have
No.
He'd say, what are we doing?
That'd be no fun.
He's done an amazing job. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, and Todd is up, and I hear he's got tremendous support in the Senate, and he's got tremendous support everywhere. Actually, he's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne. Where's Mark Wayne?
Right, sir.
He gave up his Senate seat. He had a guaranteed seat for the next 40 to 50 years. And he gave it up to be Homeland Security because you just wanted to...
Wanted to serve.
Yep, you're
For your
amazing.
administration.
Amazing. as well as Senate Majority Leader John Thune and Senate Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's here, I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Mr. President.
And John is, you're incredible. From day one, we got along,
Thank you, Mr.
right?
President.
From
Absolutely.
first day I met him. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, one of the bravest people.
Yeah.
And what he went through is incredible, incredible. And I actually think he looks better now than he did.
We're going to win the game tonight, Mr. President.
Oh, is it tonight?
Tonight.
Oh, the baseball, I'll be watching
7:05.
that. And House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, who is an unbelievable leader, actually. He's just so highly respected, and he's in Minnesota, and he's ripping them because he knows what's going on. I mean, it's you have your chance now, Tom, because people have really found out about it.
Wow,
So
thanks
I
to you.
want to thank
Thanks
you for
to
the
you.
work. No, but he's working with our people. They look like Elliot Ness. It looks like Elliot Ness and the gang up there, right? They're finding billions of dollars of fraud, and Tom Emmer's really helping us. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
And thanks as well to Senators Lindsey Graham, who had a big victory last night. He
Yeah.
won by a lot, and no runoff, no nothing. They had a lot of very capable people running against him, and he just blew them away. So Lindsey Graham, congratulations. And Chuck Grassley, Rand Paul, who's here. Hi, Rand. Boy, oh boy, it's nice to have Rand. It's a good thing to have Rand. He knows what's important. Eric Schmidt has been an incredible senator, wherever you may be, Eric. He's tall enough. He's usually not too hard to find. And Bernie Marino. Is Bernie here?
Yes, sir.
Where's Bernie? Hi, Bernie. What a job, right?
Absolutely.
So how's the race going in Ohio?
You're very popular there, and you'll drag every Republican
I
across
hope
the
so.
state.
Well, I love Ohio. We won by a lot, but you ran an incredible race. It was.
And a big assist.
They weren't giving him a big chance, and he ended up winning quite easily, right? So
Thank you.
it was great. We're also pleased to be joined by Representatives Lisa McLean, Jody Arrington, and Jody. Where's Jody? Jody,
Mr. President.
you're doing a great job,
Your
Jody.
favorite budget chairman.
Andrew Garbarino, Laura Lee, thank you. Riley Moore, a newcomer who's doing really well. Guy Reschenthaler, Derek Van Orden, as well as Angel Sister Chris Story. You know that?
Yeah.
Fantastic. And we appreciate it, Chris. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
For more than, thank you very much. Appreciate it being here. Gone through a lot. For more than 100 days, congressional Democrats tried to block all funding for the Department of Homeland Security in a reprehensible attempt to throw open the borders of the United States of America. They want to drag us straight back to chaos and crime of the crooked Joe Biden administration, one of the most corrupt administrations, probably the most corrupt ever. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're not going to let them do that. I have to say that Washington just had some crime numbers out, and it's the lowest number, best crime numbers we've had, they say, in 58 years. So we went from being a crime-ridden city, our capital, being a crime-ridden place, to being among the safest cities in the country. I'm so happy. And you're big beneficiaries because most of you live here. You hear all the time, the press, the media, and even actually some of the media. A couple of people that I would not suspect, a couple of people truly treat me unfairly, but they came up and they thanked me because it's so much. We have a safe city now. We also have a beautiful city. We had 22 fountains. Every one of them didn't work. One of them, probably the best was one that hasn't worked for 50 years. That was about the best. They've all been out of commission for 50 years or more. Can you imagine that? They were graffiti strewn, grass growing through the cracks, and they were in terrible shape. And all 22 have now been opened, and the most magnificent possibly of all, though the one in front of Union Station is beautiful. You see that? It was all graffiti all over the place. We, through a lot of work, we got it looking maybe better than it was the day they put it in. But the one that they're all talking about is the almost 2,500 foot long. That's taller than any building in the world, actually. There's no building that's 2,500 feet tall, I don't think. But it's like twice the height of the Empire State Building, as an example, much wider. So we just got that open last night. We went to do it before July 4th, and it is incredible. It's called, it was originally called, 1922 it was built, it was called the Reflecting Pond. or the reflecting lake, some people called it. But
the Energy
it was supposed to be a
XLE
reflection.
names are
It never
moving up
worked
right now. Oil
from
hasn't budged,
1922
but
because there was stone on the
that's
base.
half of the
and
high ticker
no
right
matter
now.
what, it always
And then
leaked
again,
'cause
more
you have
staples.
stone and you have lots of crevices. We have nice stone out there, but if you go between the stone, it leaks. And so it never really worked very well. And it was a bad color. It was gray. It's concrete and stone, so it's gray. And I had the idea, along with some great people that worked for us. Doug Burgum is fantastic. His group, Greg, everybody. And we worked very hard. But it was going to cost $400 million, and we did it for about $10 million. It was going to take 4 years to build, and we did it in like a month and a half. And we would have had a construction site out there for years, and it wouldn't have worked when they built it. So when they told me what they were going to do, I said, that's not a good idea. I built many swimming pools as a builder. I built hundreds of them. And I got one of our contractors, I had him take a look. And he said, oh, we can do a great job. If you could just give us a decent surface. The surface
Member
was
of
in such- so we
Iranian National
sandblasted the
Security
surface.
Commission, Strait of Hormuz
We
plan is
fumigated
ready.
it.
Fars.
We took out 11 dumpsters, big dumpsters, full of garbage. It was all garbage strewn. Some of
So
the garbage
locked in,
was
if
there
you
for
would like
years.
to complain
It was all
politically, do it
disgusting,
in the
and
other chat.
It smelled.
Please don't forget.
And anyway, we took 11 dumpsters of garbage out. It's,
You go
with
to
shovels.
the other
We had
chat, there's a
shovel
lot of like,
inside of
look at
what's
the
called
clowns.
a pool.
Look
or
at
a
them.
lake.
They're going to
And,
prison.
got
That
it
belongs
cleaned,
in the
we
other
then
chat.
fumigated
Okay,
it.
locked in. I
We
need
then
I need locked in.
sandblasted
That's
the
fair,
entire
right? I'm
thing.
not trying
Washed
to be a
it, cleaned
dickhead.
it, scrubbed it,
But
sandblasted it.
you are being a dickhead.
Then
with
we
the vibes.
gave it a test, then we rinsed it out, and we gave them a beautiful surface, and then they put a swimming pool topping, but industrial strength. It's industrial strength. It's used for tanks and lots of other things to hold water. And we worked out the ratios of expansion and contraction because,
Pepsi,
you
I
know,
wanted
believe it or
that one,
not,
but they lagged
when
it.
you have something that's
They have Walmart now
2,500 feet
too,
long,
and
there's
MO,
tremendous
some more
expansion.
XLP.
And who would think of this? Only person that does it, like me. And they have a lot of expansion and contraction. So when we're putting the surface down, would leave areas that can expand and contract a little bit because it expands over 1.5 feet. Can you believe it? So I would have ripped it apart. So we left areas of expansion and contraction. We were testing it for 3 weeks, 4 weeks. It works great. And we just opened it last night, and people are going wild over it. So it was going to cost $400 million, and we did it for 10, probably 10 if you take away a couple of things. We did a much bigger job than originally planned because once we put that in, it looked so good. The sidewalks outside didn't look good anymore. You know, they looked like they were in good shape. But when you do something new in this business, you do something new, the thing that you thought were good, you save it. So we ended up sandblasting, steam cleaning and sandblasting the sidewalks around it. And we had a lot of areas that were in bad shape. We had to fix them. We patched them, and you can't even see the patch. We have granite surrounding the pool, and the granite's great, but it was filthy, dirty, disgusting. And it was broken in some cases. We were able to carve out
Abercrombie
pieces
and
from other
Rose
pieces
on
that
more
were
food plays.
identical.
Food
Put them
in
in, and
certain
you can't
value
even see the
plays.
seam. And it's like a beautiful. It's in better shape
value
than it was when it
growth
was built.
plays.
I
So a
told you,
couple
from
of laggers are
1922
moving.
never
Just
worked because it always leaked.
Spread out.
Because it had a stone base, the water leaked through the stone. So we're very proud of it. It's going to be great. Now we're doing a new surface on the World War II fountain because the surface is so bad, and that'll be done during the next couple of. We're going to start it in a week or so, and finish it very quickly. But we've done a great job. And the city is, everyone's coming up to me and saying, the city is so beautiful. So we have 22 fountains that none of them worked. The earliest, I'm telling you, is 50 years. For 50 years, some of them haven't worked for 100 years. But we have fountains that were not working.
Yeah,
and
NASDAQ
were
is down
disgusting
1. I
and
mean,
dirty.
SPY even touched 0.8 not
And
too long ago, 0.9.
they're all beautiful now. Every one
And
of them.
Europe is
We also
closed.
took care of a lot
So
of the
do a
monuments,
push-up,
not
Chad.
Fountains, but monuments.
While this
and
is playing.
they're all in good shape.
You got some
of them are
time to
being
move
finished up
around.
now.
You've been here for
And it's
only 2.5
incredible.
hours.
My
Still
goal
mad
was to
early.
get it all done along
4.5
with Interior
hours
and
left
others
to
that work
go.
with us to
Sitting
get
is
it
the
done
new
before
smoking.
July
Please
4th
move your
date.
body.
July 4th was a very important
Please.
date. So that was
I beg of thee, get
that
a
was the
long
date
time.
we looked at,
Move
and
around.
we did a hell of a job. But everybody's looking at that reflecting pool. They can't believe it. Reflects. We used a dark blue. It's called American flag blue. I wanted to go light, but they said, sir, light doesn't reflect. and light shows leaves and garbage, if garbage. One man said, "Sir, when you leave, it'll be strewn with garbage again. And you don't want that. See, when I'm here, it'll be perfect, but when I leave," I said, "You're right about that. You're probably right, depending on who's president or who's running it. But it's really beautiful. It's something for you to see. It's incredible. It's the longest pool in the world by 3 or 4 times. It's, it's really pretty amazing. That's where Martin Luther King made his great speech. And they say he had 1 million people. And I made a speech there for July 4th a few years ago. And they said, and I was packed. And they said, I had 25,000 people. They said he had 1 million. But when you look at the picture, I said, well, wait, the people even tighter at mine. I had more people than him, but they said I had 25,000.
Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, celebrate that, Donald.
Provides $38
Tell them
billion
about the
to
Peach.
ICE, $26 billion to Border Patrol to ensure these critical law enforcement agencies have the necessary resources to do their jobs, protecting our borders and getting criminal aliens out of the country. And starting on day one of my administration, we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border people out of this country. We got them out. I'll give you an example. In Washington, over 5, I don't even know if you know this, it's not just policing. You have criminals, you have career criminals. There's nothing you can do to make them nice. They're tough people, they're bad people. Some of them had records, 22, 23, one had 28 arrests and rough arrests for murder. And we took out almost 5,000 people out of Washington, D.C. And if you remember, so 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. When you hear that number, it's great. I love that number because you could handle 2%. If it's 91, create 91. That's no good. Too many people.
Verizon,
but 2% of the people.
And we got value names running.
We took 5,000, almost 5,000 people out of Washington, D.C. They'll never come back. In addition, the National Guard.
Push-ups, I know.
With the
Peach push-up, if you
police
think about it.
Department, law enforcement was great. And we have a very safe city. Everyone's going out to eat now. Restaurants were all closed. They were all closing. The few that were open were closing. And now you can't get a restaurant in Washington. Everyone wants to have a restaurant. And it's a whole different. So it's something we're very proud of. New Orleans, the same thing, by the way. It's a little earlier in the process. But if I got a call from your governor, I got a call from Steve. They called me together, actually, and they said...
Safest Mardi Gras?
They said, we've never had a Mardi Gras like that. They had the lowest crime they've ever had in the history of the Mardi Gras, which has been going on for a long time. They usually, Steve said, they usually have numerous numbers of murders. They have none, but beyond murders, I heard it was the best you've ever had.
It really was. A great Super Bowl, too.
And Memphis, and that's going to be great for the Super Bowl because we'll keep it that way. I think you're bidding on the Super Bowl coming in
2031.
Yeah, and it's going to be now. You can really say it was a safe city. And the other one is Memphis. Crime is down 77%. Can you believe it? People are calling me up, friends that were leaving Memphis. We're all leaving, and now they're staying. And the governors, everyone's thrilled. It's amazing. And if they would call me for Chicago, would straighten out Chicago so fast, would straighten out New York fast, would straighten out Los Angeles fast. We do it really well. And part of it is you have to get the really bad ones. You have to get the career criminals out because they'll hit you hard, and they ought to get rid of, by the way, cashless bail. You ought to do that as soon as possible. Mark Wayne, where they walk in, they commit a crime, they go out, in the afternoon they commit another crime. And sometimes those crimes are murder.
Right back on the street, that's right.
Cashless, I'll tell you what, cashless bail was a tremendous help to criminals. It's one of the greatest things that ever happened to a criminal. And they ought to end it. In every city, they ought to end it. Chicago, New York, LA, they ought to end it. Starting on day one of my administration, we took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, open border in the world. We had the most unsafe border, I believe, anywhere in the world.
I forgot who they're part of the buyout with.
Numbers came out 2 days ago.
McKesson, I think.
For 11 months, not one.
But yeah, more value names like that are still running up there. And then Conagra.
We had 25 million people come in over a 4-year period. We have it good, and nobody tries to come in. All the caravans, I came up with the name caravan. It was you'd have 25, 30,000 people coming up, and they'd pour through the border. You've seen the scenes where they were knocking over the fences. Very, very bad, very dangerous situation. We don't have them anymore because they know they can't get through. So when they know they can't get through, they don't come. And a lot of lives are saved. Women were being raped on the journey up. They were being raped in numbers. 25, 30% were being raped coming up. You don't have that anymore because they don't come up in caravans anymore because they know they're not going to get through. So starting on day one, we took the most dangerous and unsafe, violent, open border in the world, and we created the most secure border anywhere in our country, probably one of the most in the world. I believe it was the most insecure and unsecure border anywhere in the world because there's no country, even a third world country, that has a situation like that where you'd have criminals just walk across totally unchecked. They had the Biden, it wasn't Biden, he didn't know what the hell was going on. It was people that are radical left lunatics who were very smart, very violent, very vicious, politically vicious. And they allowed this open border policy where millions of people came into our country, unchecked, unvetted, people from jails, people, drug dealers, people from mental institutions. Jails and mental institutions from all over the world were emptied out into our country. And we've got a lot of them out. We have
sometimes I think that happened to the stock market, too. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you.
Very terrible.
They emptied out the jails and mental institutions.
We're fighting our way through it.
And then gave them Robin Hood accounts.
In fact, we made it.
I'm telling you. It's wild. I've seen it.
Murder rate that we
my own eyes.
In 25 years. Think of that. And
they just trade. They watch the news. They trade. They don't stop. And then they got rid of PDT.
11,888 people come into our country.
It's incredible. That was probably the best thing that's ever happened to them.
50%, more than 50%, created more than one murder. Think of that. So you had people coming, I think seven murders. We allowed them into the country. We got most of them out. In the last 12 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. We cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by almost 60%.
OpenAI, Altman expects OpenAI to go public.
And by the way, coming in by sea, 97%.
The information.
And we're looking for the 3% because we think they're among the bravest people. We cut them down, right? We cut it down 97%. And now I hate to tell this to Mexico, but we're now focused on coming in by land because the sea was tougher. A lot was coming in by sea, a much bigger percentage than anyone would know was safer for them. It used to be said not safe anymore. But we're 97% down coming in by sea, by ocean, by water. And you see what happens to them. And they don't do it a second time. They were totally unchecked. When they did capture somebody, they'd bring them in, they'd book them, and they'd let them go. And they'd go, and they'd be back on their boat the following night. So we're doing a great job. In the last 12 months, the numbers have changed in this country like nobody's ever seen before.
Early,
0 illegal aliens have been admitted. And that's made by largely Democrats.
Hey, Spy's coming back towards the low again. Staples still there. VIX is actually on the high before we're hitting the low.
There must have been some.
So yeah, we're either about to dump or bottom out.
It's very close to zero. It's hard to believe. You look, they used to have that certain areas on the other side of the wall. I built over 1,000 miles of wall. Without the wall, you couldn't do it. But I built over 1,000 miles of wall. We're building more now in certain areas where you need it. But nobody's ever seen anything like this. They had plazas. We'd have thousands of people standing in those plazas. They actually made them out of concrete because the land was so disgusting and dirty, and it was so muddy and horrible. So they put massive concrete plazas on the other side for people to wait getting in. There's nobody on them. There's nobody. They took a picture this morning. There was nobody on any of the plazas. They have 4 of them, big ones, where they come and stand by the thousands. There was nobody on the plaza, so it's really amazing. I want to speak about it in my speeches. I made a speech last week, which is really wonderful. Wisconsin. That's right. And I wanted to speak about the great job I've done on the border, and my people said, "Sir, nobody cares about that." I said, "What do you mean?" I got elected on that twice, actually, because I got elected the first time 2016, and after I left, it became horrible, horrible. Second time was far worse. The what it was in 2024, it was so bad.
Carmart? I have no
Far
idea.
worse than 2016. 2016 was like a pleasure trip by comparison to what it became. It became worse in the history of the world. I don't think there's ever been a border with
Seeks
25
capital
million
to
people
stave
came
off
across,
bankruptcy.
all unchecked and unvetted.
Seeks
We
$500
can never let
million
that
in
happen.
financing to
We can
prevent
never let
bankruptcy
that happen, what
filing.
happened to our country
That
again,
came out
'cause
at
no
8
country
o'clock.
could stand it. No country could have withstood what these people. We had a border czar who never saw the border. We had a border czar who never called, never once, the people that were giving good paychecks to. They never called up ICE. They never called up the Border Patrol, who are phenomenal people, by the way. She never once called them. She was the border czar for 4 years, almost 4 years, and she never went.
Okay, I'm going to go to the
border.
bathroom while this plays.
And she never called up. I used to call them all the time. Paul, Brandon. I used to call them all the time and say, "Hi, how we doing on the border? Sir, we're doing okay." But they're great people, amazing people. She never called them. We had the worst border, I think, of any country in history. No third world country would allow people to come into their country like that. So the bill provides crucial funding for domestic law enforcement investigations and combating child exploitation, continuing our work to restore law and order across our nation and to protect America's youth. We're so proud. We're so proud of Washington, D.C. and the National Guard, the job they've done. And we've worked with the Washington, the Capitol Police. They're great people. I've gotten to know so many of them. Very simply, the radical left Democrats, and I'm going to use that term a lot because they're dumb. I mean, who wants open borders? Who wants transgender mutilization of your child? Who wants that? Who wants men playing in women's sports? They're dumb. They're Democrats. They have the worst policy of anybody. I watched that thug that's up in Maine. He's a thug. And they're trying to make excuses for him. I mean, he's worse than any human being that's ever run for office, probably. I don't know him. I don't want to say bad, but I just, look, I mean, nobody's ever had a record like that. And you'll have Schumer. He goes crazy over this or that, or Epstein. This guy. Why aren't they talking about him? He said, "Well, we don't know, but this guy's got a rap sheet. I've never seen anything like it. He's a thug. I know thugs. I had to deal with thugs. I built a lot of buildings. I dealt with the toughest people on earth. I dealt with worse than thugs. This guy's a thug. He's a low-level thug. And he's running to be a senator, to work with Eric Schmidt. Great, Eric will handle him. I think to be with Barrasso, who the hell do we have to be with Rand? Now, Rand would be very interesting with it. Rand would figure it out, and he'll put him away. But this is a thug. He's a cheap, no good person. And I watch these senators, the Democrats, and, well, we don't really know. You do know. He's as bad. I've never seen a person like that run for office. And the guy from Texas, different, but he's terrible too. He's terrible. These are radical left communists. But I watched this guy this morning, and he was so bad. He was so bad. He's a bad guy, just a bad guy. He must be laughing up his sleeve when he looks at these idiots going like Schumer, well, he's okay. He's not okay. Can you imagine if the Republicans had him?
Oh my God.
How about if we had him, John? So
Wouldn't let it happen.
I really believe it. If it meant losing the Senate, you would not let that happen.
Correct.
It's just a terrible thing. I mean, I watch it happening. It's unfolding. It's really history because there's never been a guy like that that's ever run for office. And at any level. I don't think at any level. And the excuses, they come up every day. Somebody comes forward with really proven stuff. Even his business, he's not a businessman at all. His parents supported him. The guy's a loser. Other than that, he might be a very nice guy. But very simply, the radical left Democrats, and I look forward to the day when I don't call them Democrats anymore. And I won't if they do their job. if they want to stop crime, if they want to lower taxes, if they want to do the education, the good things. There's so many things we can do together. I look forward to the day that I don't call them Democrats anymore. There'll be that day, I think, I hope. But they're in Congress and they voted with the cartels, the terrorists, the gang members, the drug dealers, the human traffickers, the child predators. And our great Republican majorities voted to protect law-abiding American citizens. I mean, they voted to raise your taxes. They voted for men in women's sports. They voted in favor of men participating in women's sports. It's ridiculous. They voted for the transgender mutilization of your child. They voted for all these things. They voted for open borders. So bad. One of the worst things that's ever happened in this country. Hardest thing to cure. Because we had 25,000 people. Remember this, when countries, because countries sent those people up, when countries put people into a cartel, through the cartels, they put them into a whole group of 10, 15, 20,000 people that come in. They're not giving you their best people. They're giving you people that they don't want. And they're sending them into our, and the Democrats voted in favor of that. It's really a shame. And it's so bad for the country. You'd almost think they hate the country because they're not stupid people. You can't cheat like they did. And look at the election in California as an example. After a week, they determined that a kid who's leading and had all the mojo, all of a sudden he doesn't make the runoff. And then I hit them hard on that, but I started talking about Steve Hilton, who's a fantastic guy. And I saw them say it was going to be 2 weeks before they knew. And I started hitting them. It's going to happen to Steve Hilton, too. It's watch. You got to watch. And they approved Steve Hilton very quickly. They didn't want to. There was too much heat on him. The only reason he got approved, he had all the votes he needed, probably to be first place. But the only reason they approved Steve Hilton, it was going to be 2 weeks. They said it. And then they approved him that night because the heat was on
oil
them.
up, spy down.
They were cheating dogs. And you can't have a great country when that happens. That's why
oil
Los
candle
Angeles,
getting
that's
a
why
little
that
bigger.
State is in such trouble. It's the most beautiful place.
And bonds
best
coming
weather
down. Something's
maybe
happening.
anywhere in the world. But it's in big
something's
trouble.
brewing.
So we're going to have a tremendous success. The people alongside of me are amazing people.
Trump
They're
will be
amazing
attacking
people. Every one
Iran
of them. I
hard.
know every one of them. They're amazing people. They love the country. They want to do right for the country. And if you have any questions, please, let's go.
It's from the behind.
You said that they've taken too long to get to a deal, and I want to make sure I quote you correctly. You said that now they will have to pay the price.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that specifically?
Well, we're going to be attacking them very hard.
You're resuming bombing?
Yeah, well, we are. Based on the helicopter, I guess we have the right to do that. You know, they shot down a very incredible, actually an incredible machine. And at first they said they didn't do it, then they admitted they did it. It's sort of easy because we have the bomb. We actually have the bomb. We got very lucky that bomb didn't explode. That bomb was lodged in the helicopter. It didn't explode. It was on fire, but it didn't explode. Those two guys, they knew how to fly, but they got very lucky. And then we had the unmanned boat going very, very fast at speeds that you wouldn't want to go. That's why it's unmanned, I guess, because nobody can go in that. But they rescued, so both people are, fortunately, the pilots are okay. Now, look, I've been working with Iran for a number of months, and they should sign their deal. It's a good deal. It doesn't give them the right to have a nuclear weapon. In fact, it totally prohibits them from ever having a nuclear weapon.
We'll see. I mean, remember yesterday, those
just
same
tap,
exact
tap, tap.
headlines.
I don't know what they're doing.
That's kind of where we bottomed out a little bit.
They then
to watch, but yeah, that
shot
caused the
out
reaction.
Premiums
popped, but
our helicopter,
so
very
far,
expensive
no
helicopter, by
follow-through
the
on
way,
oil
but much
or
more
spy
importantly,
blower.
the two men, fortunately, they're okay. But an amazing rescue. If you ever get a clip, you won't believe the rescue, how cool it was. The equipment we have. Look, we have the strongest military in the world. And I gave them a break at the request of Pakistan. The Field Marshal and the Prime Minister of Pakistan are great. We stopped them from going to war with India. You would have had a nuclear war if it wasn't for me. but they became friendly to me, very friendly, and they're close to Iran, and they worked, and they still are working on trying them to do what's right. But we want a deal that's meaningful. We want a deal that works. We don't want to just have a Barack Hussein Obama deal, JCPOA, the worst deal. That was a path to a nuclear. It's the exact opposite. You know, I like on television, they say, oh, they should have kept that deal. First of all, it was over. It was a short-term deal. But that deal was a path to a nuclear weapon. This is a path against a nuclear. You can't have a nuclear weapon. His was a path to a nuclear weapon. They were developing during his administration nuclear weapon. If they had a nuclear weapon, there'd be no Israel, there'd be no Middle East, and they would have absolutely shot at us. So we'll see what happens. But we hit them hard yesterday, and we're going to hit them again hard today, in case you miss it, in case you don't turn on your television set. And we'll see what happens with the deal. We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. They keep playing us for suckers because you know what? They dealt with some very stupid precedents. I have to say that. I'm embarrassed to say it. Some very stupid people were sitting here. Yeah.
Mr. President, you mentioned the Senate race in Maine. Are you all in supporting Susan Collins? Does she have your full support and endorsement in her Senate reelection?
Because she's a sane woman. She's not my best friend at all. These guys are. I get along well, but I have some. But she's a sane person. And she's a person that never missed a vote in many years. I mean, she's like had 10,000 votes. She had 10,000 votes. She never missed a vote. Unfortunately, because sometimes she voted against me. You know, look, she's a sane woman, and she's a respected person. Maybe a little different ideology than me, but this guy is a thug. He's a fake. He's a fake thug. He's a phony. I made a lot of money picking out phonies. He's a real phony. He's bad. He's a bad person.
Mr. President, are you going to go back to attack, or are you thinking of attacking Iranian power plants and bridges as you've threatened before?
I'm not going to say that to you, but I can do that. Look, I could knock out. We have the most powerful. I built the military with these people approving it. We approved numbers that nobody would have ever thought would have been. But we built it. We gave a lot to Ukraine through Biden. He gave a lot of money, a lot. But we're in great shape. We have a lot of storage capacity, but he gave a lot. And if you look at what's happened, when I left, our cupboards were full. He gave it. Now I sell it to the European Union, and they give it to Ukraine for the most part. But we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, and sometimes you'll have to use it. And we have to remember, and when people hear this, Iran very simply cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't. And they've agreed to that. All they have to do is they have to start signing a paper. It's fully negotiated. We have a fully negotiated, but they're tapping and tapping, and I say, all right, let's give them a couple of more days. They're tapping. Because it's a meaningful paper. They know when they sign that paper, it's meaningful. The Obama deal, JCPOA, one of the worst, one of the dumbest documents I've ever seen. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. When are you meeting with tech executives about the government taking stake in AI companies, and what could this partnership look like?
About AI? Well, I can say this. We're having a meeting with them.
That's what we want to hear about.
It's an amazing industry. It's bigger than any industry anyone's ever seen. We are leading China by a lot. And, whoever leads that is going to really lead the world to a large extent. That's how big it is. And I'm going to have meetings with the top 12 or 15 executives very shortly. And we're talking about giving back something to the public. And if we do that, the public will become very rich, the people in our country, because that's the kind of money we're talking about. And I think they'll do that, and I think it'll make it very popular.
Thank you, President. I have two questions. First of all, Turkish President Erdogan keeps threatening Israel. Do you think there's
no
a chance for
time frame
conflict
around
between
it,
Israel and Turkey,
saying,
and will you sell F-35 to
Well,
Turkey?
he's a very good friend of mine, and we've worked very well together. I like him a lot. I'm not supposed to say that because the press will say, oh, he likes Erdogan. No, he's a hell of a leader and a strong person, very strong person. I haven't heard that at all. If I did, I'd call him, and I think I'd make sure that things were fine. I don't think that will happen with Turkey. Not as long as I'm president, because he respects me and I respect him. But beyond that, we have a good friendship. So, we'll see.
And my second question, that's my second question. Beside peace in the Middle East, what do you wish yourself for your birthday?
For my birthday.
Oh yeah, isn't his birthday in June?
I'll go a step bigger. Peace for the world, okay? Peace for the world. Middle East, yes. Peace for the whole world, yeah.
Mr. President, there is a New Jersey Democratic congressional nominee over in the 12th district. His name is Adam Homily. He has a connection to the blind sheikh. And I was wondering if I can get your thoughts on that.
Okay. I think it's terrible. I've seen it. I mean, he was more, now he's trying to sort of say, yeah, I sort of knew him. He didn't know him. They were very good friends. And you look at you go back and look at what happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, Donald Trump and fucking
for him.
Bernie Sanders, they both kind of share this idea of taking AI companies and giving profits to Americans. You know that Trump and Bernie agree on something.
I actually think the one in Maine is worse, because he's just an outright pig. He's like a pig. I watched him a couple of times. He's like a pig. That's what he reminds me of. I come up with good names for people. I don't want to stick him with that one, although I think pigs would be very upset about it. Go ahead.
Mr. President, July 1st is coming fast. How confident are you that you'll be able to renew the USMCA, and what more do you expect from Canada at this point?
Well, I'm not looking to renew it. I don't, I made the deal. And the primary reason I made the deal is that NAFTA was the worst trade deal I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I made it better, but I had the right to terminate. And, with NAFTA, we didn't have the right to terminate. I had to get these senators to approve that deal. That was a tough thing, Congressman, too. NAFTA had no termination. So, I've never said this before, but I'll tell you what my thinking was. NAFTA was a disaster for our country. The worst trade deal ever made, by far. They had typos in, okay? And they were supposed to correct them. And they never corrected them when they were signed. They knew there were typos. And there's a process for that. You state your claim and, you get a change. They had typos on percentages. Or maybe somebody wrote, and that was for years. They never ran. They had horrible, all against us. So it probably wasn't typos. NAFTA was the worst trade deal we ever had. USMCA did one thing that I loved. After 6 years, it comes up for renewal. I don't know that I'm going to renew it because, to be honest with you, the United States does much better. Hey, we don't need anything that Canada has. We don't need anything that Mexico has, but they need everything that we have. And they have to treat us better. With Mexico and Canada, we have trade deficits. We should have surpluses with them. We don't need their cars. We don't need their lumber. We don't need their energy. We don't need anything that they have. So the primary thing that I got, it was a much better deal than NAFTA. Much, much better. It was sort of a good deal. But it was a great deal for one reason. It gave the right to terminate. And who would have thought that I was, they just didn't want to have it during the 4-year period when I was president. So now they made it so that I wouldn't be president. And because they rigged the election, the second election, as you probably hear and probably know, most of you know that happened, and now it's been proven, and it will be proven as time goes by even more so. We have things that you won't believe. When we release the full files, you're not going to believe how crooked the 2020 election was. But who would have thought that it comes due in my term? This was, thank you very much. So it was very important that we be able to do that. So we're talking to them. We'll see if we do something.
Just before we came in here, you posted about Bill Pulte and that he'd be starting the job early. You said he's going to be downsizing the DNI. Can you talk about your thinking there?
People have wanted that downsized for a long time. And many people don't want it at all. A lot of people thought it was a duplication. Yeah, a lot of people thought it was a duplication. He's done a great job at Fannie Mae. And, you take Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. The value of that has increased so much since I've been in charge. I had the right to sell that. And in my first term, a group came to see me wanting to buy it and they offered me exactly 10% of what it's worth today. And I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to look foolish when they flipped it a year later for hundreds of billions of dollars more. So I kept it.
Is Clove a
And I put him in
long-term
charge
hold
as
or
soon
a
as I
short
got
trade?
here. And he's done an amazing job. Could be worth $1 trillion.
So if I told you, Chad,
Oh, it is, I know, but you know, smart
if I
people are
told you
smart
my
people.
girlfriend is a
I always say
stripper
I'd rather have smart than
and I want to
experience, but
marry her,
experience is good
would you
too.
guys be supportive? Would you
I would
guys
say
be
this:
supportive of
he's
that?
going to be there for a short while while we pick somebody
What
else.
if I was
We're
like, yo, my
interviewing 5
girlfriend,
different people. They're all very
you know,
good,
I
very
want to make my
different,
girlfriend the
and we'll put
OnlyFans.
somebody there. But
Actually,
people want it downsized.
and then she's
the
a stripper
senators
too.
and
Do
the
you
Congress
think?
people, I
Would you
think
still?
everybody
Would you
wants it
support me? Would you be like,
downsized.
yeah,
And
Josh?
many people, I think, and I won't speak
That's a
for
great
Todd,
idea,
but,
Josh.
and I'm not sure how Todd feels. But by the way, he's great. I hope you people have given him an easy run because he's very
As long
busy.
as she
He doesn't
treats you
need
right?
stupid
Okay,
people.
well, I think I'm a better friend than you
saying,
because I'd be like,
"Why
what the
did
fuck are you doing?
Get a higher
No.
mark at a certain college because
So no,
he's
Clove
highly
is not a
educated.
long
He
term.
was a great
It's
student.
not a long term.
He's great at
Like I
everything
said,
he's
any
done.
of these plays we've
How
made a
come
lot
he
of
got a
plays
B
recently.
plus?
Please
See,
don't
they'll
fall
go
for
after
the
him
trap
for
of
getting a
trying
B
to put
plus
them in your
instead of an
long
A, but the other guy can be a thug, and let him run. He's okay. He's fine. The one thing about him, it's great. Because every time they bring something up, he's worse than anybody that we've ever seen. And I hope the Republicans are going to use him as your standard bearer. when they say that, gee, Eric, we don't like the way you dress today. It's unacceptable, right? And then all you have to do is point to this thug that they're trying to put in. So pretty much that's the way it is. He's going to do a good job. He's going to be there for a very short period of time. He will be superseded and replaced by somebody that's going to have the job permanently. Okay?
What do you think of the president? Democrats saying they'll hold up the
I
FISA
don't care what they
extension.
say. Democrats. They're not Democrats. They're Democrats. They're dumb people. Yeah.
Do you need their votes?
Then I guess something's going to happen. No, we can't let them extort us. I told the guys today, we can't let them. They've done it on numerous occasions. I said we can't. What we're signing today has been amazing. But they tried to extort us, and eventually, and they were losing tremendous support because they're extorting on law and order, and they can't win on law and order. People want law and order. They don't want crime, and that's essentially what they were doing. And ultimately, they could not take the heat. But we can't let them extort.
Mr. President, it starts tomorrow, and
What starts?
The World Cup.
Yeah.
The soccer World Cup, the football World Cup.
Most successful World Cup they've ever had. They've never sold tickets at that level. They've never sold that many tickets so quickly. It's amazing because you don't think of soccer. We use the word football, soccer, right? But you don't think of soccer in this country. It's the most successful. I spoke to Johnny this morning. He's fantastic, and he's the boss. He said there's never been anything close to what's happened.
But because of the success, some people are afraid that it's going to be harder and harder to get visas to come from outside. Can you
Well,
reassure
we're working on it very closely to make sure the right people come into our country.
Are you going to go to any games?
I will.
I will. Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the latest inflation number which came out this morning? Could that be a headwind?
No, I love it.
for
The numbers were
Republicans
great.
to try to
You know what I
hold
really
House
love?
and Senate?
I love the inflation. You know why? Because as soon as this war is over, you know, I can say it now. Something you didn't know. Do you know we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil? Nobody knows it. You know who doesn't know about it? Iran until right now. We took out the other night 22 ships late at night with no lights because they don't have any radar because we blasted the crap out of it. We took out, that's why oil's $85 a barrel. I mean, you take a look. Remember when I did this, I said, look, the one bad thing will be we hit the best economy we've ever hit. And I said to my people, I had Scott, I had Howard, I had Pete, I had all of them. I had Todd in the room. I said, the one thing we have to do now, we had just hit the highest stock market in history.
What do we got to do?
Highest 401ks in
Take an
history.
excursion?
Everything was going well. And I said, I hate to do this to you guys, but Iran's going to have a nuclear weapon very soon. We have to go and attack. So
Well, I'm
we
going to
hit
do
them
that
with
the
the
next
B-2
time my
bombs.
girl want me to go somewhere.
It took a lot of courage. It was totally successful. We very,
You know what I'm
very
saying?
hard
She
to
going to plan the trip.
Now we
She'll be
had to make
like,
the
I'll be like,
second
listen, I had my
And I said,
bags
the
were
bad part
packed.
is the stock market
I
will
had
go down
everything
by
ready to
a
go,
lot
and everything
based
was
on
perfect. It
predictions
would have
of
been a great
experts.
trip, but
like 25%.
Iran
It was
is
worth
very
it.
close
I
to a
mean,
nuclear
not to have a
weapon.
nuclear weapon. And the other thing is that oil would go to $250 a barrel.
We're gonna take a
It's
little
at 85.
detour.
And, which is pretty amazing. And here's the key. We just hit today another stock market high. 74 in my short time here. 74 days we hit stock market
I don't
all
think he
time
knows what day it is
historical highs. Nobody
I'm
can
gonna run with
believe
it.
it.
Yeah,
The
we
Dow,
did.
the Dow, the S&P. S&P was at 7,000. They said in 4 years, maybe 5 years. It will never hit it during the term. It was too much. I hit it in my first year. I hit on the Dow, it was 50,000 was an impossible number. They said 5, 6 years out you'd hit. Well, I hit it in my first year. And now I get everyone in the room and say, congratulations, but now I'm going to take it down a little bit because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And they all agreed with me, Todd, you remember. Everybody agreed.
I gotta take it down.
And we took a little journey down to Iran. We first stopped off at Venezuela, by the way.
We have to take
And
a little
we have
excursion
paid
to
for that
Miami.
war many, many times over.
No,
And we have
I
great
still want to go to
relationships with the
Miami.
people of Venezuela. We get
You
along
know
with
that?
everyone.
But after
It was a
taking the
great
dog with me, bro,
success. It was a one-day war.
just
It
like
was
an
really
hour away,
it was
that was
really,
a
to be
nightmare.
exact, 48
I don't think I
minutes
could take
of
him to
fury.
Miami, but I
And it
want to
was
go to
over.
Miami so bad.
And Venezuela's doing great. Relationships with the people are great. It's become a happy country, believe it or not. I mean, it's become a happy country. And we're taking out millions of barrels of oil from Venezuela. And then we went to Iran. And essentially we've done the same thing. It doesn't look as pretty, but there's no Navy. 159 ships at the bottom of the sea. There's no Air Force. All of their planes are blown up.
Cerberus competition.
Most of their drones are gone. Most of their drone-making ability is gone. Most of their missiles are gone. All of their leadership is gone, so they replaced it. All of that leadership is gone.
I'm scared to
so they
leave him with
replaced it.
anybody. I told you he's
And that's
a
the people we're
weirdo.
dealing with now.
He
And,
might attack you.
I think they're going to want to make a deal, but we're going to find out.
Inflation to come down between now and
when
November.
the war's over,
Yes.
it's coming down.
I know you can't.
It's going to
The
come
war's
down like a
over?
rock. And
I thought it just
again,
been excursion.
we're taking out millions, which I'm just announcing today for the first time. But we've been taking out millions of barrels of oil. Millions of barrels. Every night we took out oil. But now I'm going to tell you because they just figured it out. So now that they figured it out,
Did he
I
say
can
we're
tell you.
just
It was very
stealing
hard
Iran's
for
oil?
me. I wanted to say it so badly, but I didn't want to ruin it. But it was very hard. But
Is that what he just
millions
said?
of barrels of oil has come out. And that's why it's at $85, $90 a barrel instead of $250.
Oh yeah,
but,
you got to see the pump. I forgot.
we
Isn't
have
he weird, bro?
the greatest military
were so
in the
scared
world,
leaving
the
him
toughest
that
military
weekend.
in the world.
He's not.
Just
He's
the
a
best in every
terrifying
world.
guy,
Nobody
bro.
even close. There's no military that's even close. I rebuilt it during my first term. I'm using
Bro,
it
did he
now.
just admit that they're
When
stealing oil?
This conflict is over.
He literally
Todd
just
"Please
said we
call it
found a way to
conflict."
get millions of barrels of oil out of Iran.
He didn't like that word war, but it's sort of a conflict. It's a military operation. When it's over, you will see oil drop to where it was before. We were getting gasoline. Just before it started, I was in Iowa, and we passed gas stations, $1.85 a gallon. And we'll be back at those levels very soon. Thank you very much, everybody.
Say that in gas tax.
Thank you,
Russ. Thank you, guys.
Come on. Alrighty. Not bad. Not bad. Again, that one little headline gave you a little low. He said we're going to attack Iran again. Again, that was kind of the morning headline that brought oil up. But yeah, we're not even near the 93. And then that was a weird headline. He just said that they were stealing oil from Iran, which I think was a little surprising. Other than that, though, I mean, we're still kind of chilling here near the low of the day. I mean, he brushed off the CPI question, but that's pretty much what we got going on here. It caused a little baby rotation. Not, again, every day the rotations have changed. And even then, throughout the day, the rotations don't necessarily hold up. One of you had that question. You were saying, is this normal that they flip like that? And that's something we've seen, I mean, in the last, like, week or so. where some days the morning will start off with one rotation and then it'll fade by the end of the day. But generally, though, staples, consumer stocks, consumer discretionary, they've been very strong. Energy names are up. And then you even got software holding up. But for the most part, we're still kind of in this hangover mode from the CPI. But like I said, CPI wasn't necessarily the best. It wasn't the worst, which gave you a little bit of optimism, but yeah, it's still, I mean, there's a reason why we're still kind of in these lows. It's still one more pressure point that the market has to worry about. I mean, you got to just think about it. Inflation has ticked up, and that's where we're at. But for the most part, just positioning, movement, a little bit of lagger action, but mainly, again, money going to the staples in big fashion. Trump signed $70 billion bill to fund immigration and customs. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. New traders, yeah. It is. I mean, just the momentum slowed down. This is what I was telling you guys. We talked about it in May, and it happened. I mean, this was a little bigger, but just, again, I mean, I don't think we've went straight down. We're still, at one point, if I said the market was at 730, if I told you that at the beginning of April, you would have said bullshit. So this is a very high level, but it's just the momentum, this buy anything, and then it goes up the next day. I mean, that is dissipated in the last, week and a half. But that's why, too, once we get through these catalysts, I think it's going to come in waves. And even though it's kind of like that, the good point is that the range is very large for June. The fact we started off really high, already moving around, I mean, it's not there's going to be a lot of back and forth this month. So even though it may not feel like it at certain times and we play these slow games, I mean, again, the amount of movement is very, very large. So we'll see where that comes through. But for now, it's going to be seeing bonds, dollar. CPI wasn't the worst, wasn't the best, and then that's adding to the situation. We see the rest of the catalyst, even SpaceX this week, and I'm sure by then, bonds or dollars should start to, I don't know if decisively move, but they'll definitely start leaning towards a direction. I would not be worried about the Japan carry trade. We talked about that earlier today. Again, you're going to get a Bank of Japan rate hike this week as well, but yeah, I would just be worried when the Japanese yields go down. Axon, Palantir, CXW, Geo are the notables for that. Oh, they're part of that? I guess it makes sense. Then Google introduces diffusion MMA experimental model. Yeah, Intuit hit another low today. Some of you picked it up. I mean, we talked about it. That's one of the only ones on that list that I still like because it's lower. It just sucks that it's a growth name, but I mean, even then, dude, we're talking $80 in the last. Holy shit. This stock has moved $80 in the last 10 days. That's kind of crazy. Intuit. Kind of reminds me of Humana. Is that weird? Yeah, Intuit. Yeah, look at how ugly it is, Habibi. Very, very ugly. CENTCOM disabled 8 non-compliant vessels, redirected 134 ships since April 13th. Some double dips. There's one. I mean, the Zillows finally came down, so I'm going to look for that one. It sucks because today is not as decisive, and then took a double dip on Palantir. Those are actually up here today. And then, yeah, and then I sold Clove yesterday. I still have one more set, and that was a nice one we woke up to. But yeah, other than that, nothing crazy. Yeah, I wanted some of those FedEx plays, but you couldn't really, they were not good value. Very minimal move today. Fog of war. Not so much. I mean, again, I think we're ignoring the war. I mean, the last week, bonds, everything, again, this morning, war headlines are moving oil a little bit, but nowhere near what they were. I think it's just the fog of the data and fog of momentum, and I do think a little bit of demand destruction is creeping through to the market, hence what you're seeing with both chips, memory, and then even down to oil. Meta was doing good earlier, but it's still all of Mag 7. Again, momentum, leadership. It's Mag 7 wasn't even leading that hard, but it started to come up there a little bit towards the end of the month, and then yeah, it came down as part of this leadership. That's why most of these days we've been going down. You've had more names going up. It's just not the big names. That's why the value staples, there's hundreds of them. Those names are going up, but it's still just way smaller to some of this concentration. And remember, that's what's affected the market here, the concentration. That's why, like, as we've gone up and kind of held some of these crazy levels, it's not like everything went up. It was mainly a small set of stocks that was leading. So that's what we're kind of looking for, to see if are they, what's going to make them slow down, and then if they slow down, does that slack get picked up by anybody else? You went back, they said they'd taken 22 ships out with oil, not from Iran. They got that headline wrong. It wasn't even, it was just what he said. He said we found a way to get oil out. So I don't know if I misheard it, but that sounded pretty surprising. Wouldn't that signal a weakening economy? Yes, that's why I think it's weird. That's why I'm saying it's like it's good that it brings oil prices down, but if this is like the first little thing that we're seeing where we're seeing demand destruction, that could threaten the whole run it hot, the GDP, and kind of some of these ideas that the economy's hot, because it may be hot, but if prices have now gotten to a point where it's actually changing or slowing down behavior, that would not be it's not good for the short term, and then the risk is that it leads to slowing down the economy now in more of the midterm to long term. GME on the high. And I love it. We're still into yesterday's low. This was after the last computer sell. Remember, this one wasn't as computery, and you're just literally hugging that level right now. Again, GME just started to launch a little bit. I like REITs once we get more clarity on the bonds, sadly. I think they're good now. That was one of the value plays people were looking for at the beginning of the year, but that's before rate policy got a little bit more convoluted and before inflation was at 4%. But yeah, I mean, whenever the bonds do inevitably chill, or if depending on Warsh's attitude, I mean, some of those REITs are very, very good deals. Some of them have ran up. I'd be careful if they've already popped, or again, if it's related to like AI stuff. But yeah, it is. I like the REITs. I just think the timing of it, bonds will add pressure, and they may not do too much. Is stagflation a fear? Well, it shouldn't have been. I still don't think it is. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the year, if you recall. Some people were bringing up stagflation, but with the GDP, how it is, and some of this activity, ISM and expansion, none of those say stagflation. But then again, if this is demand destruction, and then we see our first signs of it, and then that inevitably leads to growth coming down, then we could talk about it. But for now, I don't think stagflation is a real issue, just because of how hot things are. I mean, you don't have stagflation. There's no stag in an economy where companies are depleting their free cash flow to buy AI shit, essentially. An industrial revolution and all these build-out things, that doesn't really correlate with the stag part of the stagflation. He said we've been taking oil from Iran at night. That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't know. It was a wild, wild headline. Or just even what he said. The bonds are pinned is good. At least it's not volatile. Because we were up 0.5%. You gave it up a little bit, but it hasn't cut into yesterday's move or the last couple days. Which is good for now, but like I said, we need to see by the end of the day. I like the dollar a little bit, but then the dollar started climbing up, which wasn't good. Dollar went green briefly. It's break even. So pretty much bonds and dollar are not, they're not moving. This is what I was saying. Sadly, this was one of the worst case scenarios we talked about yesterday, where we get over the event risk, comes in right at the middle, and then it's not. Now you just have zero event risk, but then nothing really changes. Yeah, Broadcom and OpenAI. Think you got a headline coming in? ASML to cut fewer jobs. Apollo and Blackstone finalized $30 billion credit deal to finance the lease of Alphabet chips developed by Broadcom. So yeah, that headline's from the morning. I think it's just more details. That's where you were hearing people say Google helped secure the $35 billion for Anthropic chips. So yeah, and Broadcom, just because they're the ones making it. But yeah, it's somewhat old. Galabooty, day 33, Galabooty. I challenge you to a public debate. Now with the market ignoring oil moves, Galabooty, this may be your last chance. Stop running away from me, Galabooty. Stop running away. You bring shame and dishonor to your people. I will delete these once you respond.
Cardboard box, box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, it on still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher. In not stress, when the new leader is gay.
I love our daily
We
call
got
out Parliament
connect.
members.
It didn't even take
You know,
a day.
nothing like taunting world leaders.
Cargill and they put that in our shooter games. What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
There we go again. That ripped yesterday.
What's your detour? Don't care. You got no boats and you got nowhere. Hearing you glow, we'll be right there.
So stop running away, Galabooty. Stop running away. Face the choir. It's day 36. I know I lost count, bro. I didn't think he would dodge me this long. You know what I'm saying? I thought, like, with how much honor Galabooty held, I thought he would respond immediately. But no, I did not think he would run away like that. I was very surprised. I guess I expected more. I held him in a higher regard. Trump, we got millions of barrels of Iranian oil without them knowing. Yeah, that's starting to hit the wire now. I'm telling you, that was a weird-ass headline. He said he didn't want to say it. So some of you even said it could have been something else. And maybe it was, but it sounded like he was talking about taking oil from Iran. He kind of mentioned it as a new development. And then reporter about an hour ago, B-52 American bomber detected on flight tracking sites from American base in Sicily has turned off its transmitter. Battle, again, more energy companies. Again, XLE, that's the other one part of the high. Not too often you've had XLP and XLE up. So since the war began, anytime energy would go up in XLE, staples would get clapped. But yeah, today you're actually getting both. You're getting the rotation, and then you're also getting a little bit of reignition from the energy names. Fraser Group to buy Hugo Boss for 38 euros a share. Check RL, Tapestry, and Estee Lauder. None of them moved off of that. You've heard other people call him Gala Booty? No way. We made that one up. That was the Chad. We came to that creativity of calling him Gala Booty. So that's good. CRMT. That's the one that, the BK, right? That's one. No meat. No meat on the bone. But yeah, $5 to 1. Hi, happy bankruptcy. I think he said he stole the oil. So we'll see. I mean, that's kind of a new headline in all of this. I don't know if that's what's impacting the price of oil, but that we'll see. We'll see even how the Iranians respond to that too. And then, not to mention, I mean, he said they attacked yesterday, and then part of all the oil spike. When you look at oil today, this is just all off of Trump saying that we are going to attack again. I mean, again, then you just got that headline of the B-52 that just turned off its transponder or whatever it's called. Where is Asmol? Where's all of the AI stuff? So chips are down 2.5. They stopped doing their little back and forth bounce. Korea down, and then again, IGV is holding up pretty good. I mean, it's staying pinned, but at the very least, that is actually green today. Above all else, I need Cyber's trying to follow along. Speaking of which, 10B. Yeah, well, then another part of what he said is what everyone's been. That's where some people are saying oil went down, is that there is some set of deal in place. He was mentioning it. He said all they have to do is sign it. But yeah, either way though, I mean, again, I think the last like 2 weeks of oil in the market in the war, it's been dislocated. It's not moving the same way. Again, the connection between bonds and oil, that has started to dissipate a little bit. So, I mean, we'll see how these headlines play out, you know, what actually happens with the war, but unfortunately, I still think it takes a back seat. Now we're dealing with the positioning, the momentum, and then the rest of these catalysts, and what is it going to shove something over the edge? Again, you have bonds, dollar, you have chip stocks near the high, you have other names near the low, you have gold and silver now breaking out of their certain parts. It's like something has to move at this point. We got the CPI above 4, so yeah, just a matter of what gives up first and which direction that starts to pull us in. But so it's a little bit of a hangover after again, remember March and April, or April and May were massive. Again, even just think about where we were June 1st, June 2nd. Again, this month just started, but yeah, I mean, you were substantially higher not too long ago, and I don't think much has changed. I think we're just now working through sizable moves with now all these potential catalysts. And speaking of which, Apple going up. So see if that turns some things around. T1 Fuzzy Panda short report. Second time they've targeted it. That one already fell back down, huh? TE going on your tape of CD. And then Google on the low. So you got Apple coming up, Google going down. Those might balance each other out. Microsoft staying pinned. Meta's near the low. Amazon's near the low. Netflix kind of got to go up the other day. Tesla near the low. Oh, and then NVIDIA. NVIDIA was holding up good, but NVIDIA's even down 2.5. Again, chips are down 2 and some change. Which is not good. Oh, and look at the time, Chatadonia. So Google down, Apple up. Again, same rotation theme in play. Oil still near the high. But Chad, we've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I hope you get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups, my friend. Move around, chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. Just move your body. All you got to do is move it around a little bit. Breathe in very deep. Oh, I yawned. Oh, I just breathed in so deep I yawned. But yeah, man, even if you're sitting down, just focus on your posture, your breath. But you got to stay alive, brother. You got to stay alive. Just like the market, you need stamina. You need endurance. So these are good qualities to have. So yeah, imagine your physical body too. It goes a long way. So yeah, man, move up, stand up, move around. I gotta do some shoulder workouts. It's feeling good though today. Not bad. My legs are still sore, but could be worse. Could be worse. Could be worse. CPI. Salam, Habibis. Isaiah, Habibi. Isaiah. No, there's background music, I think, unless you're hallucinating it. Well, yeah, man. Let's move around. Let's get you some push-up music. You guys need one of these in the morning after all of that political Trump. You guys need this one. So yeah, move around, please, for your own health.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's end another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
There you go. All right, well, I did my shoulder workout. See, I gotta get some good stabilizer muscles. You know what I'm saying? I love her. Woo! And then Apple's still going. I mean, see, if any Mag 7 stops going down and you get one of them going up, I mean, you'll get a little bounce, but SPY is moving. But not bad, Chatadonia. 3 hours in. Hopefully you've got your body movements and you moved around. But other than that, it was a little relief off of the CPI, then came back down, and then we haven't done much since then. Again, dollar right at break even. Bonds are almost at break even. They're slightly up. And then, yeah, this just dynamic between Mag 7 leaders and laggers and rotations. That is what we are doing, man. That is what we are dealing with. I love her. Ray on the low. I'm American, but love Canada. Amen. 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 Yeah, oil's still at 91. Not anything too crazy though. I know I haven't wrote an AI slop song in a minute. And then yeah, Tim's uploading a lot to Cult Music. So he's gonna get his slop bangers on there. I'll have those up there soon for you. In due time. In due time. We have to focus on the market though, chat. I'm telling you, there's so man, do you guys realize we are halfway done with this year? Do you guys come on, can we marinate on this for a second and realize that 2026 is halfway gone? Do you realize that? Do you remember we just started this year? I was like, space stocks. Space stocks. Oh, agentic AI. You remember that was all the beginning of this year. Y'all fucking with me, bro. That was beginning of this year. You know that Intel didn't hit $100 till the beginning of this year. Y'all playing with me, bro. And think about it. Halfway done. You're gonna be saying 2027 soon. My year ends in like 3 months, 4 months. So yeah, it's flown by, dude. This year has already gone by, and we have been working our way through it. So it's like a lot of the puzzle pieces. Again, we haven't even got the midterms. That's the other part. I know we talked about it yesterday. But yeah, dude, keep in mind, just the midterms are crazy. So I feel like in a weird way, we still have a little bit more drama. The war has taken over the drama, but yeah, I mean, usually it's everything. It's everything. So yeah, man, there's been a lot to focus on. I think it's been very rewarding this year, but just, I mean, again, a whole nother 6 months, bro. This thing could look a lot different. I mean, let me put it this way. Just imagine how much different the market looks from the beginning of this year. Imagine all those things we were talking about at the beginning of this year. You know what I'm saying? Now look how different it is. Some stuff materialized, some didn't, and then things moved in wild ways. Like, what do you think's going to happen in the next 6 months? You know, we might go nowhere. Maybe we stay trapped. Maybe it goes to these high S&P targets, or maybe we actually do retest the low. Those are your three options, but yeah, I mean, it might look very different by the time we get to around December. But yeah, dude, it's already halfway done, and there has already been a lot of things, and now even the second half of developments with like CapEx, these are going to be things you're going to see coming into next year. It's a scam. Every year after 2020 is a scam. You know, I agree with you, right? So, but I do think that you should learn to play the game better than anybody. So you know they're scamming, but you should make sure that you scam better than all of them, aka get a long term. They can't scam you when you have a long term. I mean, they're scamming for you. So shout out the long term. What is life but a vapor? Appears for a little, then time vanishes away. I feel Solomon knew. He knew all about theta. He knew, you know what I'm saying? He understood that from the jump. How does it feel? I'm about to be 40. Oh, you may not. I already turned 50. You didn't know that? Yeah, I turned 50 yesterday. So no, man, I'm already 50 is the new 20. I just go through a midlife crisis. I still think I'm young. You know, that's the good part. Yeah, I turned 50. You didn't know that? How old did you think I was? A big 5-0 is a wild one. You thought I was 25? Nice. Like I said, I'm old enough to be your daddy, young enough to date your mama. I guess I'm getting old. Oh, hairline doesn't count? Oh, okay, then I might not be 50. Okay, you're right. Because my hairline ages in dog years. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's funny because, like, I could run still. I'm in good shape. I feel way younger than I did a couple years ago. But yeah, my hairline is in dog years. So like if I get older by 1 year, my hairline goes older by 7 years. You know, I got that as a comment. Someone said, "Damn, homeboy's receding hairline got him making videos in masks." And I was like, you know, you might be onto something. You might be. I never looked at it that way, but I was like, you know, maybe. I think I would get more views with how ugly I am. You guys don't understand. You guys know that? I'm being dead ass serious. I'm so ugly I would go viral. You don't get it. It would be one of those. You don't know that's how the internet works? Think about it. Think about it. Have you seen what type of people do you see go viral? You either see people with extreme beauty and talent, or they're so fucking ugly, or like, holy shit, is this real? No, for real. That's how I would win. I don't think you guys realize. So in a weird way, I am limiting myself. Because if you think the mask gets views, oh, dude, you have no... Bro, if I went out there with my inverse fade, you know that? I have an inverse fade. It's like it fades the top of my head, and then the sides, like, oh, you have no idea, bro. And then they would be like, what? It would capture their attention. They would watch the video for so long just trying to be like, look at this fucking talking lizard. So yeah, that's why, but no. I mean, I think I would use the hairline to my advantage. Like I already told you, though. I mean, you guys, when are you going to start paying attention, bro? Like, when are you guys going to realize? I told you, I am the plug's plug. Some of you have realized that at this point. Some of you have seen too much, and you're like, okay, nah, Josh, for real. But, like, here's the other point. All these little trends I've told you, they came true. I've already told you. Again, bro, the short guys, are you kidding me? 5'7" is now the new 6 foot. You guys know that, right? I don't know if you guys know that. 5'7" is the new 6 foot. I told you. So what do you think's going to happen with the hairlines? I'm telling you right now. Bald maxing, short maxing. Oh, you guys have no idea. You have no idea. So yeah, that's why. I mean, I'm just telling you. It's going to be cool one day. You're going to see it. And you're going to be like, damn, I should have invested. Like, now what am I going to do with this leg surgery? I'm already tall. And I went to Turkey for my hairline. They don't even like it anymore. Yeah. It is. I have a natural inverse fade. So you're thinking bald is next, or Danny DeVito? Nah, Danny DeVito, like the receding hairline in the middle is going to become trendy. I'm telling you guys, the sad reality, I've done too much work. You guys just, you have to understand, bro. I've been trailblazing this path for so long. I've already laid the groundwork so much that I'm just telling you, they're gonna love the Danny DeVito style. That's it. It's hard not to notice, bro. I'm just saying. So you could hate now, but I'm just telling you what's happening. That's what I'm saying. Eventually, they're like, you know, these 5'7" guys, 5'6", man, it's kind of goated. So get with it, bro. Get with it. The beer belly. I thought dad bod's already. That was a couple years ago. Well, we'll see. I don't have a 6-pack. Mine's weird. I look really good when I wear clothes, but then like when I take my shirt off, I still look like a little skinny fat, even though I work out every day. It's kind of it's like reverse. I don't have a sleeper build. I have an awake build. It's hard to describe. Some of you know what I'm talking about. You might be able to relate. Yeah, Battle, that was the one from the other day. Well, there was another battery play too. I love her. Pajekian tweet. Threats to target infrastructure are not a show of strength, but a sign of desperation. Oh, no! Fermi JMP Citizens note says OpenAI has been among several companies evaluating their capacity. We think a big deal is coming. Was that one a battery play? That was just the little pump that went crazy. But no, there's Battle and then SGML. That was the one. Remember Battle got the Department of Energy thing? And then Fermi, remember Fermi had all the bankruptcy stuff, but they're energy related. Oh, it's getting a candle now if that could hold. It's up 8% off of that. So again, they're bank analysts putting out a note saying they expect a deal with Fermi and OpenAI. Remember, that's what it took for Ford. Remember, we were early on the Ford play, and it wasn't until... But that one was Morgan Stanley when they started hyping it up. All right, SPY's going down. Oil staying pinned. A couple of those smaller biotechs are still going. Staples have held. Apple went up to the high, but nobody else played along. Critical infrastructure is lifeblood. Threats to target them from transportation are signs of desperation. Iran, relying on the knowledge and capability of its specialists and solidarity, will stand firm against any pressure or threat. Again, Paragon. SPY going lower again. It stayed pinned. That was the Trump headline on attacking. You danced around, stayed pinned for like 20 minutes, went up a little bit, and now we're coming back down. Now Tesla's on the low. Again, Apple's the only one that broke out during all of that. I love her. Not a worry in the world because opposition is silent. That's why I wanted to see if it is. So Fermi's still going off of that headline. Again, they just, what was it? Wasn't it like bankruptcy rumor or whatever that was earlier? So the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. All right, well, Fermi's still going, and then where's XLP? But yeah, that's the weird part about today, XLE and XLP. You haven't really seen that happen when the war has been going on. Usually XLE energy running up has killed the staples. But now I guess after oil coming down so much, it's helping them out a little bit. Fermi, Fermi, Fermi. Russia's oil refinery suspended processing since June 10th following drone attacks. ACI. Ooh, Albertsons. They've done decent. I mean, they were... like, they had one pop period. Where was that? I guess, damn, that was 2 years ago. But yeah, they came down. If you want grocery store exposure, I mean, I think it's not the best. It's not the worst. It's somewhat of a value trap, but, I mean, that name is, if you're in California, I feel like you know what Albertsons is. So yeah, but if you don't have too much big box retailer exposure, it could be decent, but then again, you also are competing against the Dollar Generals, Sprouts, and other ones, but value-wise, Albertsons is near the low. I'd have to look at their fundamentals, though, and see a little bit more into what the story is, to why they're underperforming. Yeah, I think it is debt. Fermi's still going. That's 12% now. That first headline got it up 9, but now it just keeps running. Bro, that shit was at $12 last week. I don't really like the options on Fermi. I think shares if you really want to play it, but yeah, it's just already done another 3%. Why Fermi's down, massive losses, termination. No, there was something on the CEO recently. Something like BK or something like that. I think it has to do with that termination of one of the deals. But yeah, there was something that brought it down recently. I remember we flipped it and then it would get those headlines about like shares or BK. They all quit. Yeah, the article is, well, it's again, if it's just coming from a bank, I don't know if they put it as an upgrade. And then JMP Citizens is not the same as Morgan Stanley. Yeah, it would have been, if there was good options, it would have been nice. But that's what I'm saying, shares at this point, I mean, even if you did 100 shares, even 1,000 shares, your risk is it coming back down here. But I didn't make a play on it, that's all you. SM. Another energy play. Kimberly. Coin. I haven't looked at coin in a minute. I mean, I don't know. It's not like Bitcoin is not, this man's not hot. That's crazy though, actually. Because you guys, dude, we got $400 a share for Coinbase when we bought the farm. But yeah, I haven't looked at it there. I mean, any crypto play, really. I don't have any in the long term. Again, I don't even think we got coin on this account now that I think about it. So this account even avoided Coinbase, believe it or not. But I mean, if it ever got cheap enough, I'd be down. But other than that, I'm not. And the only thing I care about with crypto right now is if your boy Bitcoin is going to hit a new high with everything going on. Yeah, you get a 10-year auction. You got a decent amount of supply. Both bonds this week and then again Tesla, or not Tesla, SpaceX. That's going to be a huge pocket of supply that we're, again, and then hopefully if the market feels good after SpaceX, that could end up becoming positive. It's not like it has to only be a negative event. But yeah, we're going to find out. Netanyahu, we look forward to peace in Lebanon. After we destroy everything. How many teeth does Michael Saylor have left to sell? I do not know. He's an interesting fellow. You know that. I still like him though. I still think Michael Saylor is unique. You know, out of any of the weird billionaires and the weird, you know, again, it's crazy to be down like $28 billion or something. But, like, I still fuck with him. Like, just him. Just, I don't know. Like, the way he carries himself. His ad. Someone said it, though. Someone said, they were like, they're like, guys 30 and younger, this is why you get married and have kids. Otherwise, you're going to turn into Michael Saylor. Which makes somewhat sense, honestly. Because I know myself, and I don't have kids. I'm not married. But, like, I could definitely see, like, 20 more years of this. I'll be like, hey, guys, AI. I'm putting all of the long term into AI. AI coin, tokenomics, conviction. It's the next best thing. I'll be like, it's just who cares about the kids? This is the revolution. Revolutionary innovation. He's cooler than that though. Yeah, I don't know. Just something about his craziness. I like it. That's it. Every other person like Michael Saylor who's been like crazy, they try to hide it. That's why I don't like him. That's why I like Michael Saylor. You know what I'm saying? Michael Saylor's like, yeah, I'm fucking batshit. You know, that's why I don't know who needs to hear this. Like those of you who are like little gamblers, and you're like, no, I'm not a gambler. Oh, Josh, I've been following you for 7 years. I just don't have a fucking long term, Josh. No, Josh. Tell me about the bonds so I could nod my head and then only care about a Palantir play. Yeah, Josh. I'm like, you fucking liar. Versus the one guy who's like, yeah, no, I'm a piece of shit. I ignored the long term for 7 years. No. Yeah, I just want to gamble. Okay, at least I can respect it. That's what I get with Michael Saylor. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Tom Lee will, like, put on a suit. Tom Lee will try to explain to you, like, shit you don't understand. Use fundamentals, technicals, use everything to kind of, you know, sell you on it. Meanwhile, Michael Saylor's like, yo, let me show you this AI video. Maybe this will help convince you. Yeah. I put all my money into it, and I'm down a substantial amount, but I look forward to doing it more. I don't know. There's no other way to put it. He's just very straightforward. So that's why I do like Michael Saylor. I would never do what he did. That's why, I mean, again, I bought Bitcoin before Michael Saylor. That's one of my fun facts. Actually, before most people in the world is when I bought Bitcoin. I even made a YouTube video. You guys should check it out. I sound like a child, but at the same time, yeah, he's I wouldn't do what Michael Saylor's done, but I do have respect for the guy. Something about it. Just his craziness, his drawdowns, the way he conducts himself, and then the way Epstein doesn't even like him. I have so much respect for the guy. Microsoft restricts Claude Fable for employees over data retention concerns. Intuit is interesting. It is, and a lot of you guys are talking about it. So I'm glad. It's good though, because again, Intuit could still go down more, but it's way better you guys are talking about this than not. It's the biggest lagger on the SPY. It's one of the only software names that hasn't bounced. It's substantially lower than prices I've given it to you at. Again, I've never bought this stock, but this is what I'm telling you though. This is where I think you guys are going to be. You're going to be better off looking at names like these in the long run rather than, you know, should I go top tick something that's at all-time highs. So a lot of people have talked about it, though, lately. I don't know if you guys are picking up from the chat. I mean, I've talked about it a lot. It's going lower. I mean, it might be entering that it keeps getting talked about signal. Some of you know what I'm talking about. But, yeah, it's decent. You've given up 5-6 years of gains, and then I think there's 50% more risk now at this point. Like realistically, because like what happened? Even if it breaks, you go down to like what, $150, $100, and then at that point though, it just becomes so cheap at $150. Yeah. So another 50% decline, and then if it gets really bad, you're down 90%. That's if it goes back down to 2010. Get that long term. I think this is a decent range. It's either going to go 280 to like 250-ish, 240. That's like the next range, and then below 250 leads into 230, and then 230 to like 190, 200. So those will probably be the next areas you're buying at. Or it'll just rip from here, and then that's it. Because, again, it wanted to rip the other day, even with the earnings, and then it had that move. But, yeah, just the way it all flowed was not good. Isn't it a kind of a moat? Well, it's software. They could lose it, but that's something. I was saying this from the beginning in, like, February, March, when everybody was freaking out about software, I was telling you guys, like, the companies, the ones with, like, government connections and databases, those guys are never going away. So yeah, that's what we're gonna be looking at. So I do think even though other people might make tax services and other AI stuff, I don't think I think Intuit is so in bed with the government and just borderline everyone's taxes that I think it's important. I'm annoying as hell. I am. There's no way you just discovered this. But yeah, that's part of my whole brand. It's good though. I use it too strategically to get rid of people at times. So, amen, brother. And then I don't like anybody. I don't like any traders. I don't like any YouTubers. So if you guys become YouTubers, I don't like you anymore. That's it. If you get a house, I like you. You get a long term, I like you. That's about it though. That's other than that, I just stay in my own little bubble. A 4.539 10-year. That's the one issued. Give it another minute. Energy Secretary Wright says he's not aware of the U.S. taking oil out of Iran. I told him not to snitch. Don't tell anybody. Bond sale, they might be. I think Intuit's a decent, I mean, it's not going anywhere. That's it. I mean, like I said, though, there is like, maybe AI kills it. I think that's a low probability. But last time we talked about Intuit, somebody brought up a really good idea. This is like very Black Swan-ish. It's very random, but Intuit could fail if we get universal basic income. I love that theory. Every other theory I think is bullshit. I think it's not grounded in reality. That's the irony. Most people have said that Intuit, AI becomes successful, Intuit disappears. No, AI becomes so successful, it leads to universal basic income. You'd still be taxed on it, but then the government would just do your taxes. And they're like, we already know how much you pay because we pay you. You live off of the government because everything's a robot. So yeah, you don't need to file anything. We filed it for you. That's the only theory where I'm like, maybe I could kind of see it. That's the only way I think Intuit goes away. But if you're telling me like, hey, AGI, but we're still paying how we are now, even if you could do your own taxes on AI, I still think Intuit will be used primarily by everybody or a lot of people. All right, Fermi went up again. IRS free version. It'll probably be done through Intuit. I mean, that's why I remember when they did that. They already did that one policy where they were like, you get free QuickBooks or free TurboTax if you make a certain amount. So that was through the government and the company. Yeah, they do have other cases for business. That's why QuickBooks comes into play. It's like it's always going to be used. Again, it can be replaced with software, but they have databases and a reputation that I think is people use them for that. Even then, when you submit with TurboTax, at least you have somebody to blame. They have certain guarantees. So that's what I think is the moat for that one. Anduril is not listed on the market, no. Pimco warns default wave is coming, and then Ebola news. Lake ripped the other day. Oh, that came down. KRKNF. People have talked about the exposure you could get and like the suppliers, but yeah, but everything is indirect. There's no direct access to it. I haven't looked. I mean, QuickBooks is popular, but I don't know what segment makes them the most. I'd argue it's about the same. Don't underestimate a mass market. Let's see. Oh, it used to be the same, but yeah, business solutions have gone crazy. So yeah, they're doing $11 billion a year off of global business, which is like QuickBooks, and then consumer, they're doing 4.8 billion. But at one point, up until like 2021, 2022, consumer and global business were about the same. And then Credit Karma, they make $2 billion off of Credit Karma. Are you fucking kidding me? How? Did you know? You guys know Credit Karma is making money like that? I didn't. And then they have something called Pro Tax, which is a new segment. So yeah, about 25% of their business comes from the consumer. 12% comes from Credit Karma, and then 58% comes from QuickBooks, pretty much. Bro, that's crazy. $2 billion off of Credit Karma? I told you the one thing I didn't like about them is their interest expense. So up until recently, they haven't been spending that much on interest, but yeah, they're spending $280 million a year on it. Where is it? STRC on the high. And then SPY might go down a little bit lower. We're heading towards the lows. I'm trying to see how many shares they have. Oh, their buybacks have been working a little bit. Fermi again. Fermi's had a lot of drama, but that one still keeps going up. Oh, Chatadonia. Let me see one more. Is it Philo? Is it already 10? Oh, it is. Yeah, give me a sec. I'm seeing the price goes low. I'm looking into it. Everyone keeps talking about it. I'm glad though too. You guys see? Do you guys notice something? This is the first time I'm glad you guys keep talking about a stock. Dude, oh man, I'm actually quite proud of some of you guys. It's so exciting. They're finally bringing up a stock that's in the low. You know, there's some good things related to it. But yeah, that's why it's like if you're looking for something at the low, lagging, I mean, Intuit is one of the cheaper ones, but yeah. My thing, I'm just thinking about my cash level, and then my other problem is its growth. I don't want more growth. That's why I like Intuit, but I just don't. I don't think, like, even if I put one deposit towards growth, I'm like, damn, we just keep buying growth. So even though I did get, you know, every growth purchase, I made sure I slapped some Kimberly in there. But yeah, that is the only issue that I have with it. Oh, the bond auction? What did the results come in? I said it just said 4.539. I didn't see the results actually come across. But yeah, they're out. Yeah, Fermi is people. Again, it's up 20%, dude. We had that at 9 or 8%. But yeah, that just kept going off of this rumor that there's going to be a OpenAI partnership. Yeah, we should have got the bond results. I only saw the auction. 10-year yield 4.53 before 39 billion auction. And then CBOE. Hi. Okay, that's finally higher than this little freak out. Like I said, above 300 it gets juicy. It's still above the COVID low, yeah. But then didn't they make people not pay taxes during COVID? But yeah, its COVID low is 195. So that's still like, what, another 30% lower? Give or take. If you own shares, what do you think about a Leap debit spread for Kimberly? I think that you should have very durable tires on your vehicle. That's what I think. Because if you fucking play around like that, a little Egyptian boy who looks like the fucking Lucky Charms leprechaun, he might show up in your driveway one morning or one evening. You never know. So I hope you got good quality tires. But no, that's my answer. Why? Because you don't want to buy Leaps. First, you don't want to confuse a Leap as a long term. A lot of people make that mistake. But the other part is that Kimberly pays 5%. So, and Kimberly is at, again, a 10-year low practically. So, but if you bought a Leap on it, you know, maybe the stock goes up, but we're not, you know, if we make gains on Kimberly, that's awesome. But we want both the equity gain as well as the dividend. But long story short, if anything pays you 5.5% to hold it, why would you buy the asset that you pay money to hold it for a long time? So pretty much if you bought Kimberly for a year or two, you would get paid at least 10% on 2 years versus paying money for it to potentially expire worthless. I don't think that's the best use of money. So usually if you want to buy like a Leap on Intuit, I would say that's a better idea than a Leap on Kimberly. Because Intuit pays a dividend, but it's a 1%. It's not really a dividend stock. There's more growth in that. That's where a Leap will help you out. Stock price changes a lot rapidly. You're going to love a Leap. But if it's a dividend slow mover and then you're getting paid to hold the stock, you know, usually those are the ones that are going to do terrible with Leaps. So yeah, I would not do a Leap on Kimberly. That's just my opinion. Feel free to do whatever you like, but me personally, anything paying me to hold, I'll hold it and I get paid. I won't pay to hold something that pays you to hold, essentially. And then, like I'm telling you, just the growth. You know, some companies move more in stock price, and that's where you benefit off of a play like a Leap. But a dividend stock, one that's stays within a 10% range, then you're not going to make money on that unless it goes buku. But even then, nothing better than owning shares on something that goes buku, because then you secure the dividend and you still get to get the upside on the stock. Token prices down 6 days in a row. Longest streak since January. Wow. Damn, that little freak out on token pricing already, that hit pretty quick. And Clove came down. Come on, all-time highs. More energy plays. Kimberly, Pfizer, Pizza, UPS, Nike, and silver. I don't know why you have silver in your long term. You try to throw that one in there. You're like, yeah, Josh, I read my Bible, I eat healthy, I exercise, I save 10%, and then I have sex with a bunch of hookers. What do you think I should do different in my life? Why are you trying to throw that last one in there, bro? Calm down. Okay, so silver in the long term, I don't know how the fuck that got in there. But at the same time, you could use something like Intuit. Again, something with growth. It's more of a staple, not staple, but like an anchor name. It sucks that it's underperforming, but yeah, I mean, it seems like you could use some good quality growth names at a lower price. You might have to keep buying it, but with kind of how your portfolio is structured, you could open up the door to some growth names, which I think Intuit would apply. Alrighty. You don't know much. Well, get from you don't know what TurboTax is, or QuickBooks. You've never heard about it. Most people have encountered Intuit. That's why I like it too. It's been around for 10 years. It will be around, but most people, you actually know what it is. You've all seen TurboTax, and if you haven't, I'm sure somebody at your company or something has. Alright, I'm getting ready for Philo now. I think it might be time. Market into the low. 1020. I think we might need to save it. Alright, let's begin. Well, let's get ready to begin. Okay. Jesus. First God. Amen, amen. Said, come, baby. Yeah. Food talking crazy. I've been there, like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You can have it all, but you've been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even a risk there. My thoughts belong, yeah, been clear, no fear, oh dear, who you trying to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished, made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why I was different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the stars. The heart isn't ours, it's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Cheat, Trotsky, can't beat on the arm. Want it easy or hard, want a genie over God, then believe me, little bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the blood. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib for a second. Keep it real, that's not the reason they will kick. It's the freedom and believing they want that to bring the win. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lying gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Hear me say it now, Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You can say it's one hell of a decision in it. Hey, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you've been scared, big scared. Funny, but there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts go on, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Right.
Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're feeling blessed. And I hope you're ready to talk about life. And I really hope you're ready, okay? Because I'm gonna get a little Yashi with you today, okay? Just very simple, man. It's in love, though, okay? I want you to understand. Because I've been trying to help y'all. I've been telling y'all the game, bro. I've showed you some very, very cool things. But I'm telling you, please make no mistake. If you do not kill desperation, you will not get lucky. I like getting lucky. I like being lucky. You know that? I love it. Like I said, bro, they don't even call me lucky no more. I love being lucky. I can't. How can I not? I woke up today. I'm breathing. That's luck. I can't believe it. Everything in the long term is luck, baby. Let me keep getting lucky, bro. I do not mind. But I'm telling you right now, desperation kills luck. And that's why I'm saying this, because listen, we're going to talk about life. We're going to talk about philo. I hope you realize philo is my biggest middle finger towards desperation. You understand, right? I don't care what the stock market's doing. I know the market's going down. Oh my God, I'm losing. Oh, tell me about stocks. Oh my gosh, if we don't give up our full attention right now to what's going on, oh my gosh, how will we have an opportunity? Do you see? That's not going to make any money. I don't know if they feel me, chat. So here's the deal. I'm telling y'all. If you want some philo, come get philo, bro. Come work on killing desperation right now. Let the market be open. And let your mind not be filled with worry and chasing and whatever. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me, man. Because that's what I'm saying. That's what you should do. And I think you should actually use this as an opportunity for the mental gym to not let all of these moving pieces get to you. But other than that, go somewhere else. Because like I'm telling you, it's one thing where I don't want to get in your way. But at the same time, for my own benefit and the benefit of everybody else, you're not distracting. I just don't want that desperation around me. Do you understand? And I think that's go to wherever you want to go. But that's the only thing I'm going to tell you with that. I don't even want the desperation around me. And I hope you're the same way, Chad. Because I'm telling you, once you start killing desperation, you're going to realize what I'm telling you. Because like I told you, one of the most repulsive things is desperation. You don't even like desperation. So I'm telling, once you get it, you're like, oh, I don't even want that near me. I don't even want to be close to it. So Chad, as a reminder, kill desperation. It is for your own sake. Oh my goodness. I hope you feel. So that's the first part. But now, what I want to tell you. What I want to tell you, man. I want to remind you. Especially with the market right now, I need to remind, especially halfway done, thinking how far we have came already. Not only the last year, 2 years, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years, you name it. Oh, but man, just even recently, I think this is a good reminder. Again, think about all the stuff we were talking about at the beginning of the year and look at what played out. And again, it might look very different by the end of next year or end of this year. But let me just give you this reminder. Very simply. You are meant to direct, not to drift. I don't know if y'all feel me. Bro. You know why? My brother, how are you going to fail this year? How are you going to make a win turn to a loss? How are you going to get so close and not get it? I could find so many ways this year could go wrong. And I'm going to just tell you right now, it's not because you're not talented. It's not going to be because of making the same mistake. It's all going to be because you drifted there. Oh, y'all don't feel me. You just got to direct it. Please don't forget this. How did we get here? I would argue it was all directed. I don't know if you feel me. I pray you do. So I was even telling y'all last year, I said, I'm either right or I'm crazy. There's no in between. I'm either batshit insane or I'm 100% correct. Only time will tell. We start talking about these areas, these different bubbles, all of this direction. I don't mind if things turn out wrong, but I'm not coming into any of this stuff without a direction. I am directing what it is. Again, the big thing we talked about in the long term. Again, why are we caring so much about the long term? What we hold, putting in the due diligence before buying. Think about it. The navigation. That's what I was telling y'all. Remember, beginning of this year, we're going over Benjamin Graham. All direction. You think the market is difficult? It's not. You think you need to get better at the market? You don't. You need to get better at navigating. You got to navigate through your life, your future, your career, your investments. That's all we were saying. Again, middle of the war, we were not saying it's just navigation. Storm hits. What are we going to do? Jump off the boat? We're going to run away? We're going to sink the boat? No, we got to navigate through it. All of your years in the market, you're going to learn and learn and learn how to navigate this ship. Navigate your future, your finances, your investments. All navigation. We got a system, mechanics, we got a navigation system, and then we just got to navigate. That's what it's going to come down to. Like I told y'all, theme of this year, do not chase brilliance. Avoid stupidity. That right there is a great set of navigation and direction. I think it's going to take you a far way. Like I'm telling you, what's going to happen between now and the end of the year? If you're going to solidify a great year or let a good year turn bad, I'm telling you, it's all a matter of direction. The error is going to come in when you drift. Like I'm telling you, market rips. We do nothing for 5 days. That's an opportunity to drift, is it not? It feels like the market's just drifting, is it not? Think about it. So what's going to set you apart right now? What's going to change the difference between getting it and not? Is not forgetting this. Your biggest enemy, my friend, is not picking the wrong answer. You know that, right? Your biggest enemy is not a big mistake. It's not. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about you, again, go do something opposite. Go make a bad trade. You think that's what's going to kill you? No. You should have 50 other trades that hit. You should have a bunch of other things supporting you. But guess what? One trade's not going to make the difference. If you start drifting into a habit, drifting into not having direction, being prepared, you start drifting into being okay with losing. Little by little, you let go of the intensity, You're going to drift into a bad account. You're going to drift into not taking advantage of things. You're going to drift into not building in the moment. You're going to drift into doomerism, for crying out loud. That's it. You think it's going to start with one bad thing makes you a doomer? Oh, I don't know if they feel me. So, Chad, choose a direction. Do not drift. And with that being said, maybe I could ask you a question. My question is, what are you going to ignore? Can you name it? See, you could tell me what you want. Some people can, but some of you can. Say, tell me what you want. You say, I want a house. I want a long term. I want end of this year. I want my trading account to look like this. I want to work in this. You could tell me what you want, right? Awesome. But can you tell me what you'll ignore? Remember, my friends, your mind is a field. You can't tell me the weeds don't matter. So I don't know if you remember this quote. This is a quote I've given you around the time we've talked about the drift. Very, very simple. My brother, your mind is either an open field or a garden. Do you know what that means? If your mind is an open field, anything goes. Anything could be planted. You could go in there. It doesn't matter. Nothing's being ignored. I'm not watching what I'm putting into my mind. I'm not watching what I'm putting into my thoughts, my goal, anything goes. That's an open field. And make no mistake, brother, that's how open fields work. Why do you think they have weeds? They'll get weeds, it'll get everything. Just an open field, anything goes. Versus a garden. Garden could still be outside, still have trees, still have plants. Oh, but a garden is very specific. Exactly, there's order. There's structure. Exactly what we were talking about yesterday. So my question now, end of the year, now next year, what do you want to harvest? What fruit are we looking for? You could tell me what fruit you're looking for, but my brother, in order to tell me what you're going to get, you might have to tell me what you got to ignore. That garden is going to bring a harvest. Awesome. That means by default, if we operate it like a garden, there has to be things that we ignore. There has to be things that we leave out of it. Oh, Chad, this could be your best long-term advice right now. You know that? How many of you are worried about what to put in your long-term? No, I hope you see it. What should I buy next? What should I buy? Oh, the market's up. I need to put something in my long-term. No. Tell me what you're going to ignore. You're telling me what you're going to do financially or future. Great. Tell me the financial habits you're going to ignore. Do you see what I'm saying? You're so worried about what's going into it. I'm not worried. Again, once you put the seed in the ground and water it, the process is automatic. That's the beauty of it. But the question is, what are we going to leave out? You could find a way, you know exactly what I'm leaving out. That's going to make it so easy for what needs to go in. Like I'm saying, imagine your long term. Think about it. Operates the same way. You could avoid the weeds, my brother, you'll be way better off. Most people, long-term individual picking stocks, they don't fail because of what they don't fail because of they don't know how to pick stocks. Most of the time, they're just throwing weeds in there with it. You got to know what you are going to ignore. So, Chad, like I'm telling you, man, you are meant to direct and not drift. Halfway through, I think this is a very good reminder. So the last part I'll give you is just from another one I've shared with you before, from your boy. Not Earl Nightingale. What's his name? Napoleon Hill. Oh, which I think is beautiful. Do not forget, favor follows function. Do you know what that means? You don't think about it. Use your car as it's designed. You're not like, wow, my car is so favorable. No, you're just not breaking it. Use anything as designed, like, wow, I went to the gym every day. I feel better. Use things how they're supposed to. I use my long-term to grow my long-term investments. Favor follows function. You stick with what you need to do, follow in function, that right there will get you a certain amount of favor. You want to get lucky, kill desperation, and do what you're supposed to do. I'm telling you, that right there is a game changer in life. But this is what I want to remind you of. Sadly, next 6 months, can I tell you something? The next 6 months does not matter how nice you are. You know that? The next 6 months does not depend on you being a good person. I know. Isn't that terrible? Bro, the next 6 months, I would even argue, does not even matter if you're talented. Do you get it? Just don't forget. The world rewards certainty. That's the irony, because certainty kills. But when it comes to making your mind up in a decision, the world has a funny way of following it. So do you see what I'm telling you? Next 6 months, you better have your mind up on what you want, what you're going to avoid, your commitment towards it, to killing desperation, all these things. Have you made a decision? Again, even your long term. You need a certainty. That's what's going to get things working. Actually, it's maybe the other part might make you realize it better. Understand that indecision drains strength. Do you realize indecision kills your strength more than failure ever could? Oh, I don't know if they hear me, bro. You don't believe me? The man who fails learns. The man who delays dies. Think about it slowly. Indecision kills your mind, your emotions, your spirit. Indecision is going to drain your strength more than any failure. So I don't know, man. I don't know if you're tired right now. I heard people say, they say, I'm tired. They say, I'm tired. They're like, Josh, man, every day, I don't know how you do that, bro. Damn, bro, I respect that, Josh. Why? I just made a decision. That's it. You want to not be tired? Get rid of indecision. I made this decision. I'm going to go with that. Did it work? Yes or no? Oh, it failed. Let me learn off of it. I'll make another decision. This is what's going to happen. This is my decision. This is how I'm going to wait for this. I'm going to do that. Boom. Easy. Indecision will slowly sap all of your strength. Failure is not even the problem. Indecision and letting that slowly lead to death, that's the problem. So let me, again, Earl Nightingale said this. It's very simple. This is something I think for everybody. And I hope this hits you. I hope this hits you more than the first time you ever heard it. I pray you don't let your vision rot while you tell yourself you're wise. Do you get it? This whole, so now don't like, wow, I'm tired. Indecision. We're not going to make a decision. Time goes on. Oh, yeah, no, I'm going to do this eventually. Oh, yeah, once the time is right, once it's perfect, I'm going to wait for an external and then make up my mind instead of making up my mind and then living in whatever happens. Yeah. Oh, it's smart if I wait. Smart if I do nothing. Yeah, what's going to happen? You might have a vision, but that vision is going to rot with no movement, no decision making, and then you're going to think you're being smart. Don't do that. Very simple. Decision is wisdom. You know that, right? You think wisdom is a fun fact? You think wisdom is learning bonds? No. A decision. Go look around this world. People you regard as wise tell me they don't know how to make decisions and aren't scared of making decisions. That's the wisdom. A decision is wisdom, and discipline is simply the proof. I was wise enough to make a decision and disciplined enough to follow through with it. Here, look. That's your formula right there. Make your decision and let your habits prove it. So, Chattadonia, it's decision-making time. I hope for some of you, this leads to closing out the year, the next 6 months, with a goal, a direction, something to navigate. Do not just drift to the finish line, because guess what? There is no finish line. It restarts after all of that again. But that being said, I'm going to close it out with one thing, one little quick Jim Rohn, and I love this one. You know, because there's a place to get started. And I don't know, man. I think all you need in life is the basics. You know that? I think a lot of you have learned it from me. I think some of these little gems I give you, you're like, well, I don't know. I don't meditate. I don't read my Bible. I mean, listen, my brother, if you could understand these basics and put them to work, that's enough to change your life. Go bring up a stock. Go bring up a business, an industry. Most things, I understand the basics. You'd be surprised how far you could go understanding the basics. And that's something, too, I want for a lot of y'all. A lot of people want to know the elite ball knowledge of options. I said, no, you don't need that. You need to understand the basics. Oh, I need to figure out the market, the insider trading, all this. No. You need to understand the basics. They say go back to basics, right? If you can make it a point to actually understand and comprehend the basics of what you're dealing with, you will be a lot better off than most people. So here, I will let Jim explain it. Jim.
The next, a unique word called basics. The basics of good nutrition, the basics of a marketing system.
Does it sound weird?
And of course, my role. The next, a unique word called.
Why does it sound like that?
Basics. The basics of good nutrition, the basics.
Do you guys hear it, or is my thing tripping out?
And of course, my role is teaching the basics of personal development. For things to change, you've got to change. For things to get better, you've got to get better. The basics of what makes a good community.
Do you
the
hear
basics of what makes a good personality. The basics. And there's just a few. Anybody can learn the basics, the fundamentals. Be a little suspicious if someone says we got a new fundamental. Say, no, fundamentals are old. If somebody says, you know, we're manufacturing antiques, I mean, you got to be a little suspicious. But the basics of how the business works, how to build a mega million, now multi-billion-dollar company like Herbalife. The basics. Mark's practiced them flawlessly. And I'm telling you, he can teach it for you, whether you have just a little business around your home or whether you want to do business around the world. The basics of being an entrepreneur. A chance to be a world-class entrepreneur. Not having the burdens of the corporate structure, but being an entrepreneur in your own right. Basics. Fame is good because it inspires. Fame not just to be unduly proud, but fame that reaches. Fame that gives an extraordinary, larger-than-life testimonial. It gives a worldwide testimonial. Fame is important, not just for fame, but for fame as a beacon light. Fame that says, hey, it can be done. Fame that says, look what a few extraordinary people can start and look what they can finally accomplish after the first 20 years. That kind of fame. It's inspiring. It's reassuring. It's incredible. The next...
It's incredible. Yeah, my audio was a little weird. I think it was mine. Yeah, he said that's the only thing that made me sad about Jim Rome. I forgot he did. He was great at the multi-level marketing. He was big on it. They all were, all the sales guys. But oh, did you hear what he said? The basics. The basics. And the basics don't change. You know that, right? I don't know if you guys ever wondered. Some things I'm very hard-headed on. You know why? Because the basics don't change. You know that? The world will change. A lot of things will change. But again, the basics of how certain things operate, that'll never change. That's why I wanted to learn a lot about electricity and other things that we're dealing with, and everybody is hyping up all of a sudden. And he said a phrase, I don't know if you, and this is something I wanted to see. Would this spark a red flag in any of you? Tell me, what if I told you I'm opening up a business? Chad, I'm making a new business. You want to know what it is? I'm going to be manufacturing antiques. Does that sound weird to you? We're going to be opening up a manufacturing plant for antiques. Yeah, Spy got a little bit of a stick. Stick. Apple, too. Mm-hmm. That should raise red flags if I said that. If I said I'm making a business manufacturing antiques, you should say the same thing. You should be like, wait a minute, how are you going to make something that's old? Do you see how that's a contradicting phrase in and of itself? Well, you experience that every day. How many people in your life, something happens, they're like, no, learn it this way. How many people have told you they're getting into manufacturing antiques? No, look around, brother. Look around. How many ideas have we pursued off of this idea? Oh, no. It's like the basics of this, but it's different. We're going to manufacture the antique. How you making something that's old? Exactly. So think about that. I think that explains your modern era more so than a lot of things. We are in the era of people selling you manufactured antiques. But that's why I keep emphasizing, make a direction, make a decision. And again, the truth is unchanging. The basics, again, this is part of critical thinking. You go back to where it is. You ever want to learn anything, my brother, learn the basics, and guess what? The basics are old. The basics are the basics because they are basic. Where did it come from? How things are used have changed. But how they started and operated, that has never changed. The market is way different. Every 5 years I look at it, way different than when I started. But the basics are the same. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. Options trading is so much crazier than it was at any point in my career. Guess what? The basics are all the same. How do I do it? Oh, well, you do it this way. Do it the new way. Oh, that doesn't work anymore. Manufacturing antiques. So I hope you think about this one. But like I told y'all, man, think about this in the context of making a decision. Direct. Your biggest failure this year is not going to come from anything you think it will. It's going to come from drift. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. Fast link for the Stream-a-lots. God bless America and Philo. And here's Uncle. Oh, shit.
So call baggy. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist. I must insist. Things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this. Already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble, but I'm powerful. But I don't have to tell you. There's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking around? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether.
Yeah, Trump announces secret U.S. military mission last month escorted over 100 million barrels of oil and 200-plus commercial ships through Hormuz, declaring the U.S. controls the strait. Iran's military is defeated and its economy is lost. So yeah, he did say we stole the oil. He said 100 million barrels of oil they jacked this whole time. We got you. Got him. You thought.
Long term.
Hey, Will, this shit is fucking cold.
Made a lot of money, hard not to be cocky, but I worked to get here. My name isn't Bronny. I am 5'6", but I still call her Shotty. I catch the dip, I do not catch a body. If the money quick, I will probably be cautious. You lever too much if the move make you nauseous. Difference between a rock and diamond is flawless. You don't save money, I find that appalling. Never been in battle, but I got a war chest. I believe in God, I don't make poor bets. Ask Pascal the wager and I'll tell you I'm legit. Sometimes you feed the haters, cause the haters make you rich. On everything, my words could change your life. How you so stubborn when you never got it right? Admitting that you're wrong is the hardest thing to fight, but it's a pretty deep hole if you think dark's light. Save time, let's get right into it. It's still the truth, even if I am a hypocrite. Blood on their hands, but they tell you that they innocent. That's why I don't act, I'm just waiting on my sentencing. So judge that, balance sheet Biden, they really not black, they don't really got cash. If you don't know accounting, you won't laugh at that. They can't match my swag, intellectual, and I bought some property.
I told them be themselves, but some of them just copy me. I'm really not mad. I enjoy all types of comedy, even if it's irony. How y'all still trying me? That sounds tiring. Pull up in a brand new, damn, that's inspiring. Stand your ground, but understand that I'm firing. You grinder guys, I'm the type who not retiring. I curve a bitch like indifference. You're a hoe, that's an inference. Is it refusal or just ignorance? I'ma pray for your deliverance, gang. Wait, but long term is my slang. You buying Mad 7, but I bought it when it's fang. You don't really got the juice, I don't even think you tang. How you gonna call it change when you and black, I think the same. You really felt for misdirection. I really hope that you're reflecting, but you don't wanna talk about it. Kinda sound like ivermectin, yikes. Shouldn't say that, Bible where I lay at. Know they get in trouble, but survival how I play that. Do you know the difference between a Benz and a Maybach? You can say the same about this life, cause we the same, man. That's a lesson, very least the bar. I have never golfed, but I know they subpar. A lot of people talk, that don't mean they got the cars. Use your head, gotta be strong if the head is always hard. Damn, like that. Never had a loss that I didn't get back. 1, 4, 5, 5x, quick math. I'm just talking minimas, a different blackjack. But I learned, waiting for my turn, bro. You would think it's crypto, the way they try to burn. Though they work but not pay, but they ain't on a furlough. I called it communion before I called it Merlot. Story of my life, I could write a book, but I'd rather show you live. So let it ride. Long time. Don't worry. There's one more. One more.
Ooh, Mumbai, my long term. Kumbaya, Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Stonks go up, my friend. Stonks go up. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Boom, boom. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya.
Woo! Alrighty. Well, we're back, Chattadonia. We are back. All right, man. We're back. I guess the market kind of liked that headline. Oil dropped a little bit, but I guess we're finding out about the secret plan to steal the oil. Apparently. That's what we got today. That is what we got today. Kumbaya, my long term. Kumbaya. Nice if I could get those. Firm, dude, I know that one went crazy. Visa announced strategic collaboration with OpenAI. Yeah, firm 26%. So you could have got practically 20% on that. And that was after it went up 9. Visa to provide global network credentialing capabilities and security to support agentic commerce experiences. So it's kind of moving off of that. But yeah, you're getting more headlines with Visa and OpenAI. And then again, SPY you've been at this range for several hours. Today wasn't even 7 hours to nowhere unless we pop up to VWAP, but even then, it's been chilled. Do I believe what Trump says? Not as much as you. And I don't know about you, but that's something I learned this year. Is that like at one point throughout the year, like there would be people and they're like, Trump's a liar. I hate him. I don't care what he says. And then if I was like, yeah, ignore the war. And they're like, well, Trump said that he's going to destroy civilization. And I'm like, why do you care what he says more than I do? So, but I just really don't believe what anybody says. I don't know. It's just kind of a good rule of thumb. Don't trust, but verify. I know they say trust but verify. I just don't trust. I just verify. And usually just read between the lines. You know, like I'm saying, Trump really reminds me of growing up with my dad, and I'm very well versed at growing up with my dad. And like I'm saying, like, you know, at one point my dad would be coming to pick me up, and I'd call him and I'd be like, "Where are you?" And he'd be like, "I'm at the light," which the light is about a minute away from our house. And then he'd be like, "I'm at the light." And then about 1 minute would go by, and then he didn't show up. And I'd be like, that's a fluke. And I waited another minute, and he's not there. And then I'll be like, okay, I'll chill. I'll wait 5 minutes. And then 5 minutes go by, he's still not there. And then I would call him again. And then he would be like, no, Habibi, I'm at the light. No. So I'm at the light right now. I'll be there 5 minutes. And then 5 more minutes goes by, and then nothing. He doesn't show up. And then we'd play this game for the next like 2 hours, and then he would show up about 2 hours later. But that's where I learned. But then at the same time, like, I came to learn, like, he wasn't at the light, but he was on his way, but he wasn't as close as I thought. So you know what I'm saying? It's like, would I call my dad a liar? I don't know. But do I believe what my dad says? Let me put it this way: the next time he said he's at the light, I was a little bit more skeptical. You know what I'm saying? I was allowed to say, "Oh yeah, fool me once." But yeah, that's kind of how I view Donald Trump, where I just don't necessarily, I don't believe everything he says, and then I don't view it as a lie. I think there's somewhere in the middle ground. It's just taking information and then verifying and stringing it together. That's kind of how I've gone about it. That's why you and your ex broke up? No way. I'm sorry for laughing. But then again, I couldn't break up with my dad. That wouldn't work. So I was kind of stuck there. But I remember, I think I would say that when I kid. I'd be like, "You lied! You lied!" But he would insist it's not a lie. My dad would insist it was not a lie. He said, just it's English, it's semantics. See, my dad doesn't even know what the word semantics means, I don't think, but I'm sure he would have said semantics if he could. The war's already over. But yeah, that's why. That's why too. I mean, everything, even the news and the media, just don't take everything so personally, and don't take it as true. And then yeah, just wait till you could verify it, and then try to come to your own conclusion. Regardless, you know, it's usually going to be somewhere in the middle of what people say, right? It's not going to be exactly what Trump said, but then it's not going to be exactly what the media said it's not. And that's kind of how. But yeah, I'm not I think it's very fascinating that, like, I even explained this example to my mom, because she asked me the same thing and she understood it, because that's why I was like, I don't know, I'm surprised how many people dislike Donald Trump. They really don't like him, but they listen to him at face value way more than like people who actually listen to him. That's what I've noticed. Like I'm saying, I've listened to all of Trump. I like listening to him. I mean, I know most of what he's going to say, but like I'm telling you, you saw that one a lot. So like literally April or March 29th, we're buying Microsoft, NVIDIA, we're buying all these different plays. And that was something people would say to me. They're like, "Why are you buying the dip?" And I'm like, well, for every, no geopolitical conflict has lasted longer than 45 days. If you asked me that March and April, that's exactly what I would have told you. Ask anybody who was here. That's exactly what I would say. So the response that some people would end up saying, they're like, yeah, but Trump just said he's going to destroy civilization. And that right there, that's where I'm like, yeah, who cares if he said that? I'm not listening to him saying that. Does that make sense? Like, he might attack, but I don't really think he was going to destroy civilization. Maybe he would have gotten rid of some power thing and then hailed it as destroying civilization. But the irony is that I was buying the dip on things, And the reason why people were saying they didn't want to buy the dip and were selling was because of what Trump said. But then again, it's like you don't even like the guy. You don't even believe him. So that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to flip you to support Trump. I'm just saying, notice the logical fallacy, right? If you tell me Trump is a liar, he's a PDF file, he is all these things, right? And then I say, why are you not doing something? And then you say, because Trump said this. Do you see the contradiction? And that's where I'm saying we're just, in a weird way, don't listen to these politicians, but don't listen to them. That includes Donald Trump. That includes anybody. Any sort of financial information, you got to kind of sift through it. There's going to be a little bit of truth in everything, but for the most, you can't listen to it directly and take it at face value. And again, especially if you don't trust somebody, I would follow through with that. Did you guys get what I'm saying? So if any of you, if I was like, I do not trust you, I am not going to make a business deal with you. I'm not going to listen to anything that you end up saying. That's the problem. You don't take him for face value. You think you're the Trump whisperer. I don't. I've never said that. I mean, people have said that about me, but I've never claimed to be the Trump whisperer. I've never even claimed to say anything with it. Sadly, I have been very correct. That's what I'm saying. Just objectively, the last 2 years, and even the first Trump, I mean, I do very well under Trump. I mean, we did good under Biden, but I mean, Biden, there wasn't even anything to really interpret. And then again, it was just different. Instead of the money going towards, drones and materials, it was just all ESG. But yeah, it's not I don't think you should take him at face value, and then certain things you should, but even then, even the things you should, it's still like, you guys got to kind of know the element to where it's not necessarily important, or he's not really going to do what he's actually saying. And again, he has his own track record too. That's the craziest part. I don't really know what that means, but yeah, I've never claimed to be a Trump whisperer. But at the end of the day, I do think I don't think he's as complicated as people make it out to be. I think if you don't like the guy and then you get caught up in logical fallacies, it doesn't work. He's a very confusing guy if that's the case. But if you keep it simple, I think it's very easy to read. I used to get very bothered by the politics. Marvel CEO, custom silicone growth remains ahead of expectations. Last time I said custom is going to double year over year. It's going to do more than double. There was an L3 Harris headline earlier, actually. Yeah, Trump does. He brings out a lot in people. But that's what I'm saying. At this point in the markets, I'd encourage some of you to, just don't let it cost so much. Because like I'm saying, there's been some easy ones that people have sadly. It has a high cost. Again, if you got bearish on this war, and again, I only say this because, and this is what I'm saying, this wasn't even like me saying Trump whisperer. I was just bringing up objective historical facts. That's the thing. I hope some of you could defend me on this, because in the middle of this global conflict, I was reminding everybody every single day that every global conflict gets written off 45 days later. And and that's what I'm saying. That costs people a lot of money. You either lost money on shorting, or you got left behind, and then you're so mad at Trump that you're not chasing until it breaks out at the high, and then you're still doing it kind of angry. And then same thing, all the plays last year too, from Intel to the critical minerals, it got to this point where the Trump hatred I still think you could hate the guy, be my guest, but don't let it cost you so much is kind of the mentality I have towards it. Like, again, I think missing out certain opportunities or, you know, choosing the most extreme one to, like, be like, oh my gosh, he said this, I'm not going to do this now. And, like, you know, and the back end results are very costly. And that's the point where I think, you know, some people got to stop making that mistake. What the hell is this? By Trump propaganda and missing this insane rally. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. This isn't the first time. The same thing happened last year. So at this point, there's some people who have done it twice in a row within 12 months. And that's what I'm saying. That's way too costly. Like, you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, miss one rally first term, right? Or second term, first month, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you hate the guy. That's fine. But you do it twice? You can't do it. That's you know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is go make a new mistake. I am always I am very fine with that. Make a new mistake you didn't know, but making the same mistake is unacceptable. You've learned to take a man at his word. No word is no good. The man is no good. Yeah, that's nice in theory, but that's what I was saying the other day. Stop expecting people to meet your standard and start taking people exactly how they are. That's just the best thing. Like I'm saying, the people who tell me, Josh, I love you long term, I love this, and then, okay, give me an option to gamble, I don't have a long term. I'm just, listen, it's good in theory. I would love for you to have a long term. I would love for you to be a real Chad, but taking you as you are, that's not really why you're paying attention right now. You're not really doing it, even if you say it. And that's what I'm saying. If that is your true mentality, you should hate Elizabeth Warren, Jerome Powell, and pretty much every politician. You would probably have the same dissatisfaction that I do. Why? Because none of them have kept up their word. So that's what I'm saying. This is all politics, unfortunately, is that they are all lying. They all have a certain degree of not being able to take them at their word. So, like I'm saying, it's just when on the big ones, and now this is the president, and he has the ability to both move stuff and not, but just make sure it doesn't cost you. And like I'm telling you, someone asked, they said, do I really believe him? I don't really, and that's why I said too, I don't really believe anybody. I don't believe you. I don't believe any Chads. I don't believe any politician. It's very simple. When I did believe people, I would run into more problems. When I stopped believing people, it's great, and I still love people. I could still build, if anything, my relationships I've built with people are way more fulfilling because I didn't believe them in the beginning and that they had to prove it. And I hope the same with some of you guys. You know, I hope I've been able to prove to you, way more than just what these rants, that there is a benefit and there is a goal that we're looking for. But yeah, I would stop, I just in general, stop believing people and make, if you're going to give them your mind and your belief, it should come with something. They should have something to prove to you. And unfortunately, Donald Trump, he has not proven that to me, but neither has any of these politicians. So gain out of it, I think it's bullshit. So if you keep making the same mistake and you're like, oh, well, I learned. It's like, no, bitch, you learned it the first time. So same thing goes with me. I make the same mistakes, time and time again. But that is what I like. That's what it all boils down to for me, is that I'm not gonna make the same mistake and be like, oh, I learned. Oh, I knew. Oh, well, this time I learned. My failure taught me. No, it's like the same mistake after a certain amount of time is just kind of it's not it doesn't work. But yeah, I have made the same mistake. I just think the value is lower. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. 100%, dude. It's politicians, not leaders. Then that's what you guys got to look for. You know, if you want to find someone to believe, find a leader, a real leader. But politicians are not leaders. That's it. They're just trying to get reelected. They have laws and other stuff that incentivize and protect them for their lies. So, you know, no, just take them how they are. Again, and I know it sucks, but like I told you, you're gonna have rules and things stacked against you. Until the day we could change them, it's our job to learn how to get around them and get around them in the best way possible. That's what I'm saying. I hope these liars, these lying, cheating, thieves, and people who do stuff for power, I hope you don't let them affect your wealth and your setup for your long term and everything else, just by listening to people's words, that their words are only as potent as the next election. They just want to get reelected. They are going to say anything to get reelected. What was that mistake? Oh, everything, dude. I make a lot of mistakes, brother. Girls, women, cars, bad financial decisions, bad gambles, eating the seed rather than planting it. So yeah, I mean, I think over the course of my life, 20 different things pop up. I think females, they did get 2 spots. Did I say it twice? Yeah, that one. That's it. I've stopped making some of them, but I'm not married. That's what I'm saying. Cars. I used to just buy cars. I hated that. Again, that's why, though. Now if I went and I ate a seed instead of planting it, I'm not going to be like, oh, I learned. Or if the car is not gum, I'm like, oh, it's like, no, I already knew that. That was actually very foolish. That was just a fool giving into his foolishness. Trump's stats operational readiness is now at 100 of 100, says Iran. Sources close to Galabuti. I think Warsh is he's either gonna try to, he has a really tough decision. He's either going to try to slow walk it and run the risk of people thinking he's weak, or he's just going to come in head first on Wednesday and then fuck everything up. But I don't know. I don't know. The worst financial decision I made was not understanding taxes. Because then I got fucked by the IRS, had a fat tax bill, and then I already spent the money, and then I spent the money on depreciating assets. So it was terrible. It was the worst combo ever. Because the turnaround, it would have been the difference between acquiring more property, having more money, being way more secure. But then again, that one mistake changed my life forever, though, because I never made that mistake again. That was the one I was now like, oh, I get it now. I passed the fluke test, but it almost got me. That's what I call it. I call it the fluke test. The first time all of you guys make a lot of money, you're going to make a lot of money one day, whether it's stocks or real estate, and then you're not going to be prepared for the taxes. You're either going to be ignorant and not know about them, or not take them seriously, and then you're going to use the money, spend it, and then get hit with the fattest tax liability of your life, and then still probably not have a tax strategy. And then after that, you're going to be like, yeah, hold on, I got to do that. No, I just didn't have a tax plan. I wasn't aware of taxes. So the first time I ever made a lot of big money, and I'm living off of it, I'm like, woo! I went and bought I bought crazy cars, got a nice place to live. I was living my life, spending money. Life is good, dog. We made it. And then again, a year later, I get a tax bill, and I'm like, huh? how do I owe this much? Then I'm like, what do you mean? And then the IRS is like, no, you owe us, or we're going to take money out of your bank account, and then we're going to take this. And then everything I bought wasn't a tax write-off, or it was minimal to what I should have got, let alone I had zero tax plan. I had zero tax strategy. I had real estate, but not enough, and I wasn't even utilizing my real estate as a tax shelter. I was just a kid. I was making money, living. I thought you make money and spend it. Like I didn't know taxes. Nobody told me taxes. No one taught me taxes. So yeah, I had to learn it through massive failure. And then yeah, that set me back a little bit, but it definitely, in the future as I started making money though, I was able to prepare for it. That's why all the time, I'm always keeping this one in mind. Bro, why won't those CBOEs move up? What did I pay for those? 4. Yeah, it kind of made me more efficient, and just understanding what was going to be necessary. But yeah, I mean, at that point, it just, I don't know, just learning the game. So now I'm thinking about both not only being efficient, but then not letting it be a liability, because that's what it was. It just turned into a major liability. And then pair that up with other bad financial decisions. It was not fun. Losses you have investing reduce taxes if you do it the right way. Yeah. But if not, then no. That's why too some people take way too many losses. That's why like the long term having some of those there is a good idea. There's not a way to limit the tax losses, but again, there's a lot of ways that it works. And that's just it. If you don't understand it, you're never going to know. And that's kind of some of those things. That's why every time we talk about taxes with stocks, and like, remember, you can only write off $3,000 a year unless you have trader tax status. That's something that surprises people. And that's a way where people will take more losses than they could write off. They did it for no reason. Whereas if they kind of staggered it or made a tax situation be able to benefit off of that more, they would have not had the same liability. If you sell, don't buy liabilities. Yeah, I guess buy a house, but yeah. Or at least make sure you have your thing. Trader tax status is pretty difficult. You need to trade a certain amount of time, and then it's all dependent on how you file. But I think it's based off of your trade volume. You make horrible decisions with your money on options. Well, that's what I was saying last year. If that's really the case, why don't you go buy a car? Or like, why don't you go become like a travel influencer? Because that's what I would do. So if options wasn't making me money, I would just go take that money and be like, okay, because you're not learning anything. If you're like, wow, I make money, I know stocks, but then I just go back and I gamble and give it all up, then you're better off you're not going to learn by doing that again. So that's why I'm saying, in a weird way, if you just go and enjoy that money and change something, you might live better off. I think most people will. That's been my advice. I say you either take the wise way or go and fail miserably very, very quickly. If that's it. You don't believe me, then double it up. Otherwise, I think you should Either go and buy something, go get a trip, a car, go do something enjoyable, especially if your short-term trading is not working for you. Yeah, travel. You'll enjoy it. At least you'll get some points too. Better off, better than wasting it and not getting anything, especially if that's the same mistake you keep making. Damn, Casey's at $900. Am I tripping? I'm in day trading. Should I qualify? Ask your tax guy. But yeah, you just got to apply for it. But then if you get that, you get no more wash sales, and then you could write off things a lot better and easier. Is it power hour yet? No, it's only 11:30, bro. You lost 2 watches. I wanted 2 not crazy watches, but nice ones when you put it that way. That's what I'm saying. Next time you have a little Rolex in your account, go buy the Rolex. If you're going to give it back up. And obviously you don't know if you're going to give it back up, but like, you know. Does that make sense? I think a lot. That's why I'm saying. I think some people might be like, oh, like, you know, again, I say this. Some people are like, that's my big problem, options. So yeah, I'm telling you, if that's the case, you're gonna probably end up trading better. You know that, right? No. Fuck the possibility. I need you to get used to now. You're gonna do better if you do that. You know why? Because you actually enjoy life. And then you're going to actually be, like, excited. And then you're going to be like, oh, something good came out of this. You see what I'm saying? When I look at my trading accounts, I'm like, oh, that bought this house. Oh, that was a down payment here. Something good came out of it. Do you see what I'm saying? Not like, oh, maybe I'll get lucky and make my money back. No. You want to look at it like, hey, something good has came out of this. And that's what I'm saying. If you ever hit a big run, and if you're prone to keep gambling away, just keep this in mind. If you're like, you know what, I'm going to pull it out. Go buy me a Rolex. You're probably going to end up being happier about it. And you're going to, down the line, it's going to change how you kind of view some things. And I really think that's one of the best pieces of advice I've given people from last year. Because I was saying I didn't want any of you to gamble. There was good gambling opportunities, but you know, again, the discipline, the politics, the emotions, people were acting a certain way. And like I'm saying, I've even seen it happen, though. I mean, people hit waves with me. I'm telling you that one story that Chad did like $2,000 into like 50 grand and lost it all. And then he got it right back up. But then the second time he pulled it out and bought a car. And I said, that's a way better move. And then again, there was a story last year. It was very sad. There was a Chad who ran it up, quit his job, making $200,000-300K on trading, and then blew it all up. Literally lost all of it by just chasing, gambling, going crazy on it. And like, that's the problem. And that's what I was saying. It was just again, the Robinhood accounts, seeing at how the values are lower than 2020, it's very easy to give this shit back up. And that's what I was saying, man. Some of y'all you're better off, just go use the money. Enjoy it. If this doesn't serve you consistently, and small amounts you're not able to do it small and let it turn into something big, I would just walk away and use that money you would have spent enjoying your life, because you would have walked away with something better. And then it may have even helped you trade down the line. Because I'm telling you, just don't underestimate, you guys, the clear-headedness that helps me do a lot of the shit that I do. I don't give a shit about, I don't care about the politics. I don't give a fuck about anything else going on. Even if the account 10x's, I'm still not using an amount that's going to make me emotional. I'm separate. Again, I turn off the market when the market's closed. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you work your way into it, bro. Don't underestimate how far a clear head will just help you make such better decisions. hardest part is the job. You think it could help you? It could, but if it's not and you are aware of it, it's not. That's what I'm saying. Just don't be what's it called? Just don't be desperate. That's what I'm saying. Kill the desperation. There's no, oh, I need it to make up my job, make up my loss. No, just do it. Do it as a hobby. Do it because there's money, small amount of money, and then hopefully you get to the point where I'm like, yeah, it pads the stats. There's a reason why I'm doing it, but it's not like you're chasing it, hoping it's gonna be some mysterious thing that or fulfills something in life that you needed, because it doesn't. And that's why if you approach it that way, it'll give you a little bit more. There was that Fubo headline on the licensing. That one kept going. No, the wheel strategy, be careful. Don't buy a stock unless you want to hold it. Like buying a stock solely for selling premium usually backfires. Is 70% owned by Disney? Fubo, they were hyped. Their users didn't, it kind of like hit a wall. But especially with the soccer stuff too. Don't they usually do good during this time, the World Cup? This is their moment. Waiting on my moment. How long? I mean, I don't know. I feel like I've kind of always been like this. Like I've never been disillusioned by trading. I've made a lot of money on options, but I never wanted to trade for a living. That's it. That's been the only thing that saved me. I've just always seen it as a supplement, and that's kind of what I've done. But like I've been doing it the whole time I've been live. A lot of these trading accounts, I fund them once and then that's it. So that's why, like, even when we used that during COVID, brought that account up, and then we get the other ones, and then I split them up. But it was all usually the same amounts, and then I've gotten very used to this idea of just pulling out once it gets to a down payment. A subdomain for cult music with a CRGC message? Ah! This is our leader. Who is our leader? Head of National Security, Iran Parliament. This time the war won't be limited to the region. Anthropic Emoti calls for stricter AI safety. Says government should be able to halt new models. And then, bro, CBOE, the short-term contracts won't go up, but the ones with time did. I know that's what I was saying. I mean, the last couple of days were up, but literally it's like you're up, but it's still like the momentum is terrible. Down in the last couple days, but yeah, 729 still impressive. Live every day. I think around end of 2019. And then we had COVID. Andy, quickly, get to the yards now. California. Do you think you could have a career engineering and be a successful swing trader? I mean, yeah, as long as you don't be a crackhead. That's it. I think if you could separate the two, focus on your job, and then use the markets as a supplement, you'll be fine. But that's it. If at one point though, you're not gonna make it if at one point you hit a bag and you're like, do I even want to be an engineer anymore? You like, now that I think about it, do I even want to engineer? I don't even like engines. I don't even know why I'm an engineer. Yeah, wait a minute. If I just hit these once in a lifetime 9,000% trades, if I just do this at least once a week for the rest of my life, I'll never have to look at an engine or an engineer ever again. That's when you're going to fail. That's what I've seen with the millions of people I've encountered. That's the part. The other day, remember when it was like Bloomberg, I was taking a dump? I don't think I said it. Homeboy was talking about it. He was like, oh, it'll help the medical people do better. Oracle awarded government contract. Hey, yo, bro, is this like Dell where they're announcing the contract the day before earnings again? Mm-hmm. But like, the guy was talking, he was like, yeah, it'll help medical professionals do their job better and like all these other things. But then I was like, man, you have no idea how many people in medicine I have encountered, and literally after one solid run, they're like, I don't even want to be a doctor anymore. I'm dropping out of med school. Or they get so like jaded by working in medicine that they just instantly get into finance. So yeah, but that is the part where I think a lot of people kind of fail at, doing both of them, which I think you should do both. I think being an engineer and swing trading is awesome, but like I'm saying, you just can't like mix them in. Like, you know what I'm saying? You cannot, as long as you're doing the trading to trade, have fun. Again, I have a lot of fun. I think it's fun, the world, make some money off of it. That's it. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? And if it's supplements and we get lucky using the right things at the right time, awesome. It just bought me a car, a trip, a house, you name it, whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's simple as that. Or maybe it just supplemented a year of deposits for my long term, whatever it may be. But the moment you start like you're working and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna trade. Oh, and then I'm working. I hate my job. I love trading more. And then you play this game of like, well, why would I do this? Maybe I'll just trade for the rest of my life and give up my source of income that I spent money and school time on. That's where most people end up failing when they try to do career shift for trading. Yeah, and then again, exactly. That slowly opens up the door to desperation. Oh, STI, that's the other battery company. Well, SPY's coming back near some of the lows, actually. So we're approaching the low of the day. Hot dog, it's almost power hour. 20 minutes. Iran and America held talks with Qatari officials in Doha over the past 2 days. Supplementing, good. As long as you supplement it, you'll be great, dude. I'm telling you. Yeah, and don't fall for the healthcare providers, the caretakers. You got to be careful of that, because you will get jaded, and the medical system's so fucked up, and you're gonna be like, fuck this, I just want to trade forever. But yeah, you gotta be careful of that, because every industry's like that. Like again, I hate Wall Street. Like, you have no idea. I'm telling you, spend enough time on Wall Street, you guys will. It's just as bad as the hospitals. You just don't see the people die. That's the reality. Let's be real about it. That's why you all still use your iPhones, and that's why you have activists, and they hate Palantir, they hate Donald Trump, but they're still day trading all fucking day. You know what I mean? Believe me, it's not just because you don't see the calamity doesn't mean it's not necessarily the exact same thing. But yeah, just watch out for that if you work in medical. But like I'm telling you, the people, like I know doctors, I know guys who are doctors, and they trade very well. You know why? Because they care more about their practice. So that's what I'm saying. They look at the markets when they have free time. They read about the world. They're nerdy. You know what I'm saying? They look into it. Then they make plays. I told you I have a jeweler friend. I made him a lot of money. This guy buys me a fucking chain or something every time a big play hits. But he's working all the time. That's it. He checks it every now and then. I told you, my lawyer even reached out to me, and he was even he said, "Oh, I was looking at my cases, and then my inner Chad came out." That's how it should be. If you could do your task, do your job, and then you trading is kind of in the background where it mixes into your life well. But the moment it starts to like dominate it, and now you're like, I don't want to work, I don't want to talk to my wife, I don't want to do I got the trade, we got to go to the trade. Wait, why would I do this? Why would I get rid of this source that's made me money my whole life? Let me go to something brand new. It's like right when it starts to dominate, that's usually where people fall for the desperation trap with it. So yeah, I hope this helps. I hope this conversation helps you out, man. This conversation sounds so toppy. You ain't seen shit, dog. You ain't seen shit. I'll tell you when I see it. Because I don't think you realize the last time there was a top, that's what happened. But it wasn't like, this wasn't a hypothetical. This was literally, I was getting 5 emails a day from people trying to quit their jobs to get into trading. I told you, I had one guy, I don't know if you guys remember. This was a couple years ago. He literally had like 300 grand in student loans. He was in his last year of residency. And then all of a sudden, the markets went crazy. He got jaded, and he was having a whole fucking... He was like, yeah, Josh, I don't even like medicine. I'm like, you just spent 8 years in college. He said, no, I don't like it. Yeah, I realize my real passion is the markets. I'm like, no! I'm like, dude, this is just like... And I don't know if it's a man thing, like a guy thing, because only guys would be like, I've been married for 20 years, but no, this 20-year-old girl is the love of my life. I swear, Josh, we have a connection. That's what it is, bro. I don't know how to describe it. But, like, that's what trading is. It's, like, literally a 20-year-old girl giving you attention. And then you guys are like, oh, my gosh, I think it loves me. I think this is my real passion. I'm like, you're just excited. I promise you. But, yeah, he wanted to drop out. I told him not to. I even told him. I told him that if he dropped out, he would be a terrible trader. You know that? It was terrible. Because I just said, take a step back. If you just spent almost 300 grand, 7-8 years of time, and now you want to drop out at the last minute to pursue something that you've just been doing for a couple of months. I said, that's the worst trade ever. I can't even think of a worse trade. So you go in the hole 300 grand, and then right when it's about to hit and pay out, you're like, I'm going to sell out for the loss and not get anything out of it. And then you're going to start taking, and then you're going to still have to pay for it for the rest of your life. And then you're going to start putting money towards a brand new thing. That's why I'm like, dude, that's just a terrible investment. Like, you know what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'm like, even if you wanted to become a trader, I'm just telling you, that's a terrible, terrible investment that you just made if you follow through with that. You see, it's like you gotta like close a good trade, bro. I said at the very least, just go finish your school and then start chipping away at this. The trading's not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's been around just as long. That's the irony of all of it. General Motors may not use low-cost batteries in future electric vehicles. LFP batteries instead of EVs to start this month at Tennessee. You put in your head you should leave your job because you have time. Nah. I'm telling you, ask anybody here. Ask any of the Chads who did it. keep your job, tune in whenever you're free to trade, that's fine, and then get a long-term, I will make you more money than if you quit your job today and tried to trade for a living. Because what's going to happen, you quit your job, try to trade for a living, you'll get sick of me and Philo after 6 months. And then before you know it, you're on a fucking prop fund. You're buying 5 different courses. You know why? Because you have to now. You don't have a job. This better work. You know what I'm saying? And then you're going to be going around everywhere. Before you know it, you're going to be trading every little penny stock you could find. And then, yeah, but telling you, get a job. Keep your job. Stack up to 10%. Keep finding ways to grow solid, steady income. Put it towards the long term. Get your long term growing, and then get a little side gambling budget. That's it. Some people go out on the weekends. We gamble on options. That's call it a day. That's all it is. That's it. You guys go to the bar. I go to the fucking daily option chain. I go to maybe a monthly. You know, that's all it is. Have a small budget for entertainment, for trading. And anytime you have free, if you could work that in and it works, awesome. It's going to pad the stats, but you're not going to put yourself in a worse position. That's what I've been trying to tell people. There's a way to trade without threatening your life, and it shouldn't. 10% of your 10%. And then if you're growing your long term at the same time, you got a job, you're not making other poor financial decisions, you could be the worst trader in the world. It's not going to hurt you. But then if you get a little bit of luck, oh, it's going to help you even tremendously. And that's just the general idea. But ask any of the Chads who've done this. I mean, again, Chads have tried to do it. And again, most of the people who try to trade for a living, it's a roller coaster. A couple people make it. I'm not going to lie to you. There has been some people, they are talented. It's in their skill bag, and then they really worked at it, and it worked out good. And then you know what they end up doing? They end up getting a long term in a house and doing what I told them as well. So it's not impossible. I'm not saying that it is. I just want you, most people, I want you all to do it the right way. So you can work your way up to it, but that's what I'm saying. It should happen. It will happen naturally, and it will happen in a way where you can't even ignore it. You get what I'm saying? But like, it's gonna remember, favor loves function. Or function and favor go hand in hand. So do it how it's supposed to be done, right? You could grow your finances, safe manner. You built up your life responsibly, income, investments. And then again, you're like, wow, I'm actually good at this. Wow, I have a consistent track record. Yeah, he's building up. You're going to be able to move into that. And like I said, it'll supplement and add to your life tremendously. But yeah, you just got to just don't rush it. And again, the whole quitting a job thing is just going to open up the door to desperation. And that's the one thing I do hate. Well, Oracle has earnings. I wanted to sell. I did a pre-run-up play. It got clapped. But I might hold it. Because last time they announced the government contract ahead of earnings, it was Dell. You want a long term, but you need to hit a bag or it won't make sense? Nope. That's the philo. Don't trick yourself. You're going to let the vision rot thinking you're being wise. Because you're right. Does a long term work better if you have more money? Of course it does. But that's a lie. That's the trap your mind is getting you into. Because then you're like, okay, I have this vision of a long term, but first let me do this. You're not making a real decision, right? And before you know it, what happens if you get a worse of a hit? Now that long term's further off, and then further off, and then before you do it, you're playing this game. But yeah, it's just not it's reverse. Start the long term now, and I bet you'll run into a big hit. I don't know how to explain it. It sounds like I'm talking some weird magic reverse psychology shit, but like, it's so true. I don't know how to describe it. I'm telling you. You go and hold off the long term because you try to get a big hit, you're probably never going to get a big hit. Go take $100, start a long term with nothing, you'll probably run into your biggest hit sooner rather than later. It's just how it works, bro. This is all richest man in Babylon and everything else, man. Well, SPY's going lower. Another new low, my friend. Hot dog. We're still like, what, 4 or 5 points off of yesterday's low? Oh my, where's XLF coming down? Staples a little bit. XLV already dropped. Yeah, honestly, it just looks like Staples. Low ticker is fully maxed out right now. So going lower. You got a promotion. You're a printing press operator. Josh Atola needs to print its own currency. I got you. Let's go, baby. See, a promotion with the long term. Supplement some trade. That's what I'm talking about. Amen, brother. Congratulations. Are you excited? Does it change your tax bracket? Be careful. That's what some people have been noticing. They've been rejecting raises because if your raise puts you in a higher tax bracket, make sure it's worth it. I want a bag before I start it equals I'll start working out when I lose some weight. Yeah, exactly. 100%. That's not how tax brackets work. No, it is. So, like, if you are making a certain amount right now, and then you get a certain raise, and it bumps you up into a higher bracket and taxes you more, sometimes that raise would be negligible. So, it just all depends where you're at. I mean, once you're past, for me, I'm always going to be fucked, but, at certain levels of working into, new and higher income, it is something to keep in mind. I would look into it if you haven't. So if you ever get a tax raise or if you ever get a raise on your job, just double check your taxes and make sure it makes sense. The Federal Income Tax Strike group on Facebook is insanely entertaining to read. I think we should. I thought we were close to it, bro. Never reject a raise. It's not how they work. Hey, man, just look into it. That's all I'm saying is double check. I'll let you decide. I think the Oracle headline's good. I think I'm gonna hold the earnings play now. I'll take the risk. I mean, last time I ripped the Dells early. That would have been nice. But Oracle's not really a big mover though. Remember, even last one they moved, but they even came down because Jim Cramer's like, oh, it's a good company with a fucking blowout earnings. I was like, why is this thing not loading up? I guess the word of the day is into it. If we are talking taxes. Yeah, last quarter they moved 9%. That's it. They came down after. But Oracle's up 42% on the quarter. So that's the crazy part. And then they're pricing in 13%. They've moved 9, negative 11, positive 36, and then positive 13. Where's the purchase agreements? I don't really like any of the ore. Every time I play an Oracle option, it loses. So that's why I'm... And then again, even the one the other day lost. It was up for a little bit. It looked good for a pre-run-up. And then everything flipped. Yeah, I just like that headline. So again, White House just announced like a, what was it, 50 million or 500 million deal? So it's but yeah, last time that's exactly what happened with Dell. But then Dell also got the pump from the president prior. But yeah, that's, and then ever again they hit the earnings, but we had that government funding news right before it came out, or right before the earnings did. So that's the only thing I like about Oracle right now. Other than that, I don't like that it's up 42% on the quarter. Remember, any of these names that have already moved a lot, the bar is going to be high. So that's kind of the problem. And then Oracle is one of those, what's it called? It's one of those that part of the recovery story or not. The deal with Nokia? I don't know. Nokia, most of the hype was just from NVIDIA, but the other one was Dell. So they had a government deal that was announced. It hit their earnings and people reacted on the earnings, but that headline, it literally came out hours before the earnings. And that's just what happened right now with Oracle. So Oracle just got a government deal. Their earnings are in a couple of hours. So yeah, it barely even moved off of that headline too. Iran and U.S. held talks with Qatar, and then defense industry leaders preparing to meet with Trump as worries grow over missile supply. Isn't CXW a prison? Those went up on that deal. Palantir's the only one that didn't. And SMCI back to 30? One little offering killed the whole wave, but now that's tracking with the momentum. Because remember, this only started ramping up when people got excited on it. Made a bag. Yeah, I think I still have them. My Nokias from last year, they're up 400%. They were up more, but that's on the leap, and they still legitimately have 2 more years of time left. Over 590 days of time. It was 30% of their market cap. They're like, we need it to fulfill the order. But yeah, that's what I was saying. I think in general, it would have been much more optimistic if they fulfilled that order without dumping on everybody. Well, Oracle was already at 250. We just need you need a blowout. I mean, that could also reignite some of this momentum if Oracle does really good. But if Oracle does bad too, that could also add a very cloudy shadow. Yeah, remember Tyree said it. GOCXW, they popped on the immigration bill. T-Mobile. All right. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. God bless America. God bless Chattadonia. Are you guys blessed? I hope you are. I hope you are. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And I will BRB. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. These days, they fly by, brother. I guess, what do we run? We could run these. We could run it up again.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts and hate all of the immigrants. We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true, just depends who's listening. It's not about you, it's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the aisle, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Panicans have no composure. I'm just a loyal voter. Let's send another war. Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and price floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ICE cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala AGI and better run.
Woo! Am I gonna update the lyrics when we get past October? I don't know, man. I think that song is gonna age really well. Like I told you, it's kind of weird. It's weird how many people have been bringing up October, both Trump and even some of the Fed people. So yeah, I think that song is gonna age well. I do. I think it might end in October. The more I think about it, I think our real end for sure by October. But you know, you never know. AMD Zen 6 leak points to stronger AI PC. Oh, so a good leak, not a bad leak. See if it affects Intel. But they all got to pop off that. Again, SPY's tweaking out near the low right now. Bowing out now. Yeah, we just SMCI. Remember, every day that was going up as people were, it became the shitty stock to chase with the momentum. But these companies have they do their thing, man. If they have a history of it, SMCI wasted no time. Imagine this on karaoke. Dude, you know what I want to do? I want to pretend to be somebody and do karaoke. Like I did in that one video from like 10 years ago where they let Abdul Mustafi do karaoke. That was really fun. I don't think you guys realize. Like going up in front of a crowd of people and then they think you're Abdul Mustafi. It was very, very fun. Yeah, oil's getting a little spike right now. Do 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 do. Iraq presidency meeting of 4 presidencies affirm principle of confining arms to the heads of state. Do 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 do. SMC at 120. Well, dude, I don't know. You remember when SMC would run up? That was SMC was like the second one next to Nvidia at the time. Remember, Nvidia started going crazy, and then SMCI, they were considered the winner. Joshi Tola on a karaoke. Today I want to sing God Bless the Strait of Hormuz. God bless the Hormuz, the waterway that I loving. I stand beside it and defend it from American and Zionist psychological war. From Oliver Mountain to where we hide the uranium. To the smoke from Shahid drone. As God blesses the Hormuz, the waterway that I make love. I feel like that's a Galabuti song. I don't know. I'm spitballing here. I'm spitballing. I don't know. It's a good song, Joshua. Very good song. We need to record it. Can we make a recording? I stand beside her and the guide her. Why would I guide her? She guide me. I guide her. What are you talking about? It's bullshit, man. Western Zionist policy. Evil America. Death to America. Instantly. Abdul Mustafi. Does it show up if I search that? No. I need to find it now. Oh, there it is.
Thirds. Who is that?
Bring back our jobs. Do you see Chevys being driven in Japan? We can look at the street right here and see 1 million foreign cars. Do you see Chevy? We hardly see Chevy or Ford on our street, let alone.
Is it that a Ford?
That's one Ford.
Okay.
But none of those are.
So then if Donald Trump said the one that...
Yeah, bro, look. I'm telling you, bro, I don't think you guys realize how funny this was, bro. This was so much fun. So look at this is me at a bar in front of everybody on karaoke, and they introduced me.
Abu Mustafi singing God Bless America from the country of Buram, which happens to be over there by the Middle East.
Thank you, I love it.
So I am Eli.
Yeah, yeah, you gotta check it. It's an old video. You gotta check it out. That's what I'm saying, bro. That was so fun. I got to get into character. I got an introduction. I had everybody at the bar just laughing. They thought they believed me though. I sell the Abdul Mustafi. Or you guys are just racist. That's it. They're like, wow, he really is from Bahrain. I could see it. He has a heavy accent. He's definitely not from here. Mm-hmm. I know, man. He's chill. He's one of the peaceful ones. Wait, what? They loved Abdul Mustafi, though. I'm telling you, very popular. Abdul Mustafi singing God Bless America. It's my favorite song, brother. Favorite. So I'm an alien? I felt bad, dude. You have no idea. It's funny, though. I don't know. The world has changed, though, a lot since that video. That's why I'm like, damn. I don't know if it's going to, like, I feel like nowadays, bro, they would have stabbed me. Everyone would have been more dramatic. The real name is Abdul? Might be. It's weird, though, bro. Like, I feel like the Middle Easterners are getting whitewashed. The other day, I met one of my dad's Arab friends for the first time, and I told him my name. I said Joshua, right? And he was like, no, he didn't. He just accepted it. I don't know how to describe it. It was so weird. They used to be like, no. What's your real name, Habibi? No, not your American name. What's your real name? But no, he accepted it. No pushback. No, I think it's just a generational thing now. Because that's it. We're getting older. They've enough time with the Western culture. But like, yeah, now they don't even question my name anymore. It used to be like, what's your Arab name, huh? Now it's just, no. They're like, oh, Joshua, very good name. Very good name. No, believe it or not, you guys, I do not introduce myself to Josh Atola as Josh Atola. I should, though. I think it's really funny. Like, I don't know if you guys have seen it on the comments. Like, when somebody new asks me a question, I love responding, please, just call me Josh Atola. I think it's the best response. Because they're like, sir, Mr. in the mask. They're like, Mr. Sockface, whatever. I'm like, no, please, just Josh Atola. That's what all my friends call me. Yeah, Josh Atola. Next time, go to basketball, announce yourself as Supreme Leader. They might accept it. They laugh. They clown, though, bro. All the guys I play ball with, they clown. There's one guy, he's really funny. But, like, every time we select teams, and I'm like, oh, what team am I on? He's like, oh, it's simple. Ugly guys versus everyone else. So, whatever team you're on, he just says ugly guys. But then I take that personally, and then I dunk on him. I say, who's ugly now, son? So, no, but, yeah. But, no, they're funny, though. They got a lot of fun. Dominion and GME. White guy for Kamala. Nvidia is coming down. Nvidia back to be below 200. Josh Atola. I like it. The JT. You call me JT for short, brother. Don't worry. All my friends call me JT. It is like a JT, but Josh Atola. You know, JT for short. So much for keeping the market up for IPO. It is, though. That's what like I said, if I told you we were at 726, if I said that to you in March, you would have thought I was high. Or even in April. So yeah, it's still, it's up there. They took a little bit off top. But if you heard that phrase, I hope you heard the whole, I'm getting all my money out. I hope you heard that one too. But yeah, it's definitely, I still think it's pretty elevated. I think this is enough to burn 75 billion and still kind of keep everybody in the middle. So yeah, that's why too though. If you think this is bad, get real, see what all these record high put purchases, what they turn into. Can I dunk? You thought I was 5'6"? No, I can't dunk, but if you, I mean, I hate to destroy that image, but yeah, no, man, I can't dunk. That was just a joke. I could still get backboard. You know, I'm still impressed by that. Not gonna lie though, it feels like every time I do it, it feels like I pulled a muscle in my anus. I'm not even trying to be gross. I'm just being actually extremely accurate. But yeah, other than that though, I could still hit backboard. I feel it in my booty every time I do it. A normal jump, I could still get high, but like if I aim for that backboard, I could smack it. But then, yeah, it comes at a cost. All right, low tickers picking up again. Micron, NVIDIA. You kind of have all the big tech going lower. But yeah. Yeah, Palantir, it started off weaker, but it's just around yesterday's lows. Couple ones. The Zillows are back to that previous low, but this time the premiums came down. So I'm gonna wait an extra day on that one. Otherwise, because I already did my double dip on Palant, we'll burn a little bit of time on it. But yeah, I'm watching that too. Other than then again, CBOE is working. We still have the Clove. Hopefully you did something with that. They're still up, but yeah, just however you want to monetize them. Arab men can't jump. No, we could jump, bro. We could jump. Again, SPY on the low. 726. So, I guess, though, the bad CPI, I mean, even though market took it good in the morning, you ended up having one cash, just like yesterday, cash open, and then, whoop! A good safe return better than a CD. Well, there's nothing safer than a CD. You know, money markets, anything paying you fixed return, you can't beat that safety. So if, you know, I think it'd be better to buy value names that are, you know, not going to go anywhere and then pay a higher yield, but then they come with risk. So it's like if you need, the equity could fluctuate, and if you need to pull out before that, you could end up taking a loss on it. But yeah, it's like if safety is the primary focus, money markets, CDs, bonds, that's unfortunately where you're going to want to be. But you could get similar returns, if not better, but you have to take a little bit more risk. And if that was the case, again, value names. It sucks that Kimberly, you're missing the dividend, but like I would have said Kimberly quality at $95. I think that was kind of a no-brainer. Because that's what I just parked cash in there for now. I mean, it's moved up and down. Even it hasn't moved down more than the yield. But then, yeah, it is. I see this, companies like that is better than cash or like CD money markets. No, the BBB comes into play unless we get demand destruction. So unless we're starting to really see demand destruction, then the economy slows down. then that'll be a problem. But for now, I mean, the run it hot theme is still there. We're just losing momentum. That's it. Ever since the last couple of days, and then now mixed it in with a higher CPI, and now the potential worries of rate cuts and everything else. That's kind, and then again, even the dollar about to break out. I think that's what's kind of creating all of this. But for the most part, I do still think the run it hot theme is intact, but just we moved up so much in that last couple weeks of May, even May in general, that this is just kind of, you know, stabilizing. But like I'm telling you, it's been like 6-7% in the last couple days, and that's pretty big, but it's also very I still think we're majorly elevated. That's why too, on some of these plays, you know, we got to wait a decent amount of time for things to get back to a better level. But because again, I mean, a lot of things have went up a lot. So even though we dropped 7%, I mean, just at one point, you know, we were breaking out into this level on the I side. So yeah, you almost gave up all of May though. So yeah, if we get down to where you still have to drop 20 points, 20 more points on the SPY, you give up all of May. Which again, you've done the first half in 10 days, but yeah, Oracle could help a lot if it does very good. Oracle might reignite some momentum and chips and all that, but it could only help so much. He said, yeah, Josh, nothing safer than a CD, so I made a Slop Bop CD. I've been making CDs all day. I agree. Hella safe. GG, baby. Enjoy it. Oracle to 250. I have no idea on price. All I care about is the actual results, you guys. That's the problem. So a lot of people want the price, but all I care about is recovery story or not. And then that's it. Does it, you know, feed into narratives? Does it feed the story? Does it feed the company's recovery, the credit default swaps? But I'm not really too concerned. I am going to hold my play that I grabbed. It's down now, so usually I'd take a loss on it, but I like that government headline we just got, so I'm willing to gamble on that. The market has never peaked in June. No way. Interesting. Most high-level investors discussion on one topic, when will the party end? Put another way, tech investors have made so much money in semis so quickly they are looking for potential warning signs the music is going to stop. I agree. Retail trading and options suggest elevated expectations, while institutional express concern about the speed and the market being one big trade tied to AI. I agree with that sentiment wholeheartedly. There was something that happened in June, though. June's could be a little slow, but yeah, they don't really kill the rally, but you could definitely have a bad June. I'm just excited by the fact that it's been 50-50 over the last 20 years. Damn, you have more names red today, though, now. 310 flipped. So again, you were at like 300 in the green earlier, but not as much anymore. CRM, I don't do. You guys don't remember? That's why the first time those plays went green, I ripped them right away. Well, yeah, and I mean, what's going on too? I hope you guys remember. That's what I was telling you. Remember the last like week of May, like May 20th, May 19th till the end of the month. That's when we ran out of catalyst, and that's what I was saying. It was just one giant air pocket with a lot of momentum. So we just ripped with nothing to look forward to. There was nothing that was going to get in the way. If you guys remember, I was talking about that. So now all that happened, we hit June, and then the catalyst started pouring in. So now you just have things that you might run into. That's it. That's what I think is caused a lot of this. But that last 2 weeks of May, or last like week of May, you just had nothing to respond to, and that's why the markets were just able to melt away. And then now the first sign of this event, that event, not only do you have the war, now we got CPI, we got ISM, we have the rest of the earnings. You're going to get more earnings, and then you're going to have to deal with the Kevin Warsh, and then rates, and then all the other economic data. So it's just like we finally have stuff to react to. Yeah, they stayed a little pinned, but yeah, pretty much Workday lost off the contract, but they look similar. But yeah, I think the big piece of news is if that just gets repackaged into the earnings release, and then it hits guidance and numbers, and everyone gets hyped on the government deal. I'm just going off of the Dell playbook. All right, well, low ticker is fully gassed, my friends. You kind of chilled there for a little, but... And then more staples are actually starting to take off. XLP, extremely solid all day. Yeah, CBOE did very, very good, but those the ones with July, they will not, the spreads are just so wide. And then the CBOEs with time have gone up a good amount. I haven't tried to make those free. Oh shit. Damn, it filled me. Alright, I made the CBOEs free. Fuck. Bro, the spread was literally 100%. And it filled me. So I put in a crazy order and I got filled. Well, so I don't know. Then the Julys won't work, though. The July CBOEs haven't moved up, or there's a fat spread. I haven't tried to get filled on that. I guess I'll hold those, if those could come up. We just sold off one spread. Well, I want to wait for 300. Again, CBOE 300. That was the level I was telling you it gets a little crazy at. So we'll see. But anything with time on that, you can make that for free. I don't really like the auto manufacturers for the, what's it called? For the long term. Alright. Amazon and I don't think those Wally Worlds went up. A little bit, but... Oh wow, a lot of volume came in on those. Yeah, those are still down from yesterday. And that was a late stage mover. Where is the dollar? Back to green, bro. That's something we do not need today. And again, the dollar multi, is ready to go. Ah! And then what time? We got 30 minutes left on the dot. Look at that. White guy for Kamala. Where's that other one? Excuse me. On initial jobless claims, I don't care about them. Those don't matter. What matters tomorrow is PPI, producer price increase or index. That's what's going to have the ability to move bonds because PPI feeds into the PCE. That's I didn't want to get rid of that CBOE. I just wanted to see if it'll fill, but I'll take it. Other than that, wait. I want to double dip on Zillow, but I think I'm going to wait. Where's the other one? Those Palants didn't really move. Yeah, the Palanters are the same price as yesterday. Walmart is going. I have 2 CBOEs. $900 points again on the Dow? I feel like we're doing this every day. I remember Dow down 900, 1,000 used to be like record breaking. It used to be so shocking. You guys remember that? Dow down 1,000? I think we've done that twice this week. Or in the last like 3 days. Boeing. Trump does like it, but I don't think I'd put Boeing in the long term. Boeing just moves around too much. It's like both high and low at the same time, and then it's kind of been in this middle range for a really long time. Knicks versus Spurs. I don't want to tell you guys. Because, like, culturally, I like the New York Knicks. I feel like there's something... I feel like I was a Knicks fan in another life. Most people are surprised when I tell them that I'm not from New York. But I like it. But I want the Spurs to win. Just because of Wemby. I can't believe this. I'm more of a Spurs fan. Even though I'm not really a fan at all, but I want Wemby to win. I like Jalen, or what's his name, Mr. Brunson, Jalen Brunson. I'm a big fan. I've been a big fan of him since even like last year. But yeah, I think Spurs. I guess I'm just a Wemby's fan. PPI feeds into PCE. Well, just PCE. So, and that's the Fed's favorite gauge. And even Kevin Warsh has hyped up how much he likes PCE. But, you know, when the Fed looks at data, they look at the PCE. They don't look at the CPI. and then how they measure PPI and the inputs, it has a higher correlation with PCE than it does CPI. So the PPI is more correlated with the PCE than it is the CPI. So that's essentially what that means. I have seen what they've done to the Spurs fans, bro. They be jumping them. That's why I don't go outside. You know, not because I'm scared of people, because I'm scared of myself. See, y'all don't know game. Y'all don't know game. You don't understand game. Because that's what I'm saying. I know, because you know what I would do? I know exactly damn well I would run into a fucking group of Knicks fans with a Wemby jersey. You see what I'm saying? So I'm avoiding the situation. It's not that I'm scared of them. I just know exactly what I would do. So that's why I say I'll just stay inside. You know why I like Brunson? Is it because he prays before the game? I just found that out. You know that? I like Brunson, pure talent, bro. Even last year I was talking about Jalen Brunson, dude. When he kind of emerged, bro, Brunson got game, dude. I think he's a fucking baller. And then come to find out he be praying center court. Pfft, I knew it, bro. Yeah, I knew that talent don't come from nowhere. Praise the Lord, brother. Praise the Lord. They don't feel me. Yeah, and he is a short king. What do y'all say in short king? Listen, y'all better watch your tone. Okay? Y'all be talking all this short guy. You mean short master. Okay? Like I told you, short guys are on top right now. Okay? I don't want to hear it from none of y'all. Are you kidding me? Bro, hot commodity right now. You playing. Y'all playing. Oh, you short? What do you mean? The greatest people are short. I've been telling y'all this. For how long have I been telling y'all? And now the world is picking up on it. That's all. It's a short boy summer, son. All day. That's it. I feel bad. That's it, bro. You know how hype the short guys are right now? I might even break up with my girlfriend. I might. Nah, I love her. She's perfect. I told you guys. I've already been like, wow, man. You know, I can't believe everything, but nah, bro, I didn't know we were popping like that. You know what I'm saying? I did not know we were popping like that. That's what I'm saying, dog. It's short guy summer. They don't feel me. No, she's not back yet. I have like another week. So I could still go to Miami. That's it. But like I said, bro, I really want to go to Miami, but this dog, dude, I can't. He hated the plane. I took him on a plane. He was a little terrorist, dude. I shouldn't say that on a plane, but yeah, but that's all. I want to. Or Chicago. It's just still far, though. That's it. The animal, bro. The animal. Short master is crazy. Call it whatever you want, okay? I'm just saying, if I stop picking up, you know why. Because we on tops now, baby. What you... Back then, they didn't want me. Now, short guys hot. They all on me. Said back then, they didn't want me. Now, hot. That's it. I'm like, oh, my bad. They're like, damn, his phone don't work anymore. No, it work. I'm just saying, we up. We up, son. We up. What's short? I mean, I don't know. It's not even like short guys. It's just like 5'6", 5'7" is the new 7 foot. There's no other way to put it. I'm just telling you. Right now, 5'6", 5'7", you guys, we have just got the biggest windfall we have ever had in our life. So it's just something about that beautiful, beautiful 5'6", 5'7", right there in the middle. We call it the middle now. That's how good things are getting. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, dog. OpenAI, ICE massive 10 gigawatt Ohio data center. Oh, they said that was somebody this morning. You're not going to the World Cup game? No, I don't think. Well, my girl told me yesterday because she wants to go to one of the Switzerland games, but they're all during the week. So, like, if I want to go to a World Cup game, it has to be, like, Wednesday at, like, 12 p.m., which does not really work too well with my schedule, unless you guys want me to stream from a World Cup game. Who Josh Jones? Who Josh Jones? We hold long, 10 years, and you know this. Long term. That's what I'm saying. We could work with it. I think they are scattered around the U.S., yeah. There's a lot in L.A., though. A lot in L.A., SoCal. They were trying to get me to go to the one in fucking Seattle. What was it, bro? It was like the fucking Seattle libertarians versus the Iranian Ayatollahs. And they're like, yeah, Josh, you should go to that game. That's right. So if Galabuti doesn't get you with the Shaheed drone, fucking Antifa member could get you with their boombox and their fucking blowhorn and their pepper gun. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I ain't trying. You can't put me in that environment over a game I don't even like. They're like, man, imagine. I already know what God would say, bro. I die. God would have zero sympathy for me. He's like, why did you go to that game? You don't even like soccer. You call it soccer. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm like, I don't know, man. I just wanted to go to a World Cup game. He said, that's what you get for following the world. I'm like, true. He was like, you didn't know. You called out the Galabuti for 37 days in a row and exposed the truth of the Iranian regime, and you thought you wanted to go to that game? And then on top of that, the number 2, all of the liberals, you wanted to go to there. You wanted to go to home court advantage, liberals versus Arabs, and come on. I think God would, he was like, what did you expect? I said, nothing, Lord. I just wanted to meet you. We get it. You're an old head. All right, listen, man. With all due respect, like, bitch, what do you think will happen to you? You know that? Yeah. Yeah, I said it. I may be an old head, but you are, dog, you are coming soon. You know that? You are next on the assembly line. That's what you young guys, believe me, I used to let the young guys clown on me. You know that? All you guys, because if you said old head, I just know you're young enough, but then also you're running out of time too. Okay? I don't think you remember, bro. I used to have all these young guys. They're like, ha ha ha, old head. Ha ha ha, unk. You so old, unk. And I'm like, what are you? They're like, Gen Z. I'm like, bitch, Gen Z is 30 years old right now. Where's your retirement? What do you mean you don't have retirement, employment, all the dog? You 30 now. You are 30. You know that? There's Gen Z as high as 32 years old, I believe. And there's some that are 14, but bitch, you ain't 14. I'm just telling y'all. So you better watch out. You know that? I swear to you, bro. I was calling people old in my life. I vividly remember it. I think I was calling people old. And I was like, haha, he's old. I was like, what are you doing on the internet, old guy? Get the fuck off the internet, old guy. I'm like, oh, look at this guy driving. He's so old. Stop driving, old man. You know that? I'll be like, oh, why are you wearing clothes? You think you could dress up? No, you're old. What's wrong with you? You old head. You old. And then, bro, I swear to you, bro, I went to bed. And then I woke up. All my hair was gone. Every single last strand was gone. Just up top. And I'm like, what? And then I had breakfast, and I had heartburn, and I said, what? I said, this made no sense, bro. And then I started watching fucking Vimeo music videos from like 15 years ago on YouTube, and it felt at home. So before you know it, dog, it's gonna happen to you. I'm just telling you, right? Yeah, but you're gonna wake up tomorrow and be old. You're gonna, it's not gonna. You'll see. You'll see. Why am I triggered? No, I'm not triggered. You're just no fun. You know what I don't know if you're picking up on the vibe. You may be missing from the sarcastic tone here. But like, if you think if you really think I'm triggered, you are just no fun, my brother. We cannot. I don't think we ever gonna hang out, man. He'd be like, why are you so bothered? Do you want to talk about it, Josh? Here, I have a therapist you could talk to. See, that's it. Or you work for Big Pharma. That could be it too. Now when I verbalize it. But yeah, I thought it's a funny joke. I think it's a very funny joke. Because I said this though before, and like me and some of the old young guys that we came together. Because like I'm telling you, bro, I just remember it. There was like there is 30-year-old Gen Zers out there. That's it. Like just bro, it's been 6 years since COVID. That's all I'm saying. So it's just time. Time keeps on ticking, ticking, ticking. I know, right? He's like, why are you so triggered, Josh? Brought to you by BetterHelp. Talk to somebody today. In a world filled with social media and actually literally technological advancements to communicate with people, I'm sure you feel so alone because your algorithm keeps telling you you're very different and only highlighting the things that you're insecure on. Talk to somebody today. Get real help, better help when you need it for a low, low fee of $99 an hour. Sorry, time's up. Get the fuck out of here. It's not your fault. It's their fault. Have you thought about that? Well, maybe you did make a bunch of personal poor decisions that were going to leave you worse off. Of course, eating like a fucking idiot makes you wake up sad. And maybe moving your body would help a little bit. But have you thought that maybe they're the problem? Well, you live in the postmodern world, so let's be postmodernist. It's everybody else's fault but your own. Avoid all responsibility. Better help. $99 an hour while supplies last. So thank you. What the fuck? That's why. Did I tell you? Did I tell you guys that? I had one girl in my life. I broke up with her. Maybe she broke up with me. I don't know. The story's fuzzy. And then she tells me in the heat of her anger, she says, "You are a psycho. You need to go to therapy." And you know what I did? I said, you know what? Let's try it. And I said, okay. I thought this would have helped smooth things over. So I said, okay, let me go to therapy. And I went to this therapy just to like check this box, right? And this is after me and this girl, we break up. And tell me why. This therapist, all she did was blame my ex-girlfriend. I hated it and I loved it at the same time. Because I was like, okay, she's going to tell me I'm a psycho. We could work through this. Maybe I could figure it out. Maybe I could show this girl that I've changed. Bro, no, I swear to you, dog. I swear to you. I even told her. She was like, why are you here in therapy? Because I'm like, because this fine-ass honey said I'm a psycho and I need it. So obviously, that's why I'm here right now. And then she's like, okay, but dude, I swear to you, bro. She was just, she threw homegirl under the bus. All she did was blame the ex-girlfriend. And she was like, well, maybe it was their fault. Have you thought about why you behave like this? Do you know where this comes from? I'm like, what? I was like, are you sure? I was trying to take the blame. And she was like, no, it was other people. And I was like, what the fuck? I was like, this is amazing. I was like, I see why people like this, but it didn't feel effective. I was like, I don't think I'm learning anything. I was like, I think this might make me a real psycho now that I think about it. And I'm like, this might teach me how to get away with this behavior and then fall back on, well, no, they said it's chill. Mm-hmm. Spy, is that 10-minute rigged? It is 10-minute rigged. No, I said it the other day. People don't like it, though. It sounds very arrogant, but, like, I believe it's kind of true universally. I think therapy only works if you're dumber than your therapist. That's it. Because I don't even think I'm that smart, but this bitch was just really dumb. That's the reality of what went down. But that's how it goes. Because, like, again, bro, I was legitimately trying to take accountability, and this lady would not let me take accountability at all. At all. I don't think she understood that process. So, yeah, that's how I think it works. I think if you got some crazy therapist and they are well-versed on the world and everything else, and they got more game than you, then, yeah, I think it works. But if you got, unfortunately, all you smart individuals there, yeah, you're fucked. I don't think it's going to help you. You're going to be like, this motherfucker just scamming me. Honestly, just use ChatGPT at this point, man. You hopped in 2 minutes ago out of your therapy session. Yeah, well, I don't know. I've had my bad personal experience where, again, like I'm saying, it was pretty funny. But then also, too, I also have my sister. So that's the same thing. My sister is, like, you know, my sister sees a therapist, but then my sister also tries to sell out at every single conflict. I'm just trying to let you know, every single conflict, every single moment the world has gotten any ounce of worrisome, she has tried to sell. You know, she doesn't appreciate her upbringing the same way. I would credit my upbringing to my whole entire success, and then my sister would credit her upbringing to every single problem she has in life. So that's why I'm saying, just two worlds different. Same. We grew up very similar too. That's the crazy part. She was my closest sister in terms of age. So yeah. Either way, 10-minute rigged, almost final 5. Well, no, I think if you have a good therapist, like I'm saying, if you have somebody who is very well versed in both clinical psychology as well as, like, I don't know, just a general awareness of the world, I think they could actually give you good insights. But if you gotta be picky on who you choose. I think that's what my real warning is, what I'm saying. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, Jordan Peterson. I like him. I do. Did I tell you I got a stalker last time I said that? Last time I said I like Jordan Peterson, some guy harassed me for like 6 months. He's like, he doesn't believe in God! How do you believe in Jordan Peterson? How dare you? He's a drug addict! How's this? I was like, shit, man. Weren't we all? Yeah, Robert Greene, Nietzsche. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's some people. I like, what's his name? Carl Jung. It's terrible that I like him, but I do. I think that's a good clinical psychologist. The cuckoo ones. You got to be a little cuckoo. Now that I think about it. Now that you're locked in, can I answer your question? What's your question? Can I see top listeners on Apple Music? No. I can at the end of the year. Oh, and then you restart. Oh, I answered what you said yesterday, bro. Said just make sure, like, even if whether you're on locked in or not, just make sure you're fully locked in. The key with the long term, it's not gonna be about, you know, whether things are good or bad. Just make sure you stay consistent with it. That's the one thing. That's even something you could learn from my sister, because, like, you know, she quit for a little bit too, but, you know, that's consistency. Whether the market's fast, slow, does nothing. Oh, that's where it goes a long way. SpaceX tells investors it has lined up blue chip credit ratings. Habibi. And then CBOE, but they won't move a July premium. Unfortunately. I made the January's free. But yeah, Spy, that's 10-minute rig. We only have 5 minutes. I need to go to the bathroom, but I think I could thug it out. Can you harass me and ask me who he is? No, Nadruk. You give me my daily dose of bearishness. That's it. It'd be like a movie, Nadruk. You'd be like a character. I like wake up. I'm like, it's sunny outside. Wow. This coffee's amazing. I love my breakfast. Wow, it's a beautiful day. And then you just walk up. You're like, it's a terrible day. Do you know how those coffee beans were roasted? You'll never be able to afford them. The house that you woke up in is going to crumble. Who's going to buy a 1,000-year-old house anyways? It's unaffordable. The system will fail. I hated it under Biden. I hate it even more now under Trump. Once you put your fucking glass in the dishwasher, it's going to break and cut you. I'm like, what? I still think it's a beautiful day. Okay, bye. So yeah, but that's Jordan Peterson. I'm surprised. I think you know who he is. Oracle, I think it's, I don't know, man. I don't like it. I wasn't gonna play it. I made a play yesterday. I was gonna sell it out, win or loss. I'm just getting kind of tricked right now. Because I don't know if I'm getting tricked, is that I like the government headline that just came out. So, yeah. That's the only reason why I'm going to play it. But, yeah, I'd Rapparoon, Chattadoon. Rapparoon. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Where the seasonality? This one could be good, brother. Could be good. Okay, Walmart, those plays finally went green. Those were a little shitty in the beginning. Barely. White guy for Kamala. All right, I'd wrap it up. 50-point move on Oracle is 2 standards. That's within the range. It's a big one. But again, it usually moves like, it says 13, but like I think 9%. If it's any sort of report that doesn't speak to further or closer recovery, it'll move probably like 9 to 10 points. But then anything above there, it'll move standard deviation or maybe double. Could go to the downside as well, too. Remember, those credit default swaps are still up. All right, Chad. You only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, Oracle. If you're going to play it, you better make up your mind because you have less than 10 seconds. And if it's an option, that's it. Wrap it up, man. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. Oh, you got kind of the lukewarm CPI. Close into the lows. Oh, many answers still remain. The volatility, but you're halfway done with the week. A little bit more tomorrow. Then we close it out. And then halfway done with June. I need a good game in the chat, baby. Amen. GG. Members, non-members, stream alerts, locked in. Did you contribute? Were you alive? Were you a part of it? That's what really matters. Do you carry the long-term honor? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. You learned something. I hope you did, man. God bless you. Members, non-members, it don't matter. Were you in the game? Did you really contribute? He wants to fight you, mad. Amen. GG. Make the long-term go buko. They hate AI art, cause it's not really art. Our futures are dumping after hours. Jesus is king. Jesus is Lord. I controls chat cause he gets bored. But Jesus is still Lord. Good game, baby. God bless you. God bless you. Amen. Wow. Well, that's the day, Chad. That's it. We get Oracle. That's going to be the cherry on top. But like I'm saying, futures kind of dumped here into the close. You actually went a little lower. They hate AI art because it's not really art. Alrighty. Hold on, let me get the Oracle preview. Why so many? I know, it's weird the futures went down. So yeah, next quarter revenue guide will be key. And then we'll see when this comes out. Well, I don't want to wait too long. I have to go. We're not going to have a watch list today. We should have an Instagram video, but you never know. But it's a Wednesday. But yeah, all we have is this earnings. I need to go pee though, bro. I really need to go pee. So we'll see. I mean, maybe I'll go pee and then get surprised. Team is on the low. That was fun while it lasted. They hate AI art. Okay, please hold. Get ready though. I don't know when order comes out. Said call back. Aye. So we said don't look down. Arguing right to left, I went up the middle. That's a big account. It started with a little. So before the bounce, I sold for my initial. Swear I lost count. Head just on a swivel. This ain't about clout. It's about who's beneficial. Finger to the clouds with the whip superficial. Made my mama proud and some friends artificial. Why you getting loud? Trying to keep it civil. Told me run it back. Now I'm up triple. Dime is a dime and a nickel is a nickel. Eyes will arise when the money's in the middle. I ain't that wise, they just shady, that's simple. If I'm not that guy, then why would y'all listen? See, it get nervous when I'm quiet. It don't happen on the cell. I make the money when I buy it. Passionate as well, and I love it. You should try it. Imagine past the bell, you either gambling or lying. True serum, I be sipping on that shit. No long term, that's a different type of bitch. Think it's just money, dog, open up your shit. I was getting ready before I was getting rich. Preparation, child of the nation. Try to sell us change, but they raised us impatient. You can know the price and not understand the basis. They haven't faced the truth, Josh is still faceless. Killing shit. I could quit now. From this damn song to owning the whole town. They just smiling at me. My peers make a frown. First I didn't get it, but I understand it now. Keep shooting like I'm born in Chino Hills. It's hard to keep money, harder to keep it real. If I was really cocky by now, I would have been killed. But if you kill me, I'm God, so low key, I'm kind of thrilled. Oh man. Oh? Why are you getting loud? I'm trying to keep it civil. I don't see it out yet unless it came out. Government sells Trump's former Washington, D.C. hotel. It's out. Beat. No, it hasn't hit my wire yet. Please hold. Software revenue 6.8 versus 688. License 1.8 versus 1.9. Adjusted revenue 19.1 versus 19.09. And then EPS 2.11 versus 1.97. What's the guide? So it looks like they just came in line. So again, this whole you got to beat the what's it called? You got to beat the high bar. That's not there. Again, in line is not good. So next quarter though, look at for quarter 1 though. I don't think the guidance is out yet. Oh, please hold. But yeah, it's if you go in line, that just doesn't that doesn't speak to recovery. People want to see your guy. You meet it and then keep going from there. Where's his government contract, bro? Come on. So yeah, they barely beat on this quarter. EPS was good. I'm looking to see the what's it called? They expect to raise $40 billion through a combination of debt and equity. Does not expect to issue additional debt in 2026. So that's good if you were worried about some of the dilution. No, there's a couple of software beats, but yeah, most of them, the early ones like 2 weeks ago that really beat, those went 30%. Saw snow, team went up. Who was the other one? We had a couple of them that went very, very good, but these last ones in software, they all came in line, and then everybody got washed. Again, literally Marvel, CoreWeave are falling off of that. I don't think the guidance is out yet, though. So wait for that Q1 guide. Bum, bum. 8K. Come on, Habibi. There it is. So full year adjusted EPS of 705. Let me see the full year revenue guide. Come on, dude. Full year revenue of 90. Oh, wait, what? Full year 27? Oh, that's May 26. But yeah, that full year guide of 90 billion in 27 is still up. Where the fuck is the next quarter guidance, though? Record. Q4. I don't see anything on Q1. Operating income was 20 billion. Remaining performance obligations are at 638, up 363. And 85 billion from end of Q3. Or large-scale AI, where customers prepaid Oracle for the purchase of GPUs, or they bought and supplied to GPUs. So guidance for Q1, total revenues 27 to 29. So I don't know the number. Total cloud revenue 57 and 63. Non-GAAP earnings per share between 171 and 175. And then guidance for full year 27 is 90 billion. And then EPS of 805. So yeah, I think it might be then. That full year guide isn't bad. That's the strong part about it. So yeah, they just need to lean more into the guidance when they talk about it. But yeah, that full year guide is a lot higher. And then even expectations for EPS. So the guide was decent, but then this quarter they just came in slightly above. But even the guide raise wasn't like a really strong one. Oh, and after the bell, Trump holds situation room on meetings for Iran strikes. Alrighty. Dips get bought, my friend. Dips get bought. Alright, Chattadunia. So yeah, I think honestly Oracle might stay in the middle unless they come up with something from that government hype on the conference call. They beat, but the guidance too, slight guidance raise, slight beat, but it's not the best, it's not the worst, but not anything that makes you say the recovery turnaround. Oh my gosh, it's back. Pretty much, I don't think that report has anything that'll make the what's it called? I don't think it has anything that'll change the valuation of the credit default swaps. Yes, you will get PPI tomorrow, so that'll be our thing. So, Chattadonia, on that note, I love you. God bless you. You don't need me today. Again, all we get tomorrow is PPI. And then, again, just watch dollar and bonds. Notice, even after today, they didn't really move into anywhere new, but the dollar is ready to climb. We'll see if these rotations continue. And then, again, whether or not we witness any more subtle signs of demand destruction and where the rest of June is going to take us. But, Chattadonia, finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone, every single day is why we here, why we keep going, and why we will choose a direction. Fail, be wrong, that's okay. Do anything except rot away. You must decide, not drift. This year is for those who make the decision. This year is for the decision makers. You know that? The drifters, you guys will get something eventually, but not this year. Oh, you know why, baby. God bless you, Chattadonia. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you again for your time. I'll see you bright and early in the morning and on the Instagram. And that's all that I have for you. Actually, I got to go, but just make sure, too, that you guys are aware. All of this content every day, day in, day out, all these videos. It's all because of our sponsors. I sold out, and I had to take a deal to pay for this newswire. But I'm glad that I did. So just take a minute and listen to this message from our sponsors and use code SAVE10% at checkout. So thank you guys, and have a wonderful day. Goodbye.